as say that they trump Harris.
Interesting to see those breakdowns on issues that we know voters have been following really closely.
Okay, let's try that again. What's up? What's up? Good evening. I was muted. Election night. People are losing their minds. People are really upset. People are angry. People can't believe what's happening right now. They're screaming, chanting, and raving, angry. I've looked better, but it's all right. I wore a red shirt just for the theme of it. It's election night. I said I was going to come on, and I went out and voted today. I voted today. I did. Oh. Food's here. Wait. I'm sorry. I ordered some food. I voted tonight. Or, well, in the afternoon I voted. And I went and took my daughter. I didn't tell her anything about what I was voting. Like, you know, I'm not into indoctrinating kids. I'm just like, we're voting. It's all this stuff. Just call me. Hello? Sí. ¿Dónde está? There's a gate. There's a big gate. Tiene que manejar el puente que está grande. Ok, voy a mandar a alguien abajo entonces porque no lo puedo encontrar. Ok. Ok. Alright. Okay. Alright. Mexico delivering my shit. Hold on a second. Ay. Sorry about that, guys. I ordered some food for tonight because I figured we're gonna be here for a long time, and of course I have some funny clips. We're waiting. So okay, what should we do? A poll? What's the poll gonna be? They should go out and vote. Carolina says Trump is not a artist. Well, Jean Carroll is the same lady that said sex is rapey. Oh no, rape is sexy. Sorry, I said the reverse. She said rape is sexy. There's a little interview about that. They were like talking to her, hey, what's going on? What happened? Whatever. Rape is sexy. Weird as that chick is weird as F. Weird. So I went out and voted today. This is my third time I've ever voted. Okay, and I voted for Trump for the third time. I did. I like the guy. I believe in protecting. I believe in making America first, protecting what we have here, not putting foreign interests over ours, like veterans and homeless people suffering every day. We'll just put them to the side because we want to get these votes. That's my thought. Maybe you disagree. You can disagree on that. I saw this clip today. I thought it was hilarious. Mike Tyson! And where's Hoax, by the way? Is Hoax in the chat? Where's Hoax at?
I'm voting for Trump. So what somebody's going to do about it?
Oh, shit.
I mean, I'm going to disagree with you. So what?
So what, motherfucker? Because before you couldn't even say nothing about it. They would cancel you. They'd say all kinds of shit. Oh my God, you're going to lose your job. You're going to be fired. Your family is going to disown you. Your best friends are going to disown you. Oh my God, this guy's calling again. Hello?
I'm voting for Trump. So what somebody's going to do about it? I don't think anybody. I mean, I'm going to disagree
So
with
what?
you. So what? What are you going to do?
So what?
I'm voting for Trump. So what somebody's going to do about it? I don't think anybody. I mean, I'm going to disagree with you. So what? What are you going to do?
But this race, it's a really close race. I mean, from the numbers that I've seen, it's a close race. Kamala could win. Kamala could win. Who's winning? Okay, so I want you guys to help me out because I've been dealing with shit the last couple of days. Some people probably know, so I've been kind of like unplugged when I should be plugged. I want to know what's the best live stream to keep track of the votes. All right, I'm gonna try to find one while we talk and hang out. That's what I want to have up on the screen while I play the funny clips as well. But I want a live track of the votes. So maybe you guys can tell me what news organization, whatever. There's Associated Press, which says one state is done. Got Live Now Fox. Okay, so far they're saying like one state is done, I think. Let's see. State. One mic. It's the same channel. Oh, 2 states. Is it 2 states that's done? Okay. I agree. DJ Dalton, daughters will be safe at closed borders. Okay. I gotta show you guys the clips. While we wait, let's hang out. Let's watch some stuff. This was hilarious to me because Cardi B, the lady that's been accused of drugging men, drugging men to take their shit, to take advantage of them, she's speaking up for Kamala Harris. Oh, she has the most to say. And if you don't believe me, just do a little Google search. Kamala Harris drugging men. Okay? check out her. So somebody made this funny. I busted out laughing. One of the few laughs I've had these last couple of days. I busted out laughing over this clip. Check it out.
I believe in every word that comes out of her mouth. She's passionate. She's compassionate. She shows empathy. And most of all, she is not delusional. Yeah. Kamala recognizes this country's at risk. That the economy needs to get stronger. That the cost of food and the cost of living is too high. Damn, it's even hard for me.
Bruh.
I believe her when she says, under her, buying eggs and milk won't break the bank.
And I honestly don't believe her. You know what I like? I don't like being gaslit. And when it's the government telling, oh no, eggs and milk is going to be affordable, you've already been in office. I don't need to be an expert. I don't need to be like a political commentator. I know firsthand experience. Groceries are ridiculous. Rent is ridiculous. The cost has gone up. It's crazy. But no, it's not like that. It's going to be different this time around.
Because she's going to pass a ban on price dodging on groceries. And she told me that in my face. So she better not lie to me in my face. Yeah.
I guess she was reading from her phone, but it's kind of funny too. So something that happened earlier, and I knew today was going to be crazy. Even like, I had somebody tell me like, be careful about going to vote because these people are nuts. You know, if they're going to bring a bomb, blow this shit up, right? A mass shooting. There's multiple bomb threats today, apparently. But the FBI is saying is that they're not credible. And it says that they originated from Russian email domains. Okay. And so some people are like, the Russian narrative is already starting. Russia email domains, anyone in the world can get those. I don't know. Multiple bomb threats today. There was somebody too that apparently, I don't know if I have the clip. Somebody approached one of these places and he smelled like gas. Dude was getting ready to like light himself up. Gasoline. Also, for anybody that disagrees, should be welcome tonight. You don't have to be a Trump supporter. You can be a Kamala supporter. I don't want anybody blocked because of that. Okay? I want everybody can come in, say how they feel, all that stuff. Even though, obviously, I'm leaning towards one particular part. New Jersey woman rips off top, votes in bra after being told to ditch MAGA gear. Yo, do I have the clip? Okay, we have the clip. Oh, we don't have the clip? It's just a picture. So we talked about this the other day because some people are really upset. They walk into these voting places and they have like a MAGA hat or a MAGA shirt. In certain states, apparently that's okay. In certain other states, it's not okay. They don't allow that. So I don't know. She took her bra off. What?
Kamala puppet machine wins. They will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win. And it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California.
And what's wild to me about California is that they don't require vote. They're not allowed to ask you for your ID. Like, what sane person thinks that's normal? They don't. You could just go there, say who. They don't require voter ID. That's insane. Insane.
Like you and I did. You and I used to be in California, but we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
Oh my God.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried
And
to
I
push
just want to
back?
go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it.
I almost go like the part of me. Listen, I woke up today and I was like, okay, so my daughter, there's no school. At least here, election day, no school, because a lot of the schools they're actually using it for voting. So there's no school here today, and so even yesterday I was like, damn it. I was a little bit in a funk, and I was like, I don't know, man. Like, do I want to go vote? Because
ballot boxes were being blown up over here on the West Coast.
really,
Thumbs down. Thanks for covering this, Mel. Bloop bloop scissor.
thank you, Whiskey Girl. Thank you. I had thought about it. I was feeling a little lazy, blah blah blah. Even though I had to go to my doctor's office, but then I was looking on Twitter where there was like an electoral prediction, and they had Kamala winning. It was a biased organization, but I saw that and I was like, I need to fucking get up and I got to do it. And honestly, it was so easy because I went to my doctor's office and then I went to the voting place, the school. There wasn't even a line. I walked right in. I voted. My daughter, they gave her like this cute little test vote pamphlet. Like, it's just a little thing, right? Like for kids. So like, get it into their heads. When you get older, you can vote. And she had the choice between George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Those are the two choices. And she had a hard time deciding. I know about both of them. I learned about both of them, kind of. I know a little bit about them, and I like them. But she voted. It was cool. It was a nice experience.
It does. This was the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this? Has anybody tried to say that this is nonsense? This is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
The left actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much on this argument because the more attention the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say like, well, are the numbers?
So you guys had a long line.
That's correct. Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes. They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in airplanes.
Yeah. Using
That's
a shipping
crazy.
app.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they
Yes.
could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here. They know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule
Yes.
illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
Asylum seekers.
Yes.
Come on in.
Yes.
Oh, you have an app. And you
So you're not
fly
even-
people in.
They're literally being flown in
Yeah.
to the swing states. And so the reason that I think the left doesn't want to push back on this is because the more attention they get.
And what's funny, right? So Carly sent me a text. I'd never seen this survey before. So because I made a live and I said I voted for Trump, all of a sudden, YouTube has this notification. How satisfied are you with the notification? Really? Wow. Okay, YouTube. All right. Okay, so Taylor Swift, she endorsed Trump. A lot of Hollywood celebrities endorsed Trump. And so the Swifties are backing up. And so she uploaded her videos telling her millions to vote and send her a photo with their sticker.
Hey, what Tuesday? What was it that everyone is supposed to do today? Was it? Oh yeah, gotta go vote today. I'm seeing a lot of underestimation of young voters and this new generation who now have the right to vote just in the last couple of years. But these are people who grew up post 9/11. They grew up with school shooting drills at their schools. These are people who want to vote. It's not enough.
Elon's live. We'll check him out.
It's not enough to just want to vote. You have to go and make change by voting. And today is your opportunity to do that. I promise you it feels so wonderful to exercise that right that you have. And again, once you voted, take a picture of it, tag me in your photo, #JustVoted, and I'll be looking for you.
Yeah, right. As if she's going to look for you. This is part of my thing too with these celebrities. Here's something that I hope. If Trump wins, let me turn off the AC. I kind of had to cool me down. If Trump wins, I will be so glad because all of these celebrities with millions and millions of followers and so much money and all this social media and influence, if they fall flat on their face and they failed and nobody gave a fuck, some people do, but people don't give a fuck. Oh, she said, who is it? Bad Bunny. I like his music, but don't agree with his politics. Or who else was it? All these people, Taylor Swift, whoever else. I hope they fall flat on their face because I think some of these people need humbling. Some need humbling. They're not living realistic lives. You think Cardi B knows about fucking buying eggs and how expensive it is? Cardi B? Right? The one that was talking and bragging about drugging men? What does she know about buying eggs? What? Anyway, Mark Cuban may not agree with Trump's politics, but he has no problem with him as the landlord of his $13.5 million condo. So some people brought this up earlier today. I know Mark Cuban does not like Trump. I did not know that he had a condo at the Trump Tower. What? That's kind of weird to me. A little weird. If you're so adamant and strong about how you feel, you'd sell it or get rid of that condo. Homeboy got a condo. Okay, this was really weird earlier today too. This was super weird. So I was kind of like watching and keeping track a little bit of what was going on today. And in PA, apparently the voting machines weren't working. They were not working, right? And they're like, oh, you're just going to have to leave the stuff that you voted for, leave the ballots here, and we'll scan it for you after. And there's nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. Hold on.
County in front of one of the voting centers, and you're one of the workers, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's happening?
So as of right now, the voting machines are just not scanning. We can accept the vote on the paper ballot. They are currently working on the issue. Once they get the issue fixed on the Scantron, that's the part that counts the vote, the machine that counts the vote, they will come back, fix it, and then the poll workers are going to scan.
So Sharon says, because these weak people, they have, I noticed that about these people too, the liberal people, they have to use kids, like changing body parts, giving them pills. And so when they got to make an argument, they want to use your kids too. So Sharon says, Mel, I worry about your daughter, Maddie. Her rights won't be guaranteed like your own mother. My own mother. I'm sad for the woman in this country. Why are you sad for the woman in this country? Your rights aren't being violated. Abortion is not being banned. It's up to the state to make that decision. Why are you so worried about a killing children? That's fucking odd to me. Your hyper focus is like, let me make sure my child can abort a kid. Why are you worried about your child or whatever age they get to aborting a child? But I noticed that that's like you people. You have nothing else to hang on to, so you got to use children and you got to indoctrinate them and you got to change their body parts. You got to give them pills. You got to do all kinds of stuff. And I'm worried about your daughter. I'm not worried at all. She's spoiled, well taken care of. You know, like these people are just like, it's crazy to me. They always want to use your kids against you because they have nothing else. Bye, Madison by the Sea. Unsubscribe.
And in the ballot, another thing that people need to know is the ballots are all delivered to the courthouse as a backup also.
Okay. Do you think there's any possibility that this chaos could, be, some type of conspiracy?
I'm sure there's going to be conspiracy theories out there. For myself, I think it's just a small error. I mean, it's a large error, but a small error at the same time. And I think it's just a coincidence at this point.
How many places is this happening?
This is all over our county, as far as I know. I'm not sure who else it would be affecting. I do know systems are different throughout Pennsylvania, so I know it's affecting.
Yes,
Cambria
let's
County
go.
right now.
I see Twitter.
All of Cambria County.
So
it's a consistent issue across the board.
Okay, so are people actually going through the voting process?
Yes.
They are. So they're not walking away. They're dropping the ballots in.
We are letting the voters know so they're informed of what's happening. We are also telling them how the backup works. And just for people to know, this backup has been in place since we got these voting machines. I believe they started in 2017-ish. Don't quote me on the year, but so we've been trained on if something happens that they're not scanning, this is what you do. And there's actually a list of what we should do for the workers.
And there's the redundancy inside there.
Donna, thank you for the 10. Says, glad you're okay, Mel. Good choice to vote for, my friend. Thank you. Mary, good one. Thank you for the membership. Jam Cracker, thank you for the 22 months. I noticed that, like, the other side, they get really upset and they start attacking you when you disagree. They start coming for your kids. They start saying they want to dox you, start saying all kinds of horrible things. They're the most angry, upset, disgruntled, mentally ill group of people.
Mel. Good choice
They really
to vote
are.
for my friend.
They really are some of the most disgruntled, mentally ill people I've ever experienced in my life. Yeah, something wrong with these people. My daughter's rights. What rights? Get up, go to school, eventually, go to work hard. I'm not looking for a handout. Nobody here is looking for a handout. Nobody needs to take care of you because a lot of people, these people on the other side, they complain. They want a handout. Somebody has to take care of you. You have no accountability. You're fucking around sleeping with all these people and you want to abort all these. None of you take accountability and you want to let the borders be open because it doesn't affect you directly. But if you've seen some of the trolling videos, I don't know if you've seen, I think I'm going to play them. There's some trolling videos that they're like, oh, you voted for Kamala? Well, we brought a bus load of immigrants, illegal people. Let's let them come stay in your place and look at the facial expressions because most of these people live in some type of fantasy. Look at their facial expressions. They would not do it. Check this out.
I dressed up like I work for Kamala's campaign, and now I'm gonna deliver immigrants to her supporters.
We are voting for you, don't worry.
Are you? Of course. We do have a surprise, if that's okay, just real fast.
You have a surprise?
We're looking for a place for them to stay.
Yeah.
We just came across.
Take them in your house.
Sleep on floors. I mean, they're not picky,
We have a 2-year-old, so
Hector's good with
We have a 2-year-old.
kids.
sorry, we just can't. A 2-year-old, so
Hector's good with kids.
sorry, we just can't.
Could they just sleep on your lawn?
They need a place to stay. They just came across.
My teenagers live with me.
Oh, that's fine. Hector,
He's good with dating teenagers. But this is what you want. I think all these people in the chat, just not a lot, but the people that are supporting this, stop talking about it, but be action about it. You're for open borders, okay. Take these people into your household with your kids and your wife. Take them in there. If you have no problem with the crazy crisis that's happening at the border, take them into your house. And when you literally, they talk all day online. When you literally open the door and bring these people to their household, oh, well, they don't want to do it. They don't want to accept it then. No, now it's a different story. Oh, now it's a different story. Oh, no, I can't do that.
He was dating a teenager like a little bit ago, so
okay.
they just came across. They don't have papers. You're in support of like the whole border situation, and we're just trying to get them a floor to sleep on. Do you guys want COVID? They said they could survive.
Okay, hold on. This kind of cracks me up. So they're trying to convince this guy, and he's like, well, we have a house of COVID. And so they're like, oh, they'll accept the COVID. We'll take it. That's no problem.
Get them a floor to sleep on. Do you guys want COVID? They said they could survive it.
We work with her, so we know how to say her name.
Earlier you said Kamala. The way she pronounces her name is Kamala. You don't work with her either.
See that car? We have 3 dudes who just came across the border. We're trying to find them a home.
Find them a home.
Just say I'm voting for Donald Trump without saying it, okay?
That's a wrong attitude, mister. I said my vote is private.
So you're voting Kamala?
No. You said it again.
I dressed up.
Okay, I thought that was a really funny clip. But anyway, yeah, there was this weird situation happening earlier. The voting machines weren't working.
People to know this backup has been in place since we got these voting machines. I believe they started in 2017-ish. Don't quote me on the year, but
Okay.
So we've been trained on if something happens that they're not scanning, this is what you do. And there's actually a list of what we should do for the workers.
And there's the redundancy inside there as far as workers. They're kind of like looking over the shoulder because you said you're dropping the ballots into like a ballot box right now, the paper ballot, and then you're going to feed them back through once the machine's back up.
Normally when you come in and everything's working, you scan it in and it drops down into the box and we collect it at the end of the night.
Right.
You're still sliding it in. There's an auxiliary slot.
Okay.
And then we'll just go through. We will not know whose ballot is whose, and we are going to have people watch us put them in just for checks and balances.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay.
Pretty important.
And I picked out this clip earlier because I wanted to specifically, I want to represent both sides. And so this guy, he's a Kamala Harris voter. This person quoted here, male Kamala Harris voter starts crying on CNN, says he's voting for Harris so his daughter can have abortions. What? JD Vance wasn't kidding when he said low testosterone men lead left. I agree with that. Why do you vote for Harris? I have 3 daughters. Women's rights is pretty important to them. And my daughters, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. Okay, let's play it.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. That's why I cast my vote today.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but
I didn't cry when I went to vote today. I'm thinking about the future. I'm thinking about finances. I'm thinking about this country. I'm thinking about the crazy expenses in groceries, rent, living, inflation. You can't even buy a fucking house anymore. It's cheaper to just rent a house. Doesn't make any sense in certain places. And this man is worried about what, his underage kids getting abortions? Is that what it is? Crazy. I realize that they have to say these extreme things because that's the only thing they can hold on to. So the only thing they have to hold on to is abortion. That's it. And a lot of these people are living unrealistic lives. You're like middle class, lower class, whatever they call it. And this woman that's been in office all this time, listen, I've known people that have always been Dem, and they're like, there's no way in hell I'm voting for Kamala. But there's these delusional people, and I think, in my opinion, that think, oh, it's going to be different now because Kamala's in office. She's gonna have a different, yeah. Did we play this already?
If the big government Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states.
We did play this. We did play this. Let's make this a reality. Oh my God. Oh my God. So they're saying too that Kamala supposedly faked the phone call with a supporter. Let's see. You can clearly see on the camera app. Let's check it out.
How you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did. Thank you.
Oh my God. Well, maybe she on the phone, but in the camera app. I think that could happen, right? It's kind of weird. You can open the camera app and be on the phone. That is a possibility.
Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you because I'm sure you got a lot.
Yeah, even with Tampon Tim. Let me ask you something. Let's get a census. Let's get a census. Should there be tampons in the boys' bathroom? Let's get a consensus. Let's do a poll. Hold on, I want to check real quick. Just 2 states? We're gonna be here all night. California.
Thank you. About an hour and a half.
Philly addresses claims of cheating. Hold on.
Post. There is no truth to the.
So they're addressing claims of cheating. Hold on. Let's see this, Philly.
We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
Do you know any specifics of the allegation?
Hold on 1 second.
So as I said in my social media post, there is no truth to the allegation that there is massive cheating in Philadelphia. We have been in touch with the RNC and anybody who has any complaints throughout the day. We've been responsive. Everything has been handled appropriately. So we look forward to the continued voting until 8 p.m. when the polls close. We also have ballots that still need to be counted inside the warehouse.
How concerning is it that one of the candidates says that you're cheating, put Philadelphia on blast on his True Social?
Oh, they're mad.
What is here's the reality. I mean, no one's worried, no one's concerned. We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, who do the canvass. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and it has always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have election that we have to run. So we're asking y'all to please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything, Donald Trump. Only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve, and you have always been having accurate results.
How do I know?
And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw it. He said something about he was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. You saw it, and we're going to do our job to give the citizens and give America the election that they deserve.
Did you investigate?
As we
have time for one more question, we got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day, if there are any specific allegations that would like to be brought to our attention, we'll be happy to look into them, and we will make sure that we are as responsive as we can be. But until we see anything specific, there's nothing here.
Do you have an estimate for how many ballots there will be, mail ballots, that you'll have to count?
So we don't have those exact numbers yet because people can still turn their ballots in until 8 p.m. So speaking of that, we're going to go back in and get back to work. But thank you so much.
Why you got a hickey? Where you get that hickey from?
So ballpark.
The other guy?
So ballpark. Ballpark. I mean, it could be close to 200,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
About an hour and a half.
Okay.
And welcome back here. It's Sue Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Happy election night here. We're just getting started, but we have a lot to get to, including some of these results coming out of states like Indiana and Kentucky as well.
Indiana and Kentucky.
The governor's race in Indiana. I want to take that there. Republican Mike Braun, he's a senator right now, and he's trying his hand at the governor's mansion there. He is 55% over his challenger, Jennifer McCormick's 42%, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. That's a pretty wide margin for Braun. It's looking good there for Braun's chances. We do want to focus, though, on the presidential contest in Indiana.
Joe Monkey, how you doing?
Reliably read for Republicans last two cycles. Trump 58, Harris 41 there, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. Remember, all throughout the night, we are relying on the Associated Press for their data, their metrics, their results as well. We bring those to you in real time. So remember, Indiana, 11 electoral votes. The Hoosier State in the Midwest there. Trump over Harris right now in Indiana. Now, let's go not too far. Kentucky, you see there, Trump over Harris, 65-33, almost a 2-to-1 margin there for Trump in Kentucky.
Damn.
Kentucky has 8 electoral votes. Still early there.
I guess it's not
Kentucky,
surprising, but
usually a ruby red state. In the meantime here, wanted to make sure we got some of those results in. Let's bring to the conversation my colleague,
let's see the results.
Westfall, and someone who we've relied on all year, political analyst Brian Sobel, for his expertise. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Also, before we get to you, Brian, we're just getting these results in from states like Indiana, Kentucky. You could argue not as consequential as some of the battleground states. Polls will close there, in Georgia and North Carolina at the top of the next hour. What are you looking at right now, Brian?
Well, I think we're looking, first of all, at Georgia as kind of the leader to see the results there coming out of Georgia. Obviously, Philadelphia with 19 electoral college votes is huge. We are going to see as the Times across the country close the polls where we are on this. But
they're saying Trump is the first to pass 100K votes in the presidential election. Kamala is currently behind about 50K votes. Okay.
Go pee. Come, go pee.
Nah, man, that's not right. Don't do that.
Yeah, fuck that bitch. Throw some dirt on her name.
No!
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is Trump, dog.
My God.
People vote, whether they vote reliably in presidential elections, and whether they lean Dem, lean Republican. Of course, this race has always been about trying to snag some independents, because clearly Harris has her followers and Trump has his followers, and so now you're really playing on the margins here, and it's a matter of people who just couldn't get behind Kamala Harris, who are Dems and decided to vote for Trump, or in the reverse, just could not vote for Donald Trump and just slid over into the
Dragonfly, thank you for the year membership. I'm sorry I'm eating, guys, but I'm almost done. Once I get the food down, I'll be good, mellowed out. But Dragonfly says, "Why did you used to vote, or what did you use to vote?" I mean, Callie had two choices. I voted for Trump 3 times, but before I ever voted, I always consider myself Democrat. And I don't know why. I felt like they just told you that. Like, oh, if you have pigmentation in your skin color, you're Latino or whatever, you have to vote Democrat or you're racist. Basically. And I didn't vote before then. And before then, too, I didn't give a fuck. That's the reality. I didn't care about what happened to the country. I had no interest. I was young, dumb, and full of, I had no prospects in life. I was just kind of swinging it. And I just felt like anything goes. And what changed was my daughter. My daughter's on the way. She was being born. And so I started caring a little bit more. I don't have like any special insight or whatever. I just started caring more. And not only that, I started watching what the news was saying. I've said this so many times. I would watch, because when COVID happened and they let us go work from home, I had the time. Now I had the time to sit there and listen to these Trump press conferences. Now I could listen to what they were saying. And what I realized, because I was in there in the morning, I was there in the afternoon. When they started clipping up and saying, oh, he said this and he said that, I was like, I literally watched it. I don't like being gaslit. I literally watched what he said. It's not true what you guys are saying. And that's when more of like a shift started happening for me, But when I was, okay, hold on.
Dogs, and they're doing a sweep there, so we're not concerned about anything like that. The area was fully secure.
Do you have a sense of how long the delays were?
Typically, what you saw, anywhere from 20 minutes to 40 minutes in that range. And so, we'll just be following that precinct by precinct.
How much later will they stay open?
Well, that's as we were just saying. If you had, they were doing their work, say 20 minutes to 40 minutes, something like that. I think there's one that might be 50 minutes, but in that range, so less than an hour. But we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
You said folks were there and that they sniffed the areas. Is that the case for all 12 of those locations where?
Yeah, and typically, I know that in Atlanta, they also just got a whole bunch of bomb threats come through.
Yeah.
And Atlanta Police Department, they're keeping everything open. All the precincts are staying open, and they're just sending dogs around to sweep it to make sure that they're safe. But we know where it's coming from. FBI knows where it's coming from. But we want to make sure, interest of public safety, that everyone, make sure that it doesn't, slow down anyone from voting. And like I said, if you are in line at 7 p.m., you can continue to stay in line until you.
I'm even registered a Democrat. I went and registered, but then I don't know, I just started watching. And personally, I didn't like what I was seeing with Hillary Clinton. And I feel like she was a bullshitter, in my opinion. I didn't like what she did with Benghazi. But anyway, over the years, I just saw how my taxes were done. I saw how my finances and everything. And at the end of the day, most of these people, listen, if Harris wins, she wins. Some people might think it was rigged, whatever. My life isn't going to stop today or tomorrow. A lot of these people, what I realized too, the people that have Trump derangement syndrome, their whole life revolves around politics. If the other person gets elected, well, they're done. If the other person, I don't know, what am I do? You get your ass up and go to work. Get your lazy bitch ass up, go to work, or do whatever you've been doing. The same shit you've been doing every day. Tomorrow, you're going to do the same thing. Some of these people act like their whole entire life is like over. No, most of it's inconsequential. Get up and go to work. It sucks. There might be some changes or whatever, but at the end of the day, most of the problems in your life is not going to be changed. Who the fuck is the next president? A lot of this shit, just like the stuff in my life, I need to get up, go start going for walks, eat healthier, make better decisions. The president is not going to change the shit that's going on in my life. The fuck? Some of these people have no accountability. They want handouts and to blame somebody for everything.
1 hour after they close. So yes, you'll get a lot of results.
Plane crash.
Really
Oh my
quick.
God.
Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We'll be here. I know you will be too.
Plane crash.
All right, so Brent Raffensperger
Ooh, it's a
wrapping up
plane
there. You
crash.
see
Oh my God,
Deputy
Wilson,
Gabe
why'd you do
Sterling,
that to me?
There in Atlanta with all of these questions about when we might know results there in Georgia. Polls close at the top of the next hour.
We're
here.
tired of your shit.
Back out live.
Complaining,
Let me just put this tweet up here.
handouts,
This
don't
is
want to
a
work
really
for
good
nothing.
illustration of what election officials have had to contend with today. Anna Giratelli at the Washington Examiner tweeting out this: 7 new bomb threats received by election officials in DeKalb County outside Atlanta, Georgia, according to county officials. She says this is polls were supposed to close.
Cameron Bencher said, waiting on, what did he say? Hold on. Smoke dope, waiting on a check.
Brian, election officials, they're trying to preserve the sanctity of the ballot today. They've had to contend with a lot, haven't they?
Yes, and these threats, if sources are correct, are coming not from a domestic source, but coming from perhaps Russia or other countries that are trying to upset the American election. You saw there that Georgian officials are on top of it, and other than taking normal precautions.
Okay, let's just take a break from that. Cardi B is very hurt by the comments made about her reading the speech. Should people be more considerate?
I work so hard, bro. I work so hard on my speech. And a lot of y'all talking about like, oh, why are you reading it from a phone? Bitch, I had to write that shit down because I had to make, bitch, I'm 32 years old, bitch. And I have 3 kids. My mind be fucking raising all goddamn day, bitch. Like, it's like sometimes.
Wait, she has 3 kids? I thought she, wait.
Bitch, I had to write that shit down because I had to make, bitch, I'm 32 years old, bitch. And I have 3 kids. My mind.
Oh, I always thought she had 1 kid. I didn't know she had 3 kids.
I be fucking raising all goddamn day, bitch. Like, it's like sometimes, bitch, I be arguing on my shower, like fucking rehearsing what I'm gonna tell niggas when I see them. And you know what? I forget what I be telling them. I'm like, damn, I was in the fucking shower for 30 minutes. I was gonna say to this motherfucker, but you know what? Then when I be in face to face, I be forgetting. So, when it comes to this shit right here, I been knew what I've been wanting to say, but I had to make sure I ain't forget. So I wrote that shit the fuck down. Y'all gonna hear what the fuck I had to say.
Oh,
and I'm proud of myself.
Okay, Cardi.
Love your fire tonight, Mel. Trump 2024. Full score Steven Crowder has on the ground journalists. Election insights. I will be tuning into your stream and his.
I might have to check him out. If you guys know of any good streams that we can kind of peek in on, just let me know. Let me know if you see anything interesting. Okay, so far we got Trump with these. I guess it's not complete, but 2 states. Trump's for squirrel, or squirrels for Trump. I don't know what was up with this guy because they were also saying there's like some type of OnlyFans element or something to the guy with the squirrel and the raccoon. I don't know. Squirrels for Trump. Squirrels. President Joe Biden will not attend Vice President Kamala Harris election night watch party. Damn. What's going on, Biden?
I would say that our panel, and let's just run down, starting with you, Audie. What are you looking for? Obviously, there's so much, but just give me one.
I would say that 2020 was a historic turnout. I mean, the highest since the 1900s. So if it doesn't match that, who stayed home and why? And I think so many of our questions will come to that. Which group stayed home and why?
We were afraid.
Donald Trump has been running for 2 years. Kamala Harris.
Okay, so you guys are wondering about the votes. Chief, that's a good question. According to, I guess we'll use Google, and maybe I can put it up on the side screen and a little screen so people can kind of keep an eye on it. So far, supposedly, Trump is leading. But that's with Indiana and Kentucky, okay? So it's still really, really early. Let's see. Indiana, 186,000 versus 130,000. And then we got Kentucky, 83,000, which shouldn't really be surprising for these states anyway. But it's really, really early on in. And we'll have to see for the electoral. This is from AP. So let me see if I can set up something on the side for that. I actually have a good idea. I think I have a good idea. I can do something on the side.
Harris has been running for 107 days. So one of my big questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself to the country and to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, weren't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
Our panel, and let's just run down, starting with you, Audie. What are you?
Okay, I gotta figure this out. That's weird. Transparent. Oh, that's weird.
Relying on who showed up to vote today.
All right, let me fix this thing on the side. I'd like to get a...
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in battleground Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
And as you mentioned, Vice President Harris will be here to watch those results come in at her alma mater, Howard University. And she says this will be a full circle moment. This is actually where she first ran for office as freshman class representative. Andrew.
All right, Connor Hansen there live for us on the campus of Howard University. Connor, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, always appreciate Connor Hansen's reports there throughout the course of this election cycle. Remember, though, we are monitoring all things on social media right now. The candidates themselves are out there posting. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans with more on that front here. Christina, what do you got for us?
Yes, Andrew, of course, like I said earlier today, we're here in our social center making sure that we're keeping you up to date as all of these tweets and posts that are happening on X, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok are happening. And here in our social center...
Okay, so what else is going on? So I have the screen up on the bottom right corner. It's supposed to be live results. Okay. And I'm going to be pulling up clips on Twitter. CNN it would be a miracle if Kamala wins with these numbers. Really? Hold on.
Spin on it. I think when you see current voters saying that by a 3-to-1 margin that they are dissatisfied with the country,
or angry, dissatisfied or angry.
I got to say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50%.
But I want to be
let me just finish my point.
Oh, man.
In some of these major battleground states like Georgia, like North Carolina. Speaking of Georgia there, we're waiting some type of press conference on some of the threats made to polling locations.
A press conference and threats. So is that electoral votes going in? Looks like it says 8 now. Donald Trump for the lead. A little bit of a lead right now. Okay, I see you, pimping. Ooh, okay, it's jumping. Oh, shit. Where's my soundboard? It's really, really early on in, though, but okay. Oh, shit. See if we can get another view. Hold on. States. I want to see the states, too. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, it doesn't expand. What the heck? What the? I gotta change it. Okay. All right. Still? Let me play this.
Those votes coming from Vermont. That's where Harris is getting her one vote so far. As soon as the polls closed, they were feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Harris's favor. Let's take a look at why. And you know what? We're not even getting any official results in, but a safely blue state, Vermont, going to Kamala Harris. Indiana and Kentucky, we already knew, called in Trump's favor. Florida, we're finally getting some results in from the Sunshine State. Now, that is not dark red. It's not been called yet. The Associated Press has not called for Florida. That is 30 electoral votes that are expected to go red. There is an interesting Senate race.
We know what it's going to be. You kidding me?
Watching for there. And you know what? While we're talking about
Miami, the trash of Florida,
our Senate map. We've so far seen one Senate race being called
about Miami.
in Indiana. So, Indiana. And we will back up here a little bit because Jim Banks, the Associated Press officially calling the Indiana Senate race in Banks' favor. He has 62% over McRae's 35%. That's only with 12% of the votes tabulated. The AP feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Banks' favor. We didn't expect that one to be a toss-up. Let's focus on one where we did expect somewhat of a competitive race.
Florida, let's go.
This is Rick Scott's race. Rick Scott facing off against Debbie McCarcel Powell. This was 19% of the votes already coming in, and that's because Florida is one of those states that can tabulate votes before the polls close. So as soon as the polls closed, a big batch of ballots came through. In fact, 19% of everything counted has already come in, giving us about a fifth of the information we know.
Okay, it's close
though.
Still,
votes are tallied.
Not really for electoral
votes. So far,
votes.
Rick Scott has just over 50% of the vote. Right now, it looks like Scott is up by roughly 4 points. The Democrats, they're going to need to win some of these competitive seats in states like Florida, Texas. There's even an independent running in Nebraska. The Democrats are on the defense when it comes to the Senate, Andrew. Florida is one of those key races that they're hoping to win.
According to this one post now, it says breaking: Trump wins Indiana and Kentucky. Harris wins Vermont. 3 electoral votes. Projection. I think is this projections
for this race there. But Austin, like you said, we do have some of these race calls for the presidential contest. Let's get those out of the way here. Indiana, the Hoosier state, has now been called for former President Donald Trump there, with around 14% of estimated votes counted, 11 electoral votes, like you said, Austin, going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state.
Says he voted for Kamala.
In Trump's column there. The AP calling Kentucky for Donald Trump. Trump gets 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with Indiana and Kentucky here. If we can put up the results as well.
Look at those numbers.
You mentioned the Indiana Senate race between Jim Banks, the congressman right now, and his challenger as well, the Democrat. That race being called for Banks. So this seat, Austin, remains in Republican hands here. Jim Banks beating Valerie McRae there. He stays on Capitol Hill, but he moves over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup. Austin, Vermont, this goes to Harris. 3 electoral votes in Harris's column. For Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in a new hour. And yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont is simply because Senator Sanders is an independent. So Sanders there, they're able to call this one as soon as the polls are closed. We don't even see any of the numbers coming in for this race yet.
That small?
Senator Sanders with a healthy lead, a healthy
Nobody goes to Vermont.
Get another 6-year Senate term, Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also, polls closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there in North Carolina and Georgia. The prize for the White House is on. We're monitoring some of these early results in as well.
Hey
Let's bring
Mel,
into the conversation.
thanks for being here tonight. ! Please check your email. Cool.
Thank you, Jam Cracker. Thank you for the 20. 20! Okay, am I checking Gmail? I don't know. Did you just send me the Michigan one? Or is it something else? I'm going to check my other email. I saw something from 7 p.m. I wonder if this is you. I don't want to say your name if you don't want that out there.
North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has a really...
I guess we're going to be here all night. If you guys could hit the like button. All night long. All night. All night.
That's my... This lady just said she was a poll worker. You saw him just touch me.
Oh, shit.
Let me cast my ballot, sir. You cannot touch me. Do not touch me like that again.
Take your hat off.
Do not touch me like that again.
Take your hat
Do not
off.
touch me like that again.
Ma'am.
Do not touch me. Hey, this man is refusing to let me cast my ballot.
This lady is refusing to take off her party designation.
That's not a party designation, sir. And actually, I'm an elected libertarian. So fuck off.
Oh.
She's also being obscene. We can use that as political too. Well, that's legal.
Keep going, sir.
I will.
I'm voting.
Hey, you can't put that in.
All right, waiting on the countdown. So we talked about this the other day. Some states, and they community noted it. The community noted it that it says in 21 states to vote while it's wearing party attire or any political symbols and be within 500 feet of a polling station. You can't do it. In some states, you just can't do it. It's the law. I don't know what state this person was in, but we talked about it the other day, and I was wondering about that.
Hello to all of my fellow garbage
while.
Trump supporters.
I had a
Thanks, Mel. I'm excited to spend this evening watching President Trump win with y'all.
Chrissy, thank you so much. I appreciate the 5. Thank you for the super chat. And I know you're a Trump supporter. I watch your Twitter sometimes. I'm gonna be looking for crazy clips on Twitter. I've seen the Kamala. We watched the Kamala. The Tyson thing to me was so funny. Tyson, he gave it. And what? Yeah, I voted for him. And what? They want to make you feel so guilty. They want to ostracize you. So they're saying, okay, so far the update, guys, is Trump. They're saying Trump has won and secured Indiana and Kentucky, while Kamala has Vermont. Okay? That's where we're at right now. Let me see. Get a
cities that Democrats have invested a lot of resources into.
Okay.
That's Florida and that's Texas. We'll see. It's an up.
It looks like Georgia and Florida's up in the air. It's happening now. Let me refresh this. Let's see what we got going on. Okay, Georgia and Florida up in the air. Up in the air. Oh my God, yo. If Trump wins, don't go out tomorrow. Stay inside the house. I have hurricane supplies that I can use if I have to stay. If I can't go out. But I am definitely, whether it's in my bed, on the couch, on the computer here streaming with you guys, I'm going to be watching the shit show if Trump wins. Because I know these people are going to lose their mind.
Did Senate Republicans expect such a fight there for Scott in Florida, or were they thrown for a loop in that one?
Actually, the past few times that Rick Scott has run statewide, remember he was previously the governor of Florida as well, have been real nail biters. His popularity is not super high in the state. However, he has a massive war chest. He's a very independently wealthy and.
Okay. Trump posted on Twitter, get out and vote, still time left.
Immediately hang up the phone and run out and vote.
I voted, man.
Just bring the transistor radio or boombox with you while you go to vote, and you can listen to the show.
Give Sean his worst radio ratings of get off the phone. We'll talk very nicely, and nobody should be listening. Everybody has to run down and vote because, you have a little time left, and it would be great because this is really an important election. These people are destroying our country. They're destroying our country. And so I would say get off the radio. We will not be insulted. He will have the lowest ratings he's ever had. You'll have a show with absolutely nobody. This big monster radio show will have absolutely nobody listening. And I'd be very happy with that.
You know what? I'd be happy with that, too.
All right. So do we have some Kamala voters in the chat? And what do you like about her? Or what is the reason you're voting for her? Reproductive rights? My body, my choice?
63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris, so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
How?
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, I mean, give us a sense. How much did the campaigns, the Harris campaign or the Trump campaign, prioritize Georgia just in the last few weeks?
Oh, it's definitely been prioritized. Both campaigns have made trips down there. Georgia, alongside these other swing states that we're watching, has been the subject of a lot of investment by both campaigns, a lot of television ads, and a lot of rallies. So both campaigns are taking their chances here very, very seriously. And we'll see how it takes out later tonight.
Election 2024, baby.
Riley, of course, we know that Donald Trump lost Georgia in 2020 by, comparably a pretty small margin, more than 11,000 votes here. Is it going to be that close again? What are some of these trends in the state that have shifted at all since 2020? Maybe none.
Yeah, there's been a big question of whether Black voters will turn out to the same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his winning coalition back in 2020. So I think there's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris. Obviously, Donald Trump sees an opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state. But yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching there for sure.
Yeah, so can you give us context into how we watch these states, these battleground states, over time? What I'm going to put up behind me here, and Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show.
Oh, no, you're right. Okay, I have to scroll up.
I see. The counties.
Awesome. Yeah.
These are very preliminary results. We will say that up front. But we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically, we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's several rural counties where Trump runs up the numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh, and you'll see the same in Michigan.
It's weird. I don't see Trump leading anywhere, besides what these people are saying. Tucker Carlson apparently is going to go live from Mar-a-Lago. He's not live yet in 15 minutes, so I think we should check that out. That might be kind of fun. Check out Tucker.
Speaking of up in the air, Mel. Yes, my email was the Michigan one. That's a real dude double exclamation mark.
I'll save the pictures then so I can show them. Thank you. Let me save the pictures. Save that one. Then save that one so I can show them what you're talking about. And so the images, we got a lot of time tonight, so we don't have to rush. We can take our time. So there was this person apparently. This dude in his front yard had a Trump mask on and the Beatles' Revolution was playing when we stopped taking this picture and yelling, "Fight, fight, fight." Drove by 3 hours later and he was still there. Wow. Wow. Oh, Mamma mia.
When it comes to the Atlanta Metro, there are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters.
Wow.
So, the Harris campaign is banking on there being high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue.
Well, Georgia's not surprising. Yeah, Georgia says 84,000 for Kamala, 80,000 for Trump. Virginia, 58. Hold on. 5,000 for Trump, 3,400 for Kamala. Kamala! I can't believe all these people. It makes sense to me. People voting for Kamala in Florida. I don't know if the Trump wig fits. I might have to try it on.
Tailgate, and that's all.
I might have to try it on. It's early.
Is how excited they were to vote for Trump because of his.
Mel, the screen is hard to read. The top of it, the stadium. Okay. Let me see if I can figure something out.
Processing Center in Fulton County. We just heard Riley in Austin from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brett Raffensperger. He says about 10 polling locations in Georgia will stay open late due to some of these non-credible threats that briefly disrupted voting. So that is interesting. That is what election officials have had to contend with throughout the course of the evening here. Of course, when you talk about abortion, we can't fail to mention that just this year, in the wake of Dobbs, that 6-week heartbeat bill had been working through the state courts in Georgia. That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So to your point, Riley, and to your point, Austin, maybe the Harris campaign is relying on some of these suburban women in the Atlanta metro area to come out for the Harris Walls camp on that issue alone. That remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now while we have you, Riley and Austin. We're getting some more votes in, some more results in the Florida Senate race here. You can see there 52% of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes coming in, according to the Associated Press here. But Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here. But does this say that maybe Scott wasn't facing as much of a challenge as Democrats hoped, or is that Republicans feared?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's why they put resources into this race. But I'll tell you, I talked to a number of strategists on both sides of the aisle who were not totally counting on this race to be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican strategist yesterday, he told me that Republicans losing the House would be a tremendous shock to the system. And part of that reasoning is that Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this seat. So this isn't a totally unexpected outcome. It's not done yet. It was always supposed to be competitive, but I think this is kind of expected.
All right, Austin, you have the map there in Florida as well, looking at some of these counties.
Let's see what's going on. Tell us.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's pull up some of the counties, and really, this is something that we're going to start seeing that some of these bigger metro areas are going to start filling in with more blue, and some of these rural areas are going to start filling in with more red. Miami-Dade County right now, as far as the Senate race goes, Scott has a 10-point advantage in Miami-Dade County, and let's make sure that we get those results up there. So basically, we're talking about Scott running up the numbers in a very populous county. This is just over 50% of the votes counted. Quite a bit of votes being tabulated. This is going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes, is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mucarsel-Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the balance of power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for the Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could have made up some ground, but as more results coming in, it's looking like Scott is taking more of an advantage.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. We want to bring into the conversation yet again Riley Ronderson there.
Okay, what I know, it's early.
All of these themes. really all year. And happy election night to all of our new viewers. This is what we do on Live Now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day and this one of the year. We are waiting for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, Fox News multimedia reporter, telling us...
Me leaving the voting booth after voting for the orange man. Check this shit out. This is wild. This is what I want to find. More clips like this. It's so stupid. Yeah. Yo, this is crazy. It's because they're saying Trump is equivalent to Hitler. Oh my God.
Talking about how this is the wrong Georgia to mess with as far as election interference. And here in our social center, we've been getting some updates directly from officials in DeKalb County as well, because more bomb threats were called there in the state. Now, this isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today, that we're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look at that screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted out as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations are also being listed there, but they are now reopened as well. So we're taking a look again at some of the things that are coming out from the social media aspect. This is what we know so far from the Associated Press. These are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were no bombs. But right now, as you can see on your screen, those locations have now reopened. County officials, though, say that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that had to do with Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So, again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox. It tracks.
Okay, all right, we're waiting for some more updates. Let me just... This is updating, but I'll just refresh it real quick. Yeah, it is up to date. Oh, wait, is it? Okay, there we go. I don't know if you guys want me to make the screen bigger, or you can. It works good enough. I guess that's fine. Yeah, the numbers are up to date. Okay, couple of places contested. Let's see.
Descendants of Adam and Eve. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Sorry, I don't hear that. That's something else. Press conference.
And we are about to begin our evening briefing, our post-election briefing. My name is Jessica Corbett, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Fulton County. And just want to thank all the journalists who are here from all over the world covering this election. You are about to hear from several officials here who've been part of our team today. You'll first hear from Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts, followed by...
So Trump is leading electorally. And in votes, too, for now. Looks like Kamala has 3.6 million. Trump has 4.4 million. But he's leading electorally.
As well as Fulton County Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again.
Of my husband's penis.
I told you in the
with his ashes that I have slowly been spreading around the gathering.
Today's election proved beyond the shadow of a doubt.
He's here. Here's an actual replication of my husband's penis with his ashes in it.
We have 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job today. In this magnificent facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you who were with us in 2020, we were scattered all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, This facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof, and the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts today, and I can report to you that I saw no unusual problems, no major problems whatsoever.
Sure.
Our workers were courteous, they were professional, and they were well trained and took care of business. Now, we are aware that there were several bomb threats. Those threats were handled professionally by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, anywhere from a little later, meaning after 7 p.m., anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, based upon the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done.
Good. They did a good job. Yeah.
I'd like for you to hear from
you got an A+ on your grade.
The chair of our Board of Registrations and Elections is Sherry Allen.
Yeah, right.
Good evening, good evening. Yesterday I said that you were going to see the best run elections in Fulton County, and I think you have. We did have bomb threats, we can't control criminal activity, but there weren't waiting lines. Things were resolved fast for voters. I personally went out to sites when there were problems and resolved them, talked to managers. I want to thank all of the poll workers, all of the poll managers, all of the monitors, all of the poll watchers, everyone who helped make this a safe, secure, transparent, and accurate election. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the State Election Board, John Rivera.
All right. I think I got enough of that. Okay, so we're waiting on Tucker Carlson. They pushed back the presser. What's going on, man? How you guys feeling? Well, let me check the votes too in the chat. Let's see how people are feeling. Who will win? 19% say Kamala. Okay, we got some Kamala people in the chat. All right. 81% say Trump. Trump. There's this huge fight. Everyone's fighting. Let me see something. Nuck Boys. Where you at, Nuck Boys? We need you. Nuck Boys. We need you. The Nuck Boys. Elon Musk. Y'all went out and voted today?
He calls it dark MAGA.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
My sole and exclusive mission is to go to work for our country, to go to work for you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We don't ever let you down.
What?
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
What? This is gangster. Oh, hey, Daz, are you serious? I'm sorry about that.
We will bring back our wealth, and we will bring back our dreams. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
That was a really cool ass, I don't know what that was. That was a really cool video. The other day I was celebrating my daughter's, it was the day after Halloween. They had this event at the school, and the YMCA song came on, and it always makes me think of my Trump. That shit came out. I was like, okay, we hear about Trump.
Skip. Let me see you skip.
Skip, come on, skip.
Please stop. When I say jump, we're jumping.
What's this
in a
one?
circle.
Oh, it's not that one. It's not that one. Hold on, my bad. That was the other Latino shit. I don't know what that was. Hold on a second. Hold on. This one? Oh, go. Here you go. Trump. Trump.
And left.
Young man.
To the right. Like this. Muscles. Shake it to the right. To the left.
Young man.
And bring it back to the side.
Young man.
All right, you guys ready?
That shit.
Pump it up. Hands up. Here's here.
Talking about Trump the other day.
Of them,
Let me see what else is going on.
Temporarily closed down.
Oh, come on.
The poll manager's request.
Come on, man.
Conducted the sweep.
Come on, man.
Reopened. We don't know where the threats came from at this
How
point.
you don't know? You don't know where
And it is an
bomb threats
active
came from?
investigation,
Come
but
on.
We do intend on doing our best to locate who made the threats.
The
and
wake time? It's
prosecute
early
them.
still. It really is early.
Thank you.
Hey, Daz, I don't know. Email me. I don't know, hey, Daz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe I can try to email the YouTube manager that I'll be nice. Does nothing for me, but I'll be nice. I can try to email that person and see. I don't know. Usually it's like out of our hands, you know?
While the tip of the spear is Board of Registration and Election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in to the technology that was used to the processes that...
So it's funny too. Oh, I mean, I don't know. They're coming out and having to do these press conferences. Everything's okay. Nothing wrong happened. Everything was legit. I don't remember this shit back in a couple years ago when I was like, maybe because they know people are going to question it, but like, I don't remember all this shit. You voted the night or the morning of, you get the results, and that's it. Not knowing, oh, it's going to take a couple of days. The machines are not working. Oh, hand us your vote. Hand it to us, and we'll take care of it for you. Don't worry. We'll submit it for you later in the machine. Hand it to us for now. Let us review your vote, and we'll take care of it after. Trust us. That's what's going on now. And we're going to have all these major press conferences. What?
Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location.
Emily, I love you.
I think you saw when you came
Emily says I voted for Kamala.
Heavy law enforcement presence here.
All right, so you have some of these Fulton County officials, including law enforcement there, update us
That's
on
crazy,
some of these
man.
bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations that have caused some disruptions there.
All right, so Trump just posted a message on Twitter, and he says, if you're in line, Republicans, stay in line.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Yeah, staying with the lines is crazy. Thankfully, today, I didn't have any line. I literally just rolled up middle of the day, and I went and voted. No line. There was other people voting, but there was literally no line. I walked in. I was with my daughter. They gave me my papers, and they told my daughter, "Hey, you want to like do a pretend vote?" So they gave her like a little piece of paper, and like it was George Washington or Abraham Lincoln, which I thought was cute to get it in the kids' head. Like, you know, you can go out and vote and stuff like that. We both got a little sticker for voting today.
It's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. Austin Westfall joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is no surprise, Andrew. I mean, we expected that
Carrie says, I went 7 a.m. and waited 15 minutes.
Could be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he was a popular two-term governor in West Virginia.
It's all pretend. Probably, girls. It probably is. It's all pretend. So yeah, thankfully I didn't have a long line, but I'm sure people in other places maybe more crowded. Maybe there is a line, you know. And so Trump was saying like, don't get off the line. Maybe they're trying to discourage people. Like, I don't got time for this. I got to go pick up my kids. Kids got to go to school the next day. I got to make dinner. I got all this other shit. Maybe they're hoping people will just leave the line. I got to go.
Understand this. You know, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there?
Yeah, how do they do that?
This is really important to kind of
Curious
hammer
about that.
home here. Why, Austin?
You know, ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. Some of these numbers.
Daddy Nowski says if Kamala wins, I'm moving to Sweden.
Let's look at the wider senatorial map here because
I really don't know where they're getting these numbers from because mine hasn't updated like that.
Empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans so far with one flip. That's what this candy cane. I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there.
For one state,
that
maybe?
Means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican.
Oh,
we're going to be watching out for more
okay,
of those types of races as the night progresses.
Okay.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for
Michael. Yeah, I thought about that. Voting early. I thought about that, but you know, thankfully my area is not crazy. I like to vote the day of, but of course, you know, people, you got kids, you got obligations. I had a doctor's appointment today. Some people don't have time to like sit there all day long. So I understand early voting. Thankfully, my area is not that bad at all. Like, I literally just walked in and I walked out. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll just do it the day of, you know.
Morrissey, Austin. He's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington, Morrissey to the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about this race.
So Florida is still leading Trump. 4.4 million versus 3.7 million. 73% reporting done. Georgia, wow, leaning Trump. But it's only 9% done so far, though. So there's still got a long way to go. Trump 60%, Kamala 38%. South Carolina, 4% done. Oh, so we got a long way to go with some of these states. Hold on though, we got West Virginia. Says 0% done. Ohio, 3% done. So we got a long way to go.
Not too far from the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will hold their election night watch party. We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said, all eyes briefly were focused on West Virginia, and this is an AP race call. Republican Jim Justice defeating Democrat.
I'm going to use the restroom, take a mini little break.
Justice, and here to your point,
I'll be right back. We got all night long.
Dog going to Washington here. In the meantime, yes, please.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking
Mel,
like. Only
my
7%
son voted
of
first
the vote
time. They
is in
announced
so
after
far.
he voted
New
and the
Hampshire
whole
is
place
the one
erupted in
gubernatorial
applause.
seat
Unexpected.
that we didn't know which way
Thanks
it was
for
going to
the
go. Chris
coverage.
Sununu, the outgoing
CNN
governor,
sucks.
deciding not to
Lol.
run for re-election.
Much more fun
So
watching
far,
with you
Democrat
all.
Joyce
Throwing
Craig
kisses,
has
smiling
a
face with
very
heart
small
smiling
lead
face.
over Kelly Ayotte. So we're looking at 49.4% to 48.5%, only 0.9 of a percentage point separating the two right now. But again, only 7% of the votes tallied. It'll be interesting, Andrew, to see how that gubernatorial race in New Hampshire plays out as the night goes on.
Yeah, let's bring into the conversation more expertise and analysis, Austin. We're going to do that with our friend there, Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. He joins us. Bill, thanks for being with us. I know you're really busy tonight. If we can, let's just get you to respond to some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether. In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red. So when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump, a lot of people freaked out, thought perhaps that was going to be the bellwether for the rest of the country, and it was actually the opposite. And so this year, maybe there isn't a nationwide shift one way or the other. Maybe it's more of a mix. So we're looking at, some people are looking at particular counties with partial returns, but it's still very early to be doing extrapolations right now, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's the theme right now, where we stand. You're saying too early for any of these extrapolations to get some of the bellwethers out there reading the tea leaves. You and I and Austin Westwell, we've done that all year covering this election here. We actually do have a live picture up right now. Okay, you can see there, this is live. So we're going to be getting these in throughout the course of the evening at these election night watch parties. This one there for Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Of course, he's the lieutenant governor right now. He was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes counted here. Bill, I got to ask, Robinson's in for quite a tough night, is he not, here over Stein?
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail biter.
I gotta test out this Trump wig. I don't know if it's any good.
With the revelations about his
I'm gonna try it out.
on
See.
foreign sites and calling himself.
I don't know if it fits in my head too well.
The question is, does that drag down Donald Trump in the state, or did Trump manage to fully separate himself from Robinson and have the races be treated separately? Obviously, Trump's going to outrun Robinson, but it's been a very touch and go race. Polls have showed dead heat.
I think I ripped it.
Remains to be seen, who has the upper hand in the state.
I want to talk. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here.
Oh no,
Bill. But
I think it's too small for my head.
Soul searching about candidate choice in this election when it comes to these primaries in these, especially kind of purplish, bluish, reddish states like North Carolina going forward. Will any lessons be learned from Mark Robinson as a candidate? I mean, he's the sitting lieutenant governor right now.
I mean, they should, but it all depends on how well Donald Trump does, because Donald Trump is sets the tone. The candidate recruitment for Republicans in 2024 was better than 2022. You had fewer Carrie Lakes, but you do actually still have Carrie Lake running for an office in Arizona. So they didn't wipe the slate clean, and obviously Mark Robinson was an obvious misfire. But other candidates were more traditional, like McCormick in Pennsylvania or Sheehy in Montana, Moreno in Ohio. And we don't know how well these people are going to do yet either. But you had less ticking time bombs than you did with Mark Robinson. But again, if Trump pulls this out, he is not someone to that's going to tell Republicans that letting your freak flag fly.
Your freak flag fly? What? Crack a cold case. Thank you for the 10. Says my son voted for the first time. They announced after he voted, and the whole place erupted in applause. Unexpected. Interesting. Thanks for the coverage. CNN sucks. Much more fun watching with you all. Thank you. I was gonna say Kylie. Carly, thank you for the 22 months. It's USA. USA. Sippy Stillwater, thank you for the 6 months. Trump/Vance 2024. Thank you, Mama 6. Emily, with the 17 months dropping the heat. I don't give a F what any of y'all say. Kamala Harris 2024. Well, I appreciate you supporting me. Thank you. All right, so what's going on with the votes?
Without North Carolina.
You like this one? I like the other one because I can let my hair go crazy. The other wig, it just goes nuts. It's all over the place. I can like put my fingers through it and stuff, you know?
The 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska.
I don't know why they're having all these press conferences. It's kind of weird. Oh, what goes up must come down. So they're saying that supposedly, and thank you so much for Steph tagging me on Twitter. Supposedly, early reports are showing that the Amish are turning out in an unprecedented numbers to vote for President Trump. The Amish have had it.
We ain't the same on the game.
Shit.
Hey, Donald Trump is your president, if you like it or not. Keep the energy you had with Barack. Cause you know this.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So, Bill, though, back to Austin's question about the impacts of Hurricane Helene, have we seen any in some of the early voting in North Carolina and same-day voting as well? That was a key concern, especially from Republicans and the Trump campaign about
you love the wig? All right.
Especially in parts of Western
Island Thrift got this for me.
Have you seen anything to suggest that those fears came to fruition?
I haven't
seen it, but I would not put myself as the expert on what was happening in Western North Carolina right now. And the obviously final turnout numbers are not. We're not going to know for a little bit. So we're going to want to compare those to 2020 to see if there was a dip there.
So I want to go to some of these other gubernatorial races. This one there in New Hampshire. So we have 10% of estimated votes. I know we're kind of ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely.
Wow, close race there.
Her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes.
Okay. CNN is reporting a massive 20-point swing towards Trump among independents in Georgia.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia, Jake.
Wow. I know he can't like the Jake Tapper.
Joe Biden.
Like, wow. Cut the feed. I don't like that. We can't have that in here. Georgia.
Election.
As a never Trumper, last election I just voted against my best interest. Everybody calling me tonight. Oh, there.
As a never Trumper, last election, and a pretty staunch Democrat, gay Latino man, I just cast my vote for.
Oh, nice.
President
Okay,
Trump.
thanks.
Or as some of you guys would like to say, against my own best interest. And for a while there, I believed it. It's time that we have a president in office once again that is going to put America and American citizens first. Leading up to this election, things have been intense and pretty crazy, but it has been very eye-opening for me. I've pissed a lot of people off, but I've also gained a lot of supporters as well. Those supporters being people that I've been told my entire life hate me for who I am, simply for being a gay man. Example, Republicans and MAGA supporters. And it's ironic that the loving and accepting community that have been feeding me those lies have now become some of the most hateful people towards me.
No, they can't be hateful and violent and burn cities down and all. God, what?
I have opened my eyes and now realized how the mainstream media has drugged this man through the dirt and completely manipulated how people perceive him. Do I agree with everything that this man has said and or done throughout his life? Absolutely not. But what I do agree with is peace through strength, putting American citizens first, secure borders, ending these wars, making the U.S. more energy independent once again, and bringing jobs back to the United States of America, making everyday living more affordable again, whether it's buying a house, renting, putting gas in your car, or going to the grocery store. For those reasons and others that I did not mention, I am proudly supporting Donald Trump this election. The countdown begins, guys, and soon we will know the fate of this country for the next 4 years. I love you guys, and I will see you in the next one.
Okay, all right. Francisco, all right. I see you.
And we are tracking more of these races here. Bill Scher, we're going to take, and also we're going to take just our final commercial break of this hour and poll.
Okay, the commercial break. I used to be a liberal transgender child. After the left destroyed my body, whoa, I was shunned from the trans community. Okay, let's check that out.
My name is Chloe Cole, and I am a former transgender child.
Wow.
This election, I'm going to be voting for Donald J. Trump.
Let's go. I've been waiting for this stream all week. Wear them wigs
Peter!
out, i.e., unburden us from what has been.
I thought about you the other day, like last week, and I was like, I wonder if he's going to show up. Thank you so much. Hey! I think we need to upgrade the wig selection too, though. We got to get more wigs in.
My story begins at a very young age. I was quite the tomboy growing up with many older brothers.
I knew a lot of tomboys
Throughout
too.
my childhood, I really felt like I related a lot more to my older brothers and the boys around me, more than I did the girls and my female role models. The connection with them just was not all that strong. I had body image issues from not only going through a bit of an early puberty, but also from being exposed to very over-sexualized media growing up. I felt like I had to be something that I wasn't in order to be a good woman. I also had sexual trauma. All of these things culminated in me misunderstanding myself and the way that I was made. And I started to feel the older that I got, the less connected that I was to my body and to my femininity. Eventually, I took upon the name Leo and on the identity of a young boy to try and escape these feelings of discomfort around my developing body and self, and to try and understand myself better. I told my mom and dad about these feelings, and they understood that this was just a consequence of me having a learning disability, being a little bit more on the boyish side, and just struggling with growing up into a young woman. They never believed that I was a boy. They never believed that I was their son or that I was transgender. And even though they wanted me to grow up with my body healthy and fully intact, our doctors coerced them into sending me down this path that would permanently change my life and affect my development into adulthood. They were told that there was no other choice for me, that this is who I was, that I was their son, that they would have to accept me as their son, and they would have to accept that I wanted to undergo physical treatment to change my body. They were given the ultimatum between having a dead daughter to suicide or a living transgender son. And they were given no other option. I was put on to the first few steps of the medical process at 13 years old when I was still in middle school. They blocked my puberty with a chemical castration agent called Lupron, and then they placed me on weekly injections of testosterone to masculinize my body. At 15 years old, before I even had my driver's license, I went under the knife, and I had a double mastectomy to remove my breasts.
At 15?
This served as a turning point in my transition, actually, where I realized that my femininity was precious, that I wanted to one day become a wife and become a mother, to naturally have children of my own, and to nurse them. It broke my heart realizing that I never would be able to feed my future infants using what God gave me. Even though this epiphany was painful, it also was freeing, because I now knew that I didn't have to subscribe to these media lies about what it means to be a woman. I didn't have to over-sexualize myself. I didn't have to run away from my beautiful femininity. All I had to do was be myself. And who I am is a beautiful young woman. It doesn't matter that I'm a tomboy. It doesn't matter that I'm unique.
Wow.
Every single thing that I have is a gift. Navigating the process.
So I guess this person, I'm a little kind of, so she, biological girl, transitioned to a boy. She was like a tomboy. I've seen a lot of, I was growing up, I've seen tom girls and stuff. A lot of these kids, they go through some type of dysphoria and they get out of it. People are, at least back in my day, they weren't giving them pills and cutting off body parts. Now that's like, yeah, let's give you pills and cut off body parts. You went through a little phase, you got over it, and you went on with life. But I guess she ended up getting, like, cutting off her breasts and stuff, and that's intense. Oh my God.
Of the transition was not easy. But along the way, I discovered other detransitioners. I began speaking out at the age of 17.
You can't even talk about it. The detransitioners? Oh my God, the whole community attacks you. What? Why you did that? No, you can't. No. They suppress it. You can't even talk about it. Nothing.
And it is voices like mine that have paved the way for the fight against this destructive
hoax. In the 90s and the 2000s, we had gothic people emo. It just changed.
Ideology. And to be frank, at first, I actually was afraid to speak out publicly. I was afraid to speak to conservatives because everything that I was told about them from my childhood.
And she's not a bad looking woman at all. Isn't that crazy? But I know when you're younger, you're thinking all kinds of other stuff,
Was a complete lie. I was told that conservatives, the right, the Republicans, they would hate people like me. They would shun me. They would turn away from and ridicule me. But in fact, they were the first to welcome me with open arms, to meet me where I was at. And they approached me with this compassion that was genuine. They were worried about me. They wanted to give me a place to stay, a place where I could find comfort, but also challenge me in the ways that I needed. They challenged me in ways that the transgender community never did. As a former victim of childhood medical abuse, and as a now aspiring mother, I want to live in a country where I don't have to worry about my little ones in the future having to have their innocence ripped away from them or having to go through what I did. Kamala is not going to be the candidate to make that a reality.
Ooh.
She is going all in. She is leading the way for this ideology, for these doctors, for these counselors, for these irresponsible adults to create more destruction in the lives of vulnerable children. How could you, in good conscience, vote for a candidate who is championing a movement that relies on the suffering of youth and the destruction of their healthy, growing bodies? Donald Trump, on the other hand, he's a family man. He knows what it's like to raise children. He has a big, successful family of his own. And he understands that children are wonderful just the way that they are. I want to have a president who is going to safeguard vulnerable children and families like mine. I want a president who understands the importance, the sanctity of women's private and segregated spaces.
I think it's kind of funny too. It makes me think a little about like some of the people that came in on the street earlier tonight. They're commenting, "Well, what about your daughter? What about your daughter?" But these people are the same people that support biological men competing in women's sports, and then when they're beating the shit out of them, pummeling them, taking all these awards, well, that's women's rights, right? The same people, that's the same things that they're advocating for, and they didn't want to talk about your kids and your daughter and shit. And these people walking into the bathroom and shit with your kids, like, as if that's normal. And these same people, I just have to say, these same people, that's what they're advocating for. I honestly think any parent that thinks mutilating their child and giving them a bunch of pills, there's something mentally wrong with you. That you think, all right, let me just take my kid's feeling at the moment as a lifetime decision. And this was a conversation on the podcast of Joe Rogan. I think it was with JD Vance. And some of these people, I don't know if they're looking for like award points. Some of these parents, they think they're the parents of the year because they're transitioning, giving their kids pills and cutting off body parts. I've always been against that. I have a track record. It's on my YouTube. I have some videos. I've never been, do whatever you want to do. You know, if you want to be with a man and a man won't. But like when it comes to like giving pills, transitioning, cutting body parts, and these people think that there's something sane about that, and that shit's normal, you know there's something wrong. You know there's something wrong with these people.
Thank you, Mel and Maddie. Happy birthday Sunday.
Mustard Mama, this is how I feel about giving birth. Society has told us when we can't handle it. Does it hurt? F yeah. But we're capable to do it without meds and home. Damn, Mustard, are you not going to get the, what do they call it? And I love you, but are you not going to get the, what do they call that thing? Thing in your spine? I can't think of it. I've known people that don't get it, all the meds, the combination, the cocktail. Jill Monkey says I was a tomboy. I lost it. Damn it. Hold on a second. I purposely held on to the message and I lost it. Okay, damn. Okay, there we go. I was a tomboy because I didn't want to be a cheerleader and like play the guitar. And like to play the guitar and wear Vans. I used to wear Vans too. I love Vans. I always wanted to learn to play the guitar, but never learned. I had a guitar, didn't know how to play. But anyway, nice message from this lady. Nice, you know. Oh, Julie, how you doing? Thank you for the 20. Thank you, Mel and Maddie. Happy birthday Sunday. Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation earlier today. We need to talk more. So Muscle says, doing it all natural at home. Okay. Spinal. Epidural. Thank you, B12. And everybody else. Cat C, Bex, epidural. Yes.
And sports. To shield them from men.
Yeah, okay. I haven't watched this. That's just what I was saying. It's not anything crazy. It shouldn't be controversial. Somehow it's controversial now. These biological men can come in there and if it was your daughter competing, working for all their lives, and some guy comes in and beats the shit out of your kid.
I wore Vans yesterday. Yuck.
You think that's okay? Like who are the people out there that think this is normal and okay? And Imani, I wasn't going to say it, but the other day, Imani Khalif, which I really was giving this person the benefit of the doubt. I don't know what the situation was. I don't know. Some people are born with situations they can't help. Well, anyway, there was a leak, and this is a person that won the gold medal, I believe. Won the gold medal in women's division. Now, my eyes, but your eyes can be deceiving. You never know. My eyes had told me that this was a biological man. But people were saying, no, it's not what it is. And like, there's some type of mix up, whatever. Okay. And this person's beaten multiple women, beat them to a pummel. And if you said anything before, well, how dare you? And it's like offensive, it's sexist. This person said they were going to sue people. Now they're saying supposedly there was some type of leak. I don't know how true it is or not. Some type of leak saying that this person is biologically a male. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Who want to take advantage of them. Advantage and segregated spaces and sports to shield them from men who want to take advantage of them. And I am faithful in that Donald Trump is going to champion free speech, that he's going to protect vulnerable voices like mine. He understands that reality is objective and that includes sex. And that our rights don't come from our government, but instead were bestowed upon us by our God. I care about the future of my country and of our children. And that is why I am voting for Donald Trump.
Damn. Okay. It's a hell of an endorsement. I like her. I don't know if this is her. Is that Chloe? Chloe? Okay. I'll follow her. I like that. All right, let's check on the update. They're still doing press conferences?
Exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well.
Jojo.
They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats. And in Philadelphia, they were fake bomb threats.
Russia.
All the
Again.
locations were cleared.
Crazy.
As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about...
Okay. So we know that they're saying it's cleared. So most of the stuff right now is looking red. The blue, let me see what we got for blue. So we got Vermont. I don't know if I should just pop it up on the screen. Like, I don't know. Let me see. Is it going to show it to you guys? They're blocking. Yeah. So Vermont, 3 votes. What the fuck is that? Vermont, 3 electoral votes. 66,000 for Kamala. I guess it's a really small place. And 26,000 for Trump. So I guess she has Vermont. Massachusetts, the home of Karen Reed. I don't know. They're showing like she got it, but they're not. It says 7 electoral votes, but they're not really showing the votes. Kamala, Rhode Island. Connecticut, Kamala. All these little small states. Maryland, Kamala. Ooh, Texas. What we got for Texas? Oh, Texas is really close. 50% for Donald Trump. 1,037,000 versus Kamala, 1,006,000. Okay. Mississippi. So 6 electoral votes. Alabama. 9 electoral votes. Florida. 30 electoral votes. It's kind of still close somewhat. 55% Donald Trump, 5.5 mil versus 4.2 mil. I think these people moving over here need to stop moving over here. Go move to California. Go move to New York. Don't come to Florida, please. Move out. Go to the other states and stuff. Because you guys should live together and live in your hell that you've chosen. What's up with Texas, right? Top right is blue. Hoax, you're in one of the blue states. Let me see what nothing about New York. Damn, they're going until 9 p.m. Eastern tonight? Or... Damn. Well, it's going to be interesting tonight. It's going to be interesting to see what the outcome is. All right, so we got the big screen there. I'm kind of over these press conferences. How many press conferences they got to have about this bomb shit? You guys said it's not legit.
The entire election season, there was a lot of heated rhetoric. Passions were high. Given all of that...
Oh, I forgot Tucker. Okay, yeah. We got to do Tucker. Hello? They have. Okay. Where do you think it's going to lean? Okay. Close? Okay. Yeah, that's true. Democrats vote early. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Okay. So my friend was saying from Texas that they just closed the polls over there, like, I guess like 15 minutes ago. But it's going to be a process because I guess they allow absentee ballots and all kinds of stuff still to come in. That's why it's still taking a bit to come in. Oh, Ashley, my mother, I had an interesting conversation with her today. I don't want to say, sometimes I don't want to say because I don't want people to shit on her. I feel she's so innocent in this shit. You know, I don't want to say it. But my mother did tell me, she didn't vote, but she told me who she would have voted for. She did tell me, and I was shocked. All right, let's see.
Of election results, it looks like Kamala Harris has won the state of Vermont. Is it over?
It's over. Congratulations, Vermont.
She won Vermont.
They are as foolish.
But really,
as
just
they
Burlington, if you come right down to it. I mean, there's just no chance she won the Northeast Kingdom. There's no chance she won the pretty parts of Vermont, just the urban slum in Vermont.
The urban slum?
How do you feel with the limited data we now have about this election?
I feel optimistic, but I'm cautious because, you know, for the past 8 or 9 years,
Yo, did he really say that?
in the media
He said the urban slum.
Donald Trump's character, defame him, slander him, impeach him twice, try to lock him up, try to bankrupt him, try to kill him. So my thoughts and questions are, why would they let him win?
It's a good question, and what I'm always struck by, we spent an hour or two with Trump just a minute ago. I think you were there. Is the distance between the Trump that you hear about and the Trump that you actually experience when you're with him. And the first thing that I always notice about Trump, other than the fact that he's truly hilarious, he's just so instinctively moderate. Yeah. I mean, that's like the least radical person I think I know.
Right. Yeah, he's not radical.
At all.
Well, and let's be honest, they actually know him. They know him just as well as we do, Tucker.
Well, that's right.
Everybody's known Donald Trump for years. They partied with him. They hung out with him. They supported him. They praised him. They loved him. Democrats took his money. They love Donald Trump, you know, and I think maybe it boils down to this. They're really angry and jealous that they don't have Donald Trump. And maybe that's part
true.
of it.
They do have Tim Walz. We'll see if that'll be enough. Trump has won the state of Florida by looks like about 1 million votes so far. 30 electoral votes, not surprising. That state seems to be just like a solid Republican state at this point.
Yeah, big red wall. Well, so many people moved there after COVID, rightfully so. The Democrats shut down the country. They made life miserable for people. Suicide rates were the highest at all times. Suicide rates in children were higher than they've ever been, as if any child should ever commit suicide.
Yes.
Such a horrible thought. But yeah, a lot of people definitely moved to Florida to escape all those COVID
Well, then can
lockdowns.
I ask you, I mean, maybe a controversial question, but a lot of people moved to Georgia too, and yet it became more liberal.
It's cheap.
What is going on with
there,
Georgia? Why would Georgia, of all states, a state I always think of as reliably conservative, I've never met a liberal from Georgia.
Yeah.
Why is it even up for grabs at this point? What would happen?
Well, a lot of people moved to Georgia, but businesses have been recruited to Georgia. So we have the tech corridor. We have Hollywood because somebody thought that was a good idea to give them tax credits. But we've had a lot, electric vehicle battery plants.
Wait, they brought actors to your state on purpose?
On purpose.
Why would they do that?
Apparently they thought it'd be cool. I don't know. I really like Georgia back when we didn't have the Hollywood there.
Yeah, a lot of actors in your state, like real people who aren't pretending to be somebody else.
Right.
Oh, so that was a product of like intent. They were lured there.
Yeah, Republicans said that. It sounded like Democrats would be the ones.
Trump wore bands yesterday. Hey.
So right now we have Donald Trump at about 55% in the state of Florida.
I want to catch
Kamala
up to the
Harris
current
at
stream.
44. What do you think is going to happen in your state tonight in Georgia?
Well, they called my race at 7 p.m., literally when the polls closed. And I take that as a good sign.
So you lost? No, you were elected for the third time.
For the third time, yeah.
Last time I checked, it's interesting. I think of you and Trump as very similar in the arc of your public careers. You both came from outside of politics into politics. You were both declared dangerous to the country almost immediately. You were, for a period of like a while, months, the most reviled person in the world. You were a danger to democracy. I'm surprised you didn't get arrested. And then you kind of endured, you stuck it out, you weren't intimidated, you didn't leave. The Republican Party tried to kick you out, you hung in there, and then you became one of the most influential people in the party. It does kind of feel like Donald Trump's story.
Absolutely. Well, I haven't been arrested yet.
Island Thrifts, thank you for the 5 memberships. I don't know if you're still in the chat. I hope you're still watching. Thank you.
No, you.
Gracias.
And I'm still alive, even
Yes.
though several have tried. But, it's pretty interesting to me, Tucker, and I'm actually enjoying it very much. I get to listen to all these Republicans that denounced me and voted to kick me off committees and talked bad about me and slandered me and distanced themselves from me. I get to listen to them, and they very much sound like Marjorie Taylor Greene. As a matter of fact, they say the same things that I say.
I noticed that. You did. Have any apologized to you?
Quite a few have, actually.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
quite a few. Not all of them, but quite a few have apologized.
Well, good for them.
Well, when they get yelled at when they go back home by their own constituents and they get asked, why can't you be more like Marjorie Taylor Greene? I think they figured it out.
It's just so funny. Here's another similarity between you and Trump. He was, I'll never forget it, attacked on the front page of every newspaper in the country for saying that white supremacists in Charlottesville were good people.
Ridiculous.
He never said that.
No.
You were attacked for using the phrase Jewish space lasers, which you never used.
Said it. No, I attacked PG&E, actually, which ironically has been in the news the past couple of days for shutting power
So I
off.
want to go to the betting markets really quick. Who will win the presidential election? Pretty straightforward question. Donald Trump, 66%. Kamala Harris, 34%. With about $282 million on the line so far. I think that's current. That's pretty overwhelming.
I think, and aren't those bettors?
Trump's
They're
leading
not
so
rich
far.
people, right? These are just average bets. I really don't know enough about the betting market, but I would say most of them are not betting massive sums of money, trying to swing the numbers. I think they're legitimately betting that Donald Trump's going to win.
I couldn't, after over 30 years of trying to follow this stuff and getting more confused every cycle, I feel like I know less about politics every cycle. I can't make any sense of the polls, and I don't think I'm being like a superstitious villager when I say I think they're just all manipulated. Is that you're in the business?
You can't say that. You're not allowed to say that.
All season.
I know I've never been polled, and I know most of my family and friends have never been polled. So my common sense says, how can the polls be correct if everyone I know doesn't participate in them?
Right. Well, that's right. But is there a possibility that polls are used not to measure public opinion, but to shape it? You think that's possible?
100%.
Okay. So we had this outlier poll that got a great deal of attention in Arizona that showed Donald Trump losing Arizona. I don't know a single living person who thinks that's going to happen, but that poll was everywhere, scared the crap out of all these Republicans. Was that the point of the poll, do you think?
Probably. I think Republicans are easily.
Exactly right.
Right.
Yes,
So
supposedly they're sold to us.
It's a complete violation.
Television, even though you're sitting in the building, so it's really the same thing. I mean, I don't pay any attention to the polls. I don't pay any to.
You really don't?
But I really don't. But I do think that there is something to this betting markets stuff because there's like real money.
Yeah, I've seen people drop $1 million, 500,000. There's a lot of money going into.
What's everyone wearing to the Civil War?
Island. I'm gonna be wearing some comfortable clothes. Maybe my my Christmas PJs. Christmas PJs. Kick up in the house. Make sure the door is locked. Get some more security. Yeah. Okay, they're saying Trump is set to win Florida, Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, and Oklahoma. Okay. What else we got? So far, Trump is leading, but you never know. It's still early. Things could change. I can't believe is Texas? Whoa. Texas looking blue? But still here like red. What's up with Texas, man? Wow, it's close though. Oh my God. They need to ship these Texas people out to California. Ship them back. Those people coming over here. I'm not in Texas, but. CNN projects Donald Trump will win Florida, Tennessee, and Missouri. Okay.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected. Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of.
Drag everybody in to vote. Gotta go vote.
Post actually had another story come out today, and I was wondering if it was true or not. Elon said that you're going to be celebrating or watching the election results over at Mar-a-Lago tonight.
Ooh.
Is that true?
That is true. I actually just voted in South Texas because I'm ready.
He's in Mar-a-Lago?
To vote in Montgomery County, which is where Starbase is, from my little house on William Street, which is now called Meme Street. So yeah, so I just voted, and now I'm headed to Florida, and yeah, I'll just be there with President Trump and JD and
hey everyone.
A bunch of other cool people.
So I just
actually
wanted to
got a
hop
story
on
right
here because it's election night and tell all the other women out there, vote for Donald Trump. I think I speak for all trans women when I say that he is the best choice. Donald knows women well, especially beautiful women. And so I just really think he's the right person for the job. So anyways, get out there, use your voice, vote. And if you need any girl advice, my DMs are always open. So yeah, bye everyone.
I can't. I don't know. Okay.
Should I think about this? And there are a couple that I will say is very interesting, and you and I know them, I won't say their names, who are wrestling with that right now and have been like in an existential crisis that they're like, why does nothing I'm doing matters?
That's right.
And the people I work with are miserable. And I look at the people who are 10, 20, 30 years ahead of me in this career track, and they're all miserable. And maybe this isn't what I should do with my life. I don't know.
Half the country, Joe Rogan podcast tweeted this out. I'm not even following this page. Half the country right now. What are they eating popcorn, got beer out, and their guns. Damn. CNN host Chris Wallace argues Kamala Harris' win would be a miracle given the exit polls. Wow. Trump might win. What is this? Oh my God. Is this copyrighted? Oh, no. No way Kamala can build a fast live on television. Oh my God. Okay. Thought we were about to get a flash show. Mr. Trump. All right, let's see what else we got. What else do we have? Oh my God, Milwaukee ballot recount ordered due to tabulator error.
You know, how many people do you know who've been wrecked by dab pens? And they'll tell you. And people are getting rich from it, and they're criminals as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Chaos.
Well,
Love you.
crazy.
Appreciate that.
Did you expect that?
Me too.
I haven't been tracking it.
Sorry, this is something I'm just fixated on as an anti-drug person, but I really think the Saudis get it right on drug policy. I really do.
Well, Trump has talked a lot about death penalty for drug.
And look, they're saying pro-abortion amendment 4 failed in Florida, expecting to save thousands of unborn lives. This marks the first defeated pro-abortion ballot initiative. Children were saved. America's pro-life.
Think about there is you're seeing people vote with their feet, so they're leaving places like California. They're leaving these, and the concern has been these people are going to leave California, move to Texas, and
start
Florida,
putting some music on,
and they're going to vote like they still live in California.
We get some wins,
and this is suggesting that people are not just leaving the places the left has decimated, that they are leaving the left. That's the way I read that.
Well, it feels like there, to use an overused phrase, there has been a big vibe shift.
There has.
I notice it everywhere I go, just from the number of people who scream at me at airports, which is like down to almost zero. It's almost no screaming at airports now, which is kind of crazy. I was at Logan Airport this morning early, waiting to be screamed at. Not one screamer.
That's a little disappointing. Come on.
I'm kind of. I steeled myself for screaming. I'd had 2 Dunkin' Donuts large coffees because I was ready. Nope. Just a nice nurse came up and thanked me for my service. I said, I work in television, not really service, but thank you. But I do feel like Elon getting involved.
So they're saying Trump won Illinois as well. Trump won Illinois. Let me see what else we got going on. Okay, Illinois. Ooh. They're still downvoting marijuana. So when I went and voted today, that was one of the things that was an option. Oh, my brush is that. Oh, that was one of the things that was an option about, like, if you want to allow people to go like smoke weed, like, you know, to legalize it. And it was voted down. Florida voters reject an amendment to the state constitution that would have allowed adults 21 and older to use marijuana. Okay, Florida. What's up with Florida?
Campus right now, which used to be like the bastion of the left, is a college campus, and granted, still in our elite universities, you know, some of them are. If you go to most college campuses around the country right now, they are voting for Donald Trump.
Oh, for sure.
They've got the red MAGA hat on, boys and girls alike. It is completely shifted, and Elon, I think, is a huge part of that, because he exists in a similar way to Trump, outside of politics, in the cultural zeitgeist in a way that politicians couldn't even imagine.
No.
And when a guy like that says, "This is screwed up," and I'm for the guy that they're trying to kill.
Yes.
I think that's moved votes in a really meaningful way.
Oh, really?
I even see it in my pick.
Taylor said that psychedelics were an option in MA. Shit. Wow.
Fucking money for Kamala. This a PSA to every black woman that raised that fucking money for Kamala. You raised $40 million in one motherfucking night for a campaign for concerts and fucking speeches. You motherfuckers are dumb. You think I'm about to fucking vote with y'all? You spent $40 million on concerts. You stupid motherfucker.
And they think I go crazy when I turn up? Bro, I'm like docile. Xanax Mel. Like, I don't take Xanax, but yo, look at this guy.
You raised $40 million in one motherfucking night for a campaign for concerts and fucking speeches. You motherfuckers are dumb. You think I'm about to fucking vote with y'all? You spent $40 million on concerts. You stupid motherfuckers. I tried to say this without cussing you dumb motherfuckers out. It don't work. And I'm not about to sit there and keep biting my lip. We too damn close to the election.
Shit, it's too close. It's true. It's too close. Let it out.
You raised $40 million in one night for this motherfucker. And you got a fucking concert and a fucking Beyonce speech. And you happy with that. These the same motherfuckers that pay $1,000 for a fucking picture with Chris Brown. You think I'm voting for you? You think I'm voting with you? You gotta be the dumbest motherfucker that ever walked this planet. You just threw my motherfucking money away to people that's already fucking rich.
Yo, I think he's spitting. I gotta give you the retweet. I gotta give you the retweet on that. Fuck that. You were oof. Damn. All right, I'll give you the retweet on that one. Holy shit. Oh man. All right.
I'm thrilled by it, and I think Trump has forced the party to pay attention.
Selena Gomez. Oh my God, I'm almost afraid to see you, Selena. What you had to say, Selena? I know. I already know what's going.
Hey guys, I hear that there are really, really long lines today, and I just wanted to make this video really quick.
Oh, thank you. I'm stuck in the line. I'm so glad I got to see your video.
Say, please stay in the line. Long lines are really frustrating and annoying, and I know they're not fun.
True, JB.
But we
That's true.
need your voice and vote for your future.
That's on fire, kid.
And if you are in line before the polls close, stay in line. Even after closing, polls will stay open until everyone in that line has voted. If you are in line before the polls close, you have a legal right to vote. So please vote.
Thanks for the election coverage. I respect the FICE no matter the outcome. Full score. I am a lifelong Republican law and
What?
order United States full score.
Yo, Duty Run, you might get canceled for that. What?
And I'm an innocent bystander. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
So you can't see at all?
Mama, I love you. P.O.P.
Hold it down.
Right, these all good pimps, boy.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat, and I know you're dealing with a situation right now with cancer. So I mean, I hope. I don't know what the turnout's going to be, but I hope you make it through that. I'm a little. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised, but I just know people is like nowadays you can't even say that. So that's pretty cool. We're trying to have a little bit of fun tonight while the results are happening. And somebody told me too to update the right screen. It's updating. It's updating automatically. It's just going really slow. It's I just refreshed it on the other screen. That's literally what the results are at right now. So Harris has 49 electoral, while Trump has 109. And so it's even hard for me to believe this, but so Harris has 14.6 million votes, supposedly, and Trump has 17.2, supposedly, according to the tallies and stuff like that. True, Duty, true. Look at the videos. Illinois is going red. Really? No, I see that. And Texas is still red. Georgia's still red. I mean, let's take a look at it real quick. Let's see. It's a weird screen here. Where's it at? Try again. I don't have the option. Oh, maybe I'm clicking the wrong thing. Let's try that. There we go. Okay. So, we got here North Dakota up top here. So, North Dakota, it just started. 1,500 for Trump, 675 for Kamala. Very early infancy voting. For Texas, it's still really close too. Oh my God, look how close that is. 48% done. 50.4% Trump and 48.3% Kamala. 3,074,000 versus 2.946. So it's really, really close. I can't believe that's so close in Texas. 40 electoral votes. This is close. Georgia. Trump's in the lead with Georgia. Still close to Trump's leading Georgia. What do we have here? We got Virginia, really close as well. Okay. It's still pretty close. Electorally, he's leading. He's doing good so far. But I see my hematology oncologist tomorrow for treatment options. Wow. Yeah, I hope I don't ever have to deal with that, man. It's scary.
And so why are we going to be incremental about some of these things? Right. They're going to come for our throats no matter what on this stuff. Well, at least we could do is like make it a meaningful change and make it worth it. And I think that's the mindset that we got to have if we get the opportunity.
I mean this. You know that I mean this. The fact that you're involved in this effort makes me feel a lot better about its chances of success.
Well, thank you.
I mean that. So thank you, Cliff Sims.
It's great to be here.
Great to see you. Thank you.
So
one of the big things I think that's different about this run, Trump's third run for national office, is that he's not doing it alone. There is an army of people around him.
Over here, nail biting in Ohio.
Has been. There have been
all
a lot
those Haitians in Springfield voting.
No.
Everyone I know in Ohio is for Trump. Can't believe it is so close.
That's crazy, right? For Ohio to be that close? Oh my gosh.
Donald Trump, almost all of them are too vested in the current system to join him publicly. And that has just changed in a huge way, most famously with Elon Musk. But I would say right behind him is his friend who got there first, David Sachs, who joins me now. David, thank you very much.
Hey, good to be here, Tucker.
For coming on. So you have been a pretty, and I should say David Sachs is like a huge figure in tech world on the West Coast, San Francisco, South Bay, and you've been a pretty consistent voice for conservatism, well, since you were at Stanford, I think. But you have, I think you were the first person at your level in your world to come out and say, I'm voting for Donald Trump, and here's why. First of all, why did you do that? And what was the experience like? What was the reaction that you got?
Well, I guess, one of the things that I did starting a few years ago was I started doing this podcast, the All In podcast. Yeah. We started doing it pretty much at the beginning of COVID. I guess it was in early 2020. Just me and a few friends from the tech world, fellow investors. And so we started doing this weekly pod. And when you do a podcast like that, you just kind of have to say what you think. Otherwise, you got nothing to talk about.
I never understood. First of all, I was going to say, I didn't get its significance until I went on it. And then every person I'd ever met watched it. I just didn't understand the reach of it. But
Yeah.
if you want to reach successful people, you do the All In podcast. I learned. But why did you do that? You've already got a lot going on. Why did you start that podcast?
We just sort of did it for fun. There wasn't really a huge plan behind it. It was just, we were all kind of locked in our houses at the beginning of COVID. It was really extreme in California.
Yeah.
We couldn't do anything. And so we just decided to do this podcast. So it kind of happened organically. A couple of my friends, we all play poker together. And the original idea was it'd be kind of fun if we were just to like have cameras recording us playing poker. That wasn't practical, but we just started, recording our conversations over Zoom and putting them out. And then the thing kind of caught fire and became a little bit of a sensation.
Well, it certainly did. And a sensation in a very specific way. Like you were speaking to an audience that was not reached by Trump, basically.
Yeah.
And I sense a lot of your audience had like heard of Trump. They knew they were supposed to hate Trump.
Yeah.
But they're kind of absorbed in their business. I mean, that's my sense.
Right. Yeah. No, it's first and foremost, it's a podcast about business, markets, technology.
Since it's election day, never forget these nuts got a 9% vote in North Carolina in 2016. What?
North Carolina shows Donald Trump leading Hillary Clinton in a possible presidential matchup, but that's not the part that's grabbing people's attention today. It is the third party candidate on that poll. Candidate named D's Nuts. Oh, no. Really? A candidate registered as an independent from Iowa has the legal name of D's Nuts. No. Public policy polling showed him
Might be the last
9% of
election on I Vote
North
In.
Carolina.
I pray the country votes right.
Thank you so much. Risa, thank you so much for the 10. A lot of craziness going on. Holy ish, here's the line in Pennsylvania right now. Wow, okay, let's see. The line 6 minutes ago. That's crazy. I just walked in and left earlier today. Good night, Duty Ron. Take care, man. Yo, rest up. Did you figure it out?
Yes,
And take care of your health.
Provisional's not a bad deal for him. That's fine. Thank you.
Ooh, yo, Mama to Monstars. I know. I wanted to pencil in Grady Judd, right? I didn't see him on the paper. It's a long line over there. Holy crap.
I did it. Yeah, I probably was one of the first people this cycle to do it. But
this guy said I'm going to go to war for Donald Trump.
Now I'm just gonna tell you motherfucking niggas straight out the dump. Don't fuck with my motherfucking president. Do you understand me? Nigga, we ride with Donald Trump over here, nigga. Draco, we ain't playing with you motherfuckers.
Yo, you hear the music he has playing in the background too?
Nigga. You understand me? Keep my motherfucking president name out your mouth. Fuck, nigga. Any motherfucking nigga, white, black, Chinese, Mexican, if you want to build that wall, let them build it. You motherfucking niggas out there think it's a game, I'm going to go to war behind Donald Trump. That's right. Do you understand me? We're going to go to motherfucking war, Trump. You got some motherfucking soldiers, boy, right here on your side, boy. Right here, we coming. Draco, talking about we going around. What that little nigga down there in Baton Rouge's name? Nigga, keep my motherfucking president out of your motherfucking mouth, nigga. Talking about you got 100 on the... Now.
Yo, that's wild. Wild. Thank you, Christy. Oh my gosh.
This is so fundamentally un-American to prosecute your political opponents. I think this is the thing that kind of made me want to kind of go all in. Well, I mean, yeah, I was conservative before and I would have supported Trump or whoever the Republican candidate would have been, but it made me want to do so much more to see that Trump was getting prosecuted. They were trying to put him in.
Okay. So Harris is catching up. I don't know how. Electorally, she's catching up. 16 million votes she has, and Trump has 19 million. He's at 101. She's at 71. Texas is still contested. A couple other places still contested. That's crazy. Thanks, Chaos. And Illinois blue. Yeah, what's up with that? Let's see. Wow. It's still not done, but 56% Kamala, 42% Trump. Damn. What?
They have the temperament of animals. Like they don't believe in sportsmanship or fair play. And so once they start winning, they get blood on the tongue and it makes them more vicious. I have noticed that.
Yeah. I mean, it is vicious.
So last question. I know you think about this a lot since you're in the tech world, but like, social media, if Trump wins, it'll be because of social media, new media. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Doing Rogan's endorsement is more significant than any other endorsement other than Elon's, I would say. Can they allow social media to stay open in the way that they are, particularly X, to stay open?
Well, it is a giant loophole in their control of the legacy media.
Yes.
And it's such a big loophole that it kind of threatens that whole superstructure that has been created or has been revealed. I think one of the things that's been most interesting about the last, let's call it 8 years, has been that, initially when Trump first won, it was because of issues. It was kind of.
All right, well, let's keep looking at these interesting. I think they're interesting. John O'Keefe, I said John. James O'Keefe, I think, is on the ground. Yeah, James. In Mount Laurel, New Jersey, speaking with voters who have been waiting in line for hours with no clear explanation.
You've got a 4-hour-long line in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. We got a lot of complaints about the lines here. How long have you guys been waiting in line?
Jeez, really?
What's that? Half an hour just to go about. Yeah, just 30 feet of it.
Yes, a half an hour, that's all.
And then you've got another 2 hours to go. Are you going to wait that long? Hopefully. Waiting a long time. How you doing? Nice to see you. You brought the chairs here?
Yes. We didn't know. We came and saw them all, went back to Walmart and bought a chair.
You came first, came back. A number of people have come back multiple times. How long have you waited here?
Not too long.
About a half an hour. How do you feel about the process?
Well, we wish it was moving faster.
You got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do.
And it's nice to see all these patriotic people.
Yes, it's very nice.
Coming out to vote.
How long do you anticipate waiting to vote?
Well, we're going to wait as long as we
As long as it takes. When does it close here?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So you could be waiting 2 to 3 hours to vote. You're okay with that?
Well, we have no choice.
Did you bring?
It's interesting how some of these places, I don't know how it's run, but it's like you're stuck in line all this time. Newsmax? Maybe I'll check Newsmax then. You're stuck in line for all this time, they said half an hour, but you could be stuck for hours. My place, I just walked right in, walked right out. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. That's how I like it. But some of these other places, you're just stuck.
Bring water, food, anything like that? No. We get the forest in case we need to go to the bathroom. That's what I did. Because we've been running around.
They're nervous. They're nervous.
Oh, thanks. Nice to see you. Yeah, I live in Bergen County, but we've been going around. So how do you feel about this process?
Bit of a log jam.
It's a log jam. How long do you expect to wait?
So we're being told 4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours.
Back there.
So just get that shot again. That's 4-hour-long lines
It's
here
just not
in
even
Mount
moving.
Laurel, New Jersey. And did you come earlier, or is this your show?
We're saying Kamala Harris is set to win and secure Delaware, Illinois, and New Jersey. Yeah. Okay.
Third time here.
Third time here today.
He's been here 3 times.
Third time's a charm. Hopefully.
So hoping it was going to move a little quicker, but back to square one and waiting longer than we were waiting earlier. So.
And hear anything happening inside? Have you heard any stories or reports of it?
So I guess they had ordered up a 4th voting machine that came. It was programmed for the wrong district. So that kind of shut down that idea.
Voting machine.
What, this place is broke? They don't have funding to hold polling and shit? In Florida, we have it everywhere. There's multiple places, multiple areas in your district. You put in your address, you walk in, you walk out. What is this shit?
Yeah, we heard something about Dominion people being here, so that's interesting.
Okay.
Dominion
Yeah,
people
let us
there?
know if you hear any more about that. What's your name?
John.
John, nice to see you.
Yes, John.
Nice guys.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. All right, we're standing here in, hi, James O'Keefe. We're standing here in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. If you're just tuning in, we've got long lines. How long have you been waiting here?
We're in an hour here. They said about 5 hours.
5
this
hours?
morning, the machines were down from 6 to 9 this morning.
6 until 9, the machines were down. 6 until
For a
9.
3-hour backup.
3 hours.
Disgusting,
and
right?
How long have you been waiting here?
An hour.
An hour. And how long do you anticipate waiting?
Another 3.5 hours.
Because for we've been hours.
That's what they're telling us.
That's why people have chairs here. And how does that make you feel? Good times.
All right, I think we got the gist of that. But according to Dom on Twitter, he says almost every political analyst is predicting a massive blowout for Donald Trump. It appears that Americans are voting Republican in surprising numbers. I'm not going to hold my breath until I see it.
I ain't gonna lie to you though, man. I don't know. I'm so excited for what's happening because, bro, we've been pushed so much. They have pushed us for so long, and it's time for conservatives to really have a genuine win. We have had so many losses, bro. They burned our books down in Barnes & Noble. They've restricted us from even going to church during the 2020s. They took away our freedoms. They called everyone terrorists. They called everyone radicals. They called black people coons and Uncle Toms and tap dancers. They laughed in our face. They restricted us from being who we want to be. They tell us that we villains for just believing in an American way of life, a nuclear family. We have gone through so much despair, so many losses, time and time again, even feeling like our own Supreme Court was against us. Bro, we have seen the absolute worst in conservative America in these last 4 years. Conservatives deserve, need, and have to have this win. And it's well-deserved, man. It's poetic justice for us to not only win, but win huge. Because this is the second coming of Reagan. We have a third-party candidate, a failed assassination attempt, and we have a country that is fed up with the system. I think this thing, man, is going to be historic, and it's a long time coming.
Bro, if Trump wins, oh my God, you better be ready. Yeah, we can check on Newsmax. You better be ready. Oh, buckle up, tighten up. Oh, man. You better tighten up. Be careful. It might not be safe to go out.
Could go Donald Trump's way, which would obviously be huge. And, these are some of the little places. Even New Hampshire, while it may not go his way, they've been looking at, kind of some of the, if he's keeping it close,
sure,
much closer than Joe Biden was. I mean, that's sort of how much trouble could she have been in these places that usually go Democratic easily.
Mm-hmm. Yes, let's go ahead and take a look, if we can, real quick, at the map for North Carolina in particular. And that's what we're waiting on, how that's going to break down, because this has changed over the last hour. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit on this. You can see where the votes came in. As you would expect, in Raleigh area coming in for Trump. You can see for Kamala Harris there. She's doing very well.
I think they're going to burn the cities down again
in North Carolina. But when you come to the more rural areas of the state, you can see where Donald Trump picked up the lead there. And with 24% of the vote in, Donald Trump has jumped out to a bit of a lead in North Carolina. Same thing in Georgia. Donald Trump has a bit of a lead there as well, something we're watching very closely. We got 63% of the votes coming in. And again, this is kind of shaking out like you'd expect, a tightly huddled group of Democratic votes here around the metro Atlanta area. Same thing around Augusta, Georgia. You can also expect Clark County here, where Athens, the University of Georgia, is. But the rest of the state is very red. And what was needed to happen this time around, which didn't really happen in 2020, is these voters had to come out for Donald Trump, and it appears like that's happening. Now let's go back and take a look at Virginia, if we can take a look at that real quick.
Wow.
And again, you can see most of rural Virginia is breaking for Donald Trump. But when it comes to suburban Washington, D.C., Fairfax County, you see Kamala Harris has a lead there.
Hold up, we got Vivek. I like Vivek.
Quoted. Now, here's Chris Wallace. Here's someone I've never quoted. Chris Wallace is one of the most loathsome women in television. But let me just quote this headline. CNN host Chris Wallace argues Kamala Harris would be, quote, a miracle given exit polls.
Well, I don't think a miracle is coming for her tonight.
And I mean, look, I think that one of the risks. I mean, I feel really good about tonight, and that's great. And hopefully, we wake up tomorrow morning, maybe even, and we know that Donald Trump's the next president. That's the start line, right? And so, if you look at just every way this machine, if we just trace the last year, right? What does this machine try to do? Civil suits first, then criminal suits, then extrajudicial attempts to remove him from the ballot, then more extrajudicial attempts on his life. Not one, but then two. So they've tried every trick, and that hasn't worked. And he is still going to win. It looks like, I don't want to count on chickens here, but resoundingly. What's the next remaining step is to impede the administration. And there's multiple ways to impede it. You can impede it through the front door. You can impede it through the back door. And so I think that in some ways, this idea, and I think the little bit of the feigned retreat, the psyop, self-consciously and all of this, even if we're not aware of it, is that somehow November 5th is like, yes, then we've done it. Or November 6th, we wake up tomorrow morning, we think we've done it. And I think that's just us getting started. And I think the real fight some ways either begins or continues.
That's totally right.
And so that's kind of, I think, the check that I want on all this.
Can I ask you a personal question since, we're on the internet, we can say whatever we want.
Yeah.
How did you wind up, you and Trump have such an easy relationship. He seems to like you, you seem to like him, you ran against each other. But you don't do the ass kissy thing that a lot of people do.
I can't.
Well, okay, but I mean, I watched like Mike Pompeo was just like giving Trump a.
They're saying breaking news: Kamala won Ukraine.
Oh, it's repulsive and it's transactional, and obviously, as Mike Pompeo is. But you don't do that. You never kiss ass. But you're direct and nice. You just seem to get along. How did you?
So far,
get
so
along
good.
with the guy you ran against? I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that I committed myself to in the race is the easy thing to do would have been to slam Donald Trump for something that he said that you disagreed with.
Yeah.
And for me, he actually was objectively the best president.
Bro,
of the 21st
check this
century.
shit out. This is the kind of stuff. Let me keep an eye on some of these pages. A voter from North Carolina says his girlfriend threatened to break up with him if he didn't vote for Kamala. Bro, you're gonna have to kick rocks, dude. I know maybe you got to get through that point in your life. I get it, but holy shit.
Just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't gonna vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was gonna break up with me. So now I'm here.
Just voted.
Bro, can you believe this shit? My girlfriend was gonna break up with me. I'll take all the heat. Fuck, let me chill. Never not go crazy right now, but yo, nah, bro. I'm sorry, dude.
Just voted.
It's not gonna happen.
And who did you vote?
He wasn't even gonna vote. The only reason he voted is because this chick said he was gonna break up with him.
Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So
I had some funny stuff to say, but I don't want to ruffle the feathers. I've been enough shit already. So.
I wasn't gonna vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was gonna break up with me.
And the fuck?
Just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
Oh, that's crazy, dude.
And
so
tell
crazy.
me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't gonna vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up
I gotta
my
save
phone
this
telling me
shit.
to
I
go
gotta
vote.
save this.
And if I didn't, she was gonna break up with me. So now I'm here.
And now I'm here. I can't even believe you said that shit on TV. I cannot believe it, man. I'm gonna have to send this out to a couple of friends. Holy shit. I'll have to send this out to mama. Let me do it right now.
Out there. Incredible.
Definitely.
I mean, I visited them recently. The analytics were really, I mean, just like as like a business person looking into the rigor with which they're running it there. And to some extent in Wisconsin too. I'll give Turning Point a lot of credit for those two regions as well. But who cares about who gets the credit for what? It's the objective.
Well, it's interesting. No, it does
But
matter
you
because
learn
it's
for the
not the
future.
party that did it.
You
It's
learn
not,
for the future, yeah.
It's not the RNC. It's Charlie Kirk, who's like 30 and doesn't have a college degree, and it's like turns out to be better.
Yeah,
at
he's kind of a
really
genius, actually.
I absolutely agree with that, and I think a really good guy. But so that's meaningful, though. So if the biggest players in all of this, you had no background in politics at all, right?
What else we got?
Elon Musk,
totally.
Charlie Kirk. I mean, these are just people like Donald Trump himself,
totally,
who came from outside and have really. Do you think the Republican Party has permanently changed?
Yeah, I do. I think that this is a redefining election. I think that's what makes this win even more exciting is that the Republican Party to use a Kamalaism, we ain't going back. You know,
Yeah.
and I think that's true here, and that will be one of the parts of this victory where, like, I'm just thinking about. I mean, we're again here talking. Let's just talk frankly,
Yeah.
right? I was on the stage with a lot of people who were of an
I think he
old
is too. He is a
garden
good debater.
variety, stuffed suit, Republican mold from the past.
Yeah.
And that's not taking anything away from them. I mean, people come in the range of politics, that's what their career has been. I think the Republican Party of the future is going to be defined by people coming in from the outside who have a fresh perspective, who are able to speak hard truths to Democrats, but also to yesterday's Republicans as well. And we become, I hope, this party of just practiced evolution, right? We're just repeatedly evolving in a way that it doesn't become stultified, doesn't just become tied up to dogmas. And this
Someone
is something I've
needs
actually
to ask him
this
to
might
blink
get too
twice if he's
philosophical,
in
but
danger long.
I don't want to see the America First movement do what the
I'm sending this
neocon
clip to my
movement
owner.
did for 20 years, which is right. And I see some of this, right? We're the party of the working class to some guy who like 10 years ago was saying something else, but doesn't know why he's saying it today. I don't want people saying things out of habit.
No, that's
like
right.
we want people who understand why they're saying them. And, you know, people like Elon and people like Bobby Kennedy, who I respect, and JD is an outsider. Donald Trump is the ultimate outsider in this. I think that it's going to take people coming from the outside who are thinking people, who, by the way, all of us who I just named don't agree with each other on 100% of issues. Right. And that's cool. But that, I think, is going to be the character of the new Republican Party.
And it
going
is
forward.
too.
I
And
think
this
it's good.
really is going to, and this is a concern for me, wreck Mitch McConnell's retirement party. I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just wasn't around in politics enough to know enough about that legacy to even care about it.
So let
Like,
me
it
just
doesn't
bottom
matter to
line
me.
it by saying that's a good thing.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter to me. Like, yeah.
Vivek, I think we're gonna have a long conversation later.
Okay, we'll check back in on them. Let's see what's going on with the polls.
And you know the people in Michigan that waited
Oh, he just
for
left,
Donald
dude.
Trump
He
to
got
get
off.
there was like 2:30 in the morning. By the time he finally wrapped up,
Wonder who else he has
they
coming
were very
up.
happy to see him. Okay, we're going to get out now to Jason Jones, who's joining us from the Ted Cruz
How can
campaign
you vote?
headquarters. Very important Senate race.
How can you vote for a criminal when you're in the true crime community? Most of you people that watch these people are watching criminals and abusers and all kinds of shit, and you sit out there and support them. How can you support these people that are criminals? Most of the people you watch, and half of you criminals too. Fuck it.
Senator Cruz ahead at 50.7 against
No,
his
I don't know about half
competitor
of you.
Colin
I'm just talking
Allred
about that,
at
but
47.4. But look, this has been a very contentious race. You know, the pollsters, you know, and I don't know about you guys, I've never been polled, but, you know, these pollsters have been saying for a very long
they give me shit all the time. Shit, they give me shit about eating. There's sometimes I'm streaming, like when if I was doing the trial streams, and it's like, oh, how could you eat? How could you eat? And then I watch some of these YouTubers. They're literally sucking their fingers, licking their tongue between their nails, and nobody says nothing. Nobody bats an eye. But if I eat it, when I eat too, it's like my face is like half off the screen. Like I'll duck because I don't want to be disrespectful. So like I'll duck and eat, so you don't have to see my lips. These people are licking their lips, like their tongue, their nails, sucking it out, the dirt from their crustaceans and stuff. I look in their chat, and nobody says anything about them. Nobody says nothing about them. But me being polite, peaceful, kind, sorry if I can. It's a problem. Hey, Diamond.
Lots of
Don't mess with it, I heard too.
Don't say nothing to them.
That's right.
And half these motherfuckers criminals. They never say nothing to them because you can't pull shit up on me. Why don't they, like, what's up with that? Why do they give me such a hard time? They never say nothing to these people with a long-ass, lengthy sheet, a PDF file, like a whole gang, a stack of documents. They never say nothing to these people, but they got everything from me when I take a bite on screen.
Election coverage here, 2025. Well, it's going to determine who is the president in 2025. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's
I knew what you
2024.
meant. We're time travelers. there
Yes,
for a
but we
minute,
do
John.
have some more poll closures.
They're saying they're saying Trump is projected to win Kansas. Let's see what else we got. Kansas. Oh my God, what happened to this guy? They're saying this Los Angeles television news anchor Chauncey Glover dead at 39. No information released though. Holy crap. Let's see what else. Trump is leading in black and Latino votes in the exit polls. Okay. According to Dom, I don't know if that's true. We'll see. They're trolling, saying Kamala won Ukraine. Let's see, hold on. Biden's last message to Kamala Harris. Let me take a look.
You ain't black.
What? No. Oh, but hold up, bro. I didn't know that was gonna be the clip. But they have him like sitting on the side, like smiling. What is this?
You ain't black.
What? Oh shit.
What is this? You can't speak.
Cut the camera.
Wow. Okay. All right. Be careful going down Twitter.
Night before we find out who wins there, we will be watching very closely.
And the makeup of Pennsylvania, you have the collar counties outside of Philadelphia.
Let's see what else we got. Hold on. Let's see.
You guys, I've been voting all morning long at my local election office / Planned Parenthood. And a cis white male just told me I'm not allowed to vote anymore. I've already been through 67 times. And he took my card from me and he said, "This is MAGA country," and then he ate my Subway sandwich. I didn't even get a chance to have my abortion.
What?
You guys, I've been voting.
Yo, look at all the stickers. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was just like a pattern in his shirt. I didn't realize this guy's like 100 stickers.
All morning long at my local election office / Planned Parenthood.
Wow.
And a cis white male just told me I'm not allowed to vote anymore. I've already been through 67 times. And he took my card from me and he said, "This is MAGA country," and then he ate my Subway sandwich. I didn't even get a chance to have my abortion.
Because he's trolling.
In the Keystone State. Now, we also wanted to play sound from former President Donald Trump earlier today. He says that if the election results are fair, he will accept the results.
So far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved. Thousands. Can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go say goodnight to the baby. Good night for tonight. While we still rock on after. So I'm gonna play this more. I'm gonna try to find clips on Twitter because Twitter seems to be the funniest place. But anyway, wow, damn, what the hell? I looked away for a little bit and now like I look back and it's kind of closing in because Trump is 120, Harris is 99. These little like minuscule states. I mean, look at how much red there is and how much blue there is, and somehow that makes up enough. I guess it's supposed. I guess it's supposed to be like even or something. Even though they're why? Because we have all these red states. Apparently, she's really close to him, even though he has all these other states. I don't know. What the? How late? Of course, it's gonna go. I think it's gonna be. I don't know. We might be doing an all-nighter. I hope I can hang. I don't know. At least until the early morning hours, I guess. Like, I don't know, 3, 4 in the morning. I think
taking a look at Queens, there were a handful of neighborhoods that saw.
I think there gets to be a certain point where you can kind of tell, okay, this person's going to win, but I don't know. It's still pretty close. Your TV show's 154-2. I'm looking at Google. Not that that says much, right? Oh, Google. Yeah, okay, we trust in Google. Not that that says much, but I'm looking at Google electoral votes, and it's being like they're getting their information from the Associated Press. Not that that means much either, I guess, but somehow, yeah, she's catching up. If she wins, I don't know. I'll take it. If she was, I guess I'll take it. But bro, it's almost like Biden. Like nobody likes this person. Like if you even just look at the numbers, that's the whole reason YouTube disliked is because of Biden. Because people were going to the White House page, they were clicking. First of all, the videos weren't getting the views. The videos weren't getting the engagement. They were not getting the likes. They were getting ratioed. And somehow this is the most popular president ever. I don't know if he's the most voted president forever. The top of the top. But somehow, number-wise, socially, online, they can't produce those numbers. They can't. So they went and I remember the first time they did this shit. Okay, we're going to disable dislikes. Nobody why? It's a measure. It's an important measure. Jerry says ABC News. So that's interesting too. All these news stations are showing different numbers. Fox News 178 to 113. ABC News shows 154 to 27. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna have to change it up. I know Mama 6. That's true. I agree. All right, I'm gonna let this play for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Of this election.
Yeah. It's all the.
How are you reading some of the early results that we have seen? We've called some races Trump's way and some Kamala Harris's.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to look at, you have a lot of other races going on, but, you look at some states, say, well, Trump did better than he did, 4 years ago in Virginia. Well, they weren't really running a campaign in Virginia, so I'm not sure that really matches with how those races are going to come down in the states where they actually ran, both sides really hammered it out. So let's look at one of those states, Georgia. And Georgia right now, and pretty consistently, what you're seeing is Trump is doing not a lot better, but 1 or 2 points better in most of these counties, in Republican counties, than he did. They have a couple of exceptions where he did a little better than that, 3 or 4%. Others where he maybe did, right about where he was before. But overall, he's running about a point or 2 better than he did before. And conversely, if you look at Kamala Harris, she's running about a point or 2 behind where Joe Biden ran 2 years ago. So what does that mean? Well, Georgia was decided by less than a half a point. So if Trump is doing 1% better and Kamala Harris is doing 1% worse, that tells you that it's a 2% race or 1.5% race, and you want to be Donald Trump. So you just have to keep watching that. It's not some people are projecting a blowout. It might be because we still don't have a lot of results from some counties, and they may not be, they may be different than what we've seen in. But if you're looking at what we're seeing right now, I think the Trump folks are feeling good about Georgia right now. North Carolina is still early. But again, what we're seeing there is the same thing, which is Trump is doing just a little bit better than he did before, and he doesn't have to do any better than he did before because he won the time before. So the other state is Pennsylvania, which is closed now for about an hour.
And that's my question.
People look at that. People look at that state right now. Now and I don't know if you can put it up, but what you'll see it's pretty ugly. Pennsylvania, he's down by a lot. Why?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
I go through it.
I can't put it up here. I have it. I have Pennsylvania up here, the current map up on my computer.
On the map,
if we can punch that up here, and when you look at a county like Monroe County, and you see how that's looking right now, let me zoom in here a little bit closer to that. Kamala Harris has 62% of the vote, and Donald Trump has about 36% of the vote. Now that's about 3 points better for the Democrats than it was in 2020. So talk to us, and this is with only 32% of the vote in. So talk to us about what's really going on here in Monroe County.
Yeah, I would say those are pretty good numbers for Donald Trump. And why would I say that? Well, because if you look at the votes, about 32%. All of that data, there might be a little bit, but almost all of that data is mail-in vote. If in all of these counties, these blue counties you see, for example, go down to York County, which is where you see the P in Philadelphia on the map. It's just to the left of that. That's York County. If you see
there it is right there.
There you go, York County. So York County is 54% Kamala Harris. Yep. Donald Trump's going to win that county by 55 to 60%, maybe over 60%. So what you're seeing, again, 16% of the vote in. It's a more Republican county, as Monroe is a little 50-50, maybe a little lean Democrat. So what you're seeing is a bigger early vote, more Democrats, a bigger early vote percentage-wise in Monroe County, and it's coming in heavily for Kamala Harris, as you would expect, because the early vote in Pennsylvania came in twice as many Democrats as Republican voted early. And again, York County, Donald Trump's going to win York County, but the early vote, twice as many Democrats as Republicans voted early. So it just goes to show you that if you look at this map, you see some of these red counties, those are Republican counties, and that's the early vote. And even in the early vote, they won, even though it was more Democratic. So it's way too early. Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they're saying it's early. So are you guys surprised how close it is, I guess, Kamala and Trump? It's hard for me to think and believe that California would turn red. Just, the whole voter ID stuff that they have going on. Ooh, hold on. Okay, Island Thrifts. Well, let me get back on camera. Island Thrift says, well, she tagged me. Okay, Steven Crowder posted that Kamala's odds of winning the election have absolutely collapsed on Polymarket. Meanwhile, Trump's odds of winning the popular vote are on the rise. Watch this space. Oh, shit. Polymarket. Are people betting over there? What's going to be the outcome for tonight? They're saying Kamala Harris won and secured New York and Colorado. 137 over 30. Oh, sorry, over 99. Let me check that. Yeah. I wonder where you guys are getting the other numbers from, because everybody online, they seem to be referencing the Associated Press, where Kamala currently has 2.6 almost, roughly. Sorry, 22.6 million votes versus Trump with 25.7. And all I see on the map is red. Red, red, red. Red. What else? What's the latest updates? What do you got going on? Trump has won and secured Ohio. Ohio! The dude that voted for Kamala so his girlfriend wouldn't break up with him. He probably didn't care about politics and stuff. But I wish the person you're with to vote for somebody. I mean, yeah, you couldn't threaten me with that. Like, and okay. But when you're young, dumb, I'm kind of there too sometimes. Honestly, I've done some dumb shit, but maybe I should just shut up. But you couldn't change my vote. There's no fucking way. Like, over that, some shit like that. But maybe when you're really young like that, maybe you can. Maybe you can be persuaded. I don't care, bro. Whatever. Let me see what else they got. The Amish, man. The Amish are coming out. This was 8 hours ago, but the Amish coming out for Trump.
Donald Trump, are you Amish? Yeah. Awesome. And so the Amish are going to be coming out to vote this year?
Some of them, yeah.
What has caused so many of the Amish to register to vote this year?
Probably just they want to get out and vote and make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you guys been affected this past 4 years underneath the Biden-Harris administration?
I would say definitely. Yeah.
And in what ways has the Amish community been affected?
One way is that with Trump, the Amish had, I would say, they had more freedom, and with the Biden administration, there was not. It started getting tighter and tighter. And
I just heard yesterday that 180,000 Amish.
Okay, the Amish coming out
because of what happened last year. Someone Democrat went in and tried to shut down a guy's operation. He was doing like organic farming or something, and the billboard's actually in Pennsylvania Dutch. It's not even in English. It says to go out and vote.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
All right, Congressman Burleson, great to have you with us. Missouri in the win column for Donald Trump. All the Electoral College votes.
Is there any protests going on right now? Over here, it says hundreds of anti-Israel protesters swarm outside News Corp to denounce both Trump and Harris. Hold on. That's why I can't live out there anymore. Hey. Well, looks like there's Israeli people out there too.
Well, Bianca, it's always great to speak with you, and it's so good to be back in my home state of Florida. Funny enough, I actually had my high school prom in this building over 10 years ago, so it's a bit of a homecoming for me. The vibes are really high here. Hundreds of people are here, a lot of MAGA hats, a lot of MAGA energy, and I'm talking to a lot of people that are digging through a lot of the data.
They're heroic.
I see a call for Donald Trump in Georgia pretty.
Trump Jr. Is it Trump Jr. or Don Jr.?
I've seen a lot of
politics. You definitely exerted. I exerted 10,000% of my political capital. I may get a favor from my father in 2076. I used it all, but it was great after the debate
and it actually worked out. He turned out to be amazing.
Listen, if I go all in, it's usually I feel really strong. I don't go all in often. There's not a lot of things I'm sort of indifferent. I'll work around some of the bad stuff. Right. This was one that was it was really important to me, and
but there have been no hiccups. It's crazy.
Well, honestly, it's sort of interesting. I've had a lot of these sort of Republican donor class people come up to me, which is really stupid of them, by the way. But they're like, Don, I was MFing you for 3 weeks about that decision because I really wanted X, Y, Z, and then I'm like, you really shouldn't tell me that you were doing that behind my back. I appreciate the candor now, but I'm like,
Trump's really taking the lead. What happens, man? What happens tomorrow? What happens tomorrow if he wins?
Oh boy, that's usually not great. And he just gets on the phone. He goes, Don, I did that for you, Don, but that was a 10, and that
they're saying Trump wins Nebraska. Cinema Shogun. I like him. I like his YouTube page. I like his commentary. I think it's funny. He just said Trump wins Nebraska. Okay. Wow. Okay, Trumpy. Oh, man. Donald Trump has 71% currently to win the presidency. Oh, shit. Oh, man, it's going to be crazy, bro. We'll see. We'll see. Protesters light Israeli flag on fire. Okay, okay.
Hoping to get, and it's why would you do that? And he's been one of the first people to really break the mold on that and just sort of not just accept the narrative blindly and push back. So it's been awesome to see. He can explain himself, and for me,
too early,
again, that's true. Politics has not been an upside business for us. It's not a business for us at all. It's cost us billions of dollars.
Yeah.
But I believe in this stuff, and so to know that there's also someone we have a bench. There's a future of the Republican Party. It's not now it reverts back to Mitt Romney and whatever it may be. And that was fun. I'll see you guys later. America First is alive and well. And, seeing a Vivek and seeing some of these other guys come up there and now step out and, just absolutely dismantle that establishment class day in and day out. You can just see truly impressive people actually on our side for a change. And I'm like, this is the way.
And I got to say, I feel personally vindicated because I've told you this many times, but I remember 5 years ago, oh, Donald Trump's so stupid. I was like, no, actually, Don's the smartest guy in the orbit and actually understands politics on a gut level way better than anybody else in the whole.
Yeah, you had a bad news cycle for that. I remember that. I was like, wow, that was pretty cool.
Well, it's true. It's true.
And they went after you pretty hard.
But I said that because it's true. And I think now it's very obvious that it's true. So congratulations. I think you've been vindicated, and I mean that. Anyway, thank you.
Now we just got to win.
Good luck, man.
I appreciate it.
Hold on. Younger voters narrowly going for Trump. 18 to 29 in Michigan are going for Trump.
Wow.
That is crazy. Young people for Trump?
It's man, I see so much stuff. like if you break it down per capita, like I actually in the last like 2-3 months, like I've taken per capita more selfies with like black men than any other group.
Exactly.
There is a shift. Like no one's buying the nonsense anymore. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean this is it, but it feels so good because of that. It's like it's not the old white guy in a MAGA hat anymore. It's it's a big deal. Baldwin County flipped it for us, huh?
Trump flipped Baldwin County. It's 41% black. He's the first Republican to win in 20 years.
Wow,
amazing.
That's wow.
Amazing.
That is.
Listen, we just need this stuff to translate through. We need that to translate through in the in the blue wall and pick off one of those, and I feel like we have a pretty good night.
93 more electoral votes necessary.
Looks like there's at least I don't know. Looks like they got champagne there. They got that Prosecco. I love some Prosecco. I don't know what they're drinking.
Montana, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, and
Nevada.
Maybe Nevada. Yeah.
Nevada. I mean, it was interesting. Nevada on the ground. Obviously the Democrats, they've owned that for a long time. That's the Harry Reid machine and everything like that.
There we are.
I was there a lot, and it felt pretty good.
The betting markets have him at 71%.
With $291 million in play. That's a lot of money.
That's nuts. Yeah.
It's a little harder to steal at this point, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, it's people are watching. I never gave the RNC much credit prior to this, but Michael Watley, the whole team, like these guys, lower, like they got real people on the ground. They got real poll watchers. They got lawyers. So when something started happening, it doesn't mean they're going to catch everything. But like before, we were just like, okay, like you can just print some ballots and fill them out and make up the difference. Doesn't mean that won't happen yet. The Democrats, they're vicious and they're evil and they're crafty. So they'll change the game. We're usually reactionary. They're a little bit more proactive to get ahead of these things, but it feels good that we actually have people on the ground. The second something went, they're on it. They got lawsuits filed. They got lawyers on the ground.
Yeah.
They got people actually watching this stuff. So it's exciting to see.
All right, I'll find you.
I appreciate it, buddy. See you in a
Thank
bit.
you, Don. Good to see you, man. So this election is being closely watched by everyone in the United States, but it is maybe even as closely being watched by the rest of the world, for whom a lot hangs in the balance. Nigel Farage is the head of the UK Reform Party. He is the author of the Brexit movement. Its prime mover, really someone who will be tied in history, I think, with Donald Trump forever, because Brexit happened just as Trump's candidacy was taking off. He joins us now. Nigel, thanks so much.
Tucker, pleasure to be here.
So I'm not going to ask you to predict electoral totals in a system that a country you don't live in, but tell us, is it an overstatement to say that the rest of the world is watching this really, really carefully?
Oh, you bet your life. This is big. You think it's just about America. No, it's much bigger than that. It's about leadership of the Western world. It's about what signal gets sent to dictators all over the world who are launching wars, causing problems, whether we talk Middle East, whether we talk Ukraine, whether we talk potentially what might happen with China, Taiwan, etc.
China. All right, let's look at different clips. We got to keep it moving.
I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she was installed, not elected. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she is a weak leader.
I wanted to see the fight. I forgot what it's called. Like we were watching where like this type of situation happens with Biden. Like what happened with Biden, Kamala, where they could have gone to the DNC and there would have been like this all-out war. And the people have to decide who they want. And it hasn't happened in so many years. But they didn't do that. They just chose, or I don't even know if they chose. They just put her ass there. That's it. She was just, nobody picked. She was just the one,
I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she can't articulate a vision for America. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she is extremely negative. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she doesn't seem particularly intelligent. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she cannot stand up to the enemies of America. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she was vice president when we had the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan in which 13 American soldiers died. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she was the deciding vote, the tie-breaking vote in the $1.9 trillion package that was passed that threw this country into inflation. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because I do not like her. I am not voting for Kamala Harris because I do not want her to be my president. I am not voting for Kamala Harris because I am tired of all the celebrities like Lady Gaga and Katy Perry and Beyonce and Oprah telling me that I need to vote for Kamala Harris. I am not voting for Kamala Harris because she has done absolutely nothing of note in the past 3.5 years, and she wants us to turn the page from the presidency that she was number 2 in over the past 4 years. I am not voting for Kamala Harris because I refuse to be propagandized. I am not voting for Kamala Harris because she is, without a doubt, the worst presidential nominee for any party that I've seen in my lifetime, and she will never get my vote.
Oh. All right. That's cool.
Do it. Well, let me tell you this. Back in the day, anybody that we were able to corrupt, they were always a Democrat. Anybody that we were able to corrupt politically was always the Democrats. Couldn't touch the Republicans back then. It was always the Democrats. They were easier to corrupt. That's the truth. So if Soros were to give me $1 million, I got to be honest with you, Patrick. The way the government is today, you couldn't give me any amount of money to keep these people in power today because they're destroying our country. Destroying our country.
Ooh, is that
you know what?
Bull?
I've said this recently. We did our thing on the street, and we're not angels. You know, Samuel verified that. We weren't angels, but we would never do to the country what these people in office are doing now. No doubt about it. Amen. We wouldn't be out there hurting our children. We wouldn't be going for gender-affirming surgery in minors. We wouldn't do it. And quite honestly, and Samuel verify this, we weren't big drug dealers. We wouldn't allow fentanyl to come over this country, to come into our neighborhoods and communities and destroy our people. We wouldn't do it. So what we would probably...
He's a former mobster.
...probably do is take the $1 million from Soros, and then Sammy would kill him, and that would be the end of it. It'd be all done.
You got it.
It's important for the viewers. This is an exercise. This is not real. Folks, it's a hypothetical question. Don't overreact. He's just given a hypothetical. Yes. Sammy, how would you go about it? Again, be a devil's advocate. $10 million, you got to help him win the election. How would you do it?
Let me tell you.
Keep a little closer if you can keep the mic.
Let me tell you a small little story. One of my guys came to me and said, Sammy, there's a guy who wants to give us $25,000 to kill his wife. We don't do that. But I turned around and I said, listen, tell him to give you $12,500 before we do it, and after we do it, we'll give him the other $12,500. And the guy who was in my crew said, Sammy, I thought we don't do that. I said, we're not. We're going to take the $12,500. We're never giving it back. And we're going to tell him, if you want to leave your wife, divorce her in a court of law. So giving me millions of dollars to betray my country, to be honest, Michael is right. I would have told him, okay, give me part of it up front, and then I'll betray the country. And he would be dead. So, you know, and I look at this election and what's going on, and talk about gangsters and stuff like that. We were totally different than everybody else. I think Michael could verify this. We know crime. We've done crime. So when I see Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, I know exactly what they do and what they're doing. We've done it on a very small scale. It never hurt the whole country. These people are so greedy that they look at us, no matter whether you're black, Hispanic, white, man, woman, no matter what your religion is, we're all dirt to them. They want white liberal elites want to run the country, control it, take all of the money, and they want us completely helpless. That's why all this racist shit comes out and everything else. They got pit men against women, all kinds of different things. They tell women that Trump is going to take away your right. He took it away from the government. The government don't have the right to do that. And he gave it to the states. You still have a right to get an abortion. They lie about everything they say. And they try to pit men against women and all of the races and all these problems. And the more we argue and fight amongst each other, the easier it is for them to take everything. So I could go on and on and on, but I think Patrick will never invite me back. He can't do nothing about it now. He can't make me. I got guys in the audience. He can't get me off, but I'm going to back up.
Can you guys believe how much inflation has destroyed the dollar? You used to be able to murder your wife for $25,000. You can't even get a meeting with a killer for $25,000 today.
That's a discounted price. But Patrick, I have
a discounted price.
I have a question to ask. A question to ask everyone. And I really want you to answer me on this. Show of hands or whatever. Joe Biden, the information that I have had 3 racketeering indictments, 2 federal and 1 state, 1 brought on by Rudy Giuliani. I know that statute inside out and upside down. Trump was recently, they're accusing him of going on a revenge tour, that he's going to take revenge all the people that have come after him. And somebody asked me about that, Patrick, and I said, no, it's not revenge, but it's justice. Our people in power should not be able to get away with this stuff because we as American citizens paid for it. Now, I will tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. The information that the GOP, the Congress, has brought out against Joe Biden, the $27 million that went through all of these shell companies. He had 21 shell companies. I had 18. I know exactly the deal. These companies had no brick and mortar. They had no employees. They did nothing but collect illegal money. The guy is absolutely, there's enough information there to indict him for a racketeering case. I'm not saying he was convicted. Everybody gets their day in court, but indictment guaranteed. Why should our elected officials that we put our trust in, why should they get away with this? There should be a precedent set. I don't want to see him go to jail. He's too old. But he should be held accountable for his actions, just like every one of them. Let me ask you this. Nancy Pelosi, I have a little bit of a thing with her because her father was hooked up with the mob in Baltimore. Sammy, am I right?
Yeah.
He got elected as mayor because we gave him help at that time. Nancy Pelosi has his characteristics. The woman has made $400 to $500 million. She's the best stock trader in the entire world. Okay, we go to jail for that, insider trading. Should they be held accountable for this or should they not?
There you go, absolutely.
Okay, that's it. Sammy, what do you think?
I agree with it 100%.
Thank you.
Like I said, we see this. We've dealt with it. We know what it's like. And it's right in front of our faces. And like I said, what confuses us is they have everybody arguing about something. And they just do what they got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, they're telling people, women, you have no rights. That's the biggest bullshit question I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I watch television, there's a woman narrator, and 3 women guests. They're all over the place in everything.
Yeah.
And they should be. And what they're feeding you is garbage.
Hey, Christina.
You can't do what you want to do with your body. That is so fake, it's ridiculous.
Sammy, I got a question for you. A story came out with you that you tried to bribe Trump, but he wouldn't budge.
That's right.
And this story came out in New York Post, I believe, just a couple days ago. You talked about this a little bit earlier as well. You and I have spoken about this before. What happened when you tried to bribe Trump?
Well, something came out in the New York Post today. Years ago, when I was in power, I was the underboss of the Gambino family. I ran unions in New York, and I was successful in everything I did. Then I turned around and I tried to reach Trump and try to bribe him to make him do some things with me. And I could have helped him with the unions, in business, all kinds of ways. He wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't do it. And it would have benefited him a lot. So finally, I gave up. And my guys told me, Sammy, let's go up his office. I said, no. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up there, we'll threaten him, we'll be in jail before we could finish talking. Fuck him. Let's just go on to the people we're working with. We don't need to do this. He was with the biggest gangster, or one of the biggest gangsters in that time. He wouldn't be bribed. So I had told the person who asked me, I said, listen, we blew him off. He was a rich guy. He didn't need to do anything. He didn't want to do anything. And he wouldn't take a bribe. He was a legitimate guy, and I went further.
Did you guys hear what he just said? So he had an opportunity to do business with them, but he wouldn't take the bribe for nothing.
Yeah, he would not take a bribe. He would not do anything illegitimate. And I'll tell you one more quick story. When I went down to Arizona with my son, had arrested.
Okay. What we got here, Kamala Harris?
Nice to see you.
Kamala! We're here, Kamala!
Let me be very clear. Today is the day that we turn the page and we move forward, unburdened by what has been.
We're with the vice president!
Alex Stein.
Donald Trump wanted us to go back to a place we used to be, but we're not going back. I mean, come on.
We love you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you so much.
Nice
to see you.
Kamala! We're here, Kamala!
Let me be very clear. Today is the day that we turn the page and we move forward, unburdened by what has been.
Bro, well enough. Oh, Chris Cuomo!
But Chris, you're in contact with everybody. I saw a picture of you earlier voting. I just wanted to say congratulations on voting for Trump. Are you proud of your vote?
Put us out to the spot. We know you voted for Trump.
I am very proud of my vote. I'll only tell you this. It was the
You
right
voted for
end.
Trump.
Wow. And I can't wait for President Bet David.
Chris, what are you hearing in the marketplace? You're seeing Florida. You're seeing all these things that's going on. What are you hearing? What are people texting you?
Come on, let's get it.
What's being said on the street?
Yeah.
Blow shit out of the water.
Turnout is very high. Election security has been good. This is a win for all of us. It's a win for democracy. So far, no drama. That's what matters most. Trump is overperforming where he needed to do well. Harris is underperforming where she was not expected to do well. Now it's going to come down to the blue wall. North Carolina and Georgia make that very clear.
Do you think we'll get a decision tonight?
Yes, I think we'll have a good sense tonight. Not on Congress, but on the presidential race, I think we will.
So tonight, based on what you're saying, I got a few relatives, I'm Middle Eastern, they're in Vegas texting me, is it a smart bet to bet for this guy from New York that now lives in Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago? Is it a good bet?
Right now, you're in the money betting on Trump.
Chris, any final thoughts before we send you back to News Nation?
I got to tell you, I love it here. I love the team. I'm jealous that I'm not down there with you guys.
Well, we miss you, but Chris, in the flesh or on the Zoom, you look sexy as hell, buddy. Have a good time.
It's all makeup. All makeup. Patrick, I love you.
Listen, Chris Cuomo, I didn't like him when he was on CNN. After he changed and went over to News Nation, actually, he was very relatable. I liked a lot of the shit that he had to say. All right, let's see what's going on, man. Damn, we got a long night. All night long. Trump is leading. He's ahead of the game. And it looks like Florida is already done, right? It looks like 94% reporting. Florida's done. And kick out all these blue people. Florida's done. It says 94%, but almost done. Got this shit in the bag. Look, just look at the map. Mira. It's still early because you know they're gonna get California. Va a coger California. I don't know if they're gonna get Arizona. I don't know about all these others. This Colorado, everybody's high and weed all the time, so of course they're gonna take on Kamala. I don't know about Montana and Washington, Minnesota. What's that state that's all about drugs and stuff? Oregon, right? I think even like free crack pipes out in vending machines and stuff. So there's some of these places that are just, it's going to be blue. I don't know if it's Oregon. I forgot what state it was. You know what I mean. I guess we'll have to see. You got to offer them something. You'll get this for free. Donald Trump is projected to win North Carolina. Okay. Oh, we got this guy on. Polymarkets are now calling for Trump victory.
Wow, Viva, looking at this, you were on this morning, you were predicting a victory. So is General Flynn. Looking now, don't want to count our chickens yet, but it's looking good, Viva.
Well, I'm following the markets as much as I'm watching the news because the markets were predicting Ohio before the news was. So you know that the markets are more predictive, more accurate than the news itself. But fingers crossed, despite the fact that Pennsylvania and what's the other state there, Arizona are saying we might not know for days. You might not need to know certain things for days, but it might be clear enough as what's coming in tonight. It looks good, Alex. I don't want to get ahead of anybody's. I don't want to get ahead of the ball. I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched, but it's looking very good, and the markets are reflecting that in real time as we speak.
And, of course, the markets want Trump because Kamala and the globalists want to collapse the country to take it over instead of prosperity, Viva. Get into the markets, what you're seeing.
Well, it's not even the aggregate trading markets. It's the predictive markets. So you have predicted poly market. This is not an ad, by the way, whatsoever. But you have these betting markets.
No, the betting. That too.
Yeah. And so you have them. They respond to the news before it actually reaches MSM. This is what's beautiful about it. The betting markets have people on the ground. When they get information, it filters up to the betting markets and.
Joe Reid calls Florida an extreme right-wing fascist state. She mad.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
Yes. Don't come here anymore. I don't want to see you here on vacation and shit. Yeah.
It gets reflected faster than it gets called for on Fox News. And so, Ohio got basically not called, but spiked on the markets before the news was even saying, oh, the reporting is in. So the betting markets are the easiest way, the most accurate way to say, how are people feeling about what's going to happen? They're betting with their dollar. And it's looking very good. And I'm comparing the margins of the states that Trump, he might be losing certain states now, but the question is by what compared to 2020? And he might be winning Florida now because, I think they won Florida back in 2020, but by what? And the margins are swinging radically. And, Miami going red, or at least having a double-digit shift since 2020 is an indication not just of Florida, Miami, whatever. It's an indication of the Latino vote. And from what I've been explained by people who are smarter than me, the Latino vote, excluding California, but across America. And it's wild. I mean, it's wild in real time. And we haven't yet gotten to the Pennsylvania, to certain other swing states. But what we're seeing from the East is going to be indicative of what's coming as you progress west, except for California. But it's looking very good. And I don't want to get ahead of anything, but it's looking good.
Yeah, we're going to pull it up. I was just looking at it. He's going way up in projections from the mid-60s to the 70s, and Polymarket is dead on. So Polymarket now projecting Trump victory, and it may be so.
Interesting. Breaking, the New York Times election needle keeps moving towards Trump. Now it gives Trump a 67% chance of the next president. Okay, I guess it's going to be swinging back and forth, but that is interesting. And like I said, oh man, imagine you got like 10 million, 30 million followers, or whatever it is. And you're a musician, you're an influencer, they're paying you for whatever, and you're endorsing some bullshit. Just to find out your endorsement and your millions and millions of followers means nothing when it comes to politics. Imagine people were so fed up with your bullshit, nobody gave a fuck about all those millions and millions and billion of subs and followers. That's what I'm waiting on. If Trump wins, that's what I'm waiting on.
Big that even if they try to hold Georgia or Pennsylvania or Nevada.
Mustard Mama, thank you for the 18 months. Says, glad to have you back online. And Mr. Commentary, Trump 2024. You can't say that. Canceled. Christina, thank you for the 18 months. Says Trump. Oh my God, I got Trump supporters. Erms, thank you so much. Chaos, thank you so much. I voted for a felon. Jenna says they're jealous of your wigs. Thank you. Jenna, thank you for the 5 as well. Again, someone needs to ask him to blink twice. And thank you for all the other super chats as well. Crazy. I guess we're going to be here for a long time tonight, I guess. Oh, man.
Or Arizona out. It could be so big that doesn't matter. Looks like the Roger Stone.
Let's see. Who we got on here? Who we got coming on now?
Buddy, you look sharp with your 3-piece suit. You look amazing. Grab a seat. I love it. Grab a seat, grab a seat, grab a seat.
Amazing.
If we got Adam or Vinny in the house, Adam or Vinny.
Bring Vinny out. He's crazy.
Okay.
Want somebody crazy.
I'm
Bring
texting Adam. Adam's flirting. Adam, this is what happens when you don't respond to text.
Oh, Candace!
Vinny, hit the stage. Everybody make some noise. Vincent O'Shannell,
Candace!
back up on the stage.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. They not like us. They not like us.
Man,
There's Vinny.
Ready,
There's
you'll
Vinny.
come back.
Oh, shit. It's about to get lit.
Okay.
Here we go.
Candace, how are you, Candace?
I'm good.
Yes?
Very good, yeah.
How are you feeling about tonight?
Vinny and I were just saying backstage, we're kind of scared to go to sleep. So he was like, does anybody have meth? Because we're fearful that we're doing the 2020
We can't sleep tonight. We gotta
replay
stay
where
up.
we all feel good, the numbers look good, we're excited, and then if we go to sleep...
Are you a little nervous?
I'm very scared to sleep right now. I'm very scared to sleep because of what happened in 2020. Obama tweeted 5 hours ago, well, it might take several days to count the votes. Don't forget it took several days in during COVID or in 2020. And so it just feels like they have transformed, or they're trying to make us forget that they used to count the votes that night, election night. And now they're trying to normalize it, taking tons of days, mail-in ballots. I'm just... I don't want to be too confident because I was clearly overconfident in 2020.
Might pull out some bullshit. Oh, we got all this mail-in ballots.
You're somebody that watches these things very closely. What's different about 24 versus 2020?
Well, Kamala's the Manchurian candidate, so there's that. So, there's a lot that's different. And I don't want to pretend that there hasn't also been some shifts, I think, in the Republican Party as well. I think we're seeing a different Trump. This is the first time that we've had a candidate that survived 2 assassination attempts, right? And I think a lot of people are awake to what the implications are when you have somebody that they're trying to assassinate in office. I think Joe Biden, if you want to present him as if there's anything optimistic to say about Joe Biden, I would say that he woke people up to the fact that the president is not in charge, right? He's essentially been brain dead for 4 years. And people are going, okay, if Joe Biden's not running the country, who is? So I think maybe years ago, people thought a lot of this talk about deep state was a conspiracy theory, and people no longer think that. So it feels like there's a lot more on the line right now. People are motivated to vote. There's been a lot of changes, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the night.
Let me ask you a question, though. When you think about, and by the way, I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people are there as well. But that whole phrase, whoever came up with the phrase "too big to rig," right? The idea where you're playing another team, let's say all these different deflate gates, who was the team that used to record? What was the team that they said in the NFL
so long
used to
as
record?
Trump doesn't get rid of police
Patriots
chases,
recording.
tears of joy, tears of joy. Underscore Meldog.
So long as
Underscore Meldog. Underscore Meldog. Underscore amazing. Underscore amazing. Underscore amazing. Underscore all.
Police chases. No, I know. We're good. If Trump gets rid of police chases, it's going to be a problem. We're going to have a problem with that.
Wasn't it
Houston Astros in baseball?
Houston Astros were doing that trash thing. That was a different story. But you gotta kind of find a way to beat them if the score is much bigger where you can't cheat. Do you think, even with the idea of a big lead, you're still concerned that they could find a way to? You're still feeling that. And if they did, how would they do it?
Mail-in ballots. No one. People got very shy and scared after January 6th. to say what I think most Americans know, which is that the 2020 election was stolen. I'm one of those people I've said that since it happened. They radically transformed the way that we voted, and they did this in the name of COVID. And nothing made sense that night. We've never seen anything like that happen. And so I think for a lot of people, myself included, we've lost faith in our election process. I think you tweeted yesterday or the day before, do you trust the election process? Or if Trump loses, would you think that loss was legitimate? And I think the fact that we can no longer count votes at night and they tell us that it takes days doesn't make us feel good about the election process.
Vince, are you at the same place that Candace is at, or are you thinking it's going to be a landslide victory tonight? Where are you at?
This is what I know. I know the Democratic Party is the evilest organization in the history of the world. I know they've been a party of slavery from 1800 to 1860.
Party of slavery.
Party of Confederacy from 1860 to 1865. The party of Jim Crow from 1865 to 1965. And now they're the party of Marxism, communism, transgenderism, abortion up to the 9th month, castrating little boys, calling them little girls. They are evil institutions. They'll do anything to win. Anything. We have to know that and understand that. The whole civil rights movement was necessitated because the Democratic Party has been stealing elections for 100 years.
Wow!
Hyperbole. That's a fact. They were for 100 years, they were doing all types of literacy tests, intimidation, murder. This is their game. They're masters at it. And even right now, they do ballot harvesting.
She triple threaded the no words on the tube you underscore here.
Street
underscore
money.
lot.
Whatever it takes to win, they will win. They will try it. But that's not going to happen tonight. Ooh. You know what?
What? Tell him.
Because we're ready for it.
He needs to speak at a Trump rally.
But it's not going to happen. We're watching. We're ready. We're prepared.
Yeah.
They're going to try. But the margins are going to be so loud. They're going to be so far. They're going to be so wide. They're going to have to sit down and they're going to have to give up on it.
Amen. By the way, this is very important. Do you mind if I tell them your brother, your family? Are you okay if I?
Oh no, we'd love to.
So let me tell you guys. Vince's brother is a Fortune 50 CEO. Is it fair?
Yes, Fortune 50.
His brother is the CEO of Lowe's for the last 6 years. You guys ever heard of Lowe's?
That's right.
His brother is
Hold on, Pat, I'm sorry. You guys were supposed to do my cabinets last week and nobody showed up.
You're funny.
So stupid.
When I was speaking, your brother and I were having a conversation. You and I were having a conversation. My curiosity was, what values and principles did your parents raise you to produce these types of kids? Take us back to when you were 6 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old. I'm at the dinner table with your mom and dad. If I have a camera to see what the conversations were like, what did your mom and dad tell you to raise these two successful kids here? At least the two that I've met.
My friends, I was born on a cotton plantation in Hayward County, Tennessee. My father was a sharecropper. The only thing that kept me from being at the bottom of everything was that I had a father. But my father aspired. He believed in America. He believed in
so much
America. And all of our lives, he told us is one thing, that if you believe in God, if you work hard, if you bring good people to you and push bad people away, it is nothing you cannot attain in this country.
That's so true, yeah.
My family has lived the American dream. We've lived it. But the one thing that he taught us that was very, very interesting, he said, if Jesus Christ has ordained something for you, no man can stop it. No racist can stop it. No black man, no white man. He's ordained it. So he said, don't march, don't complain, don't fight. Don't blame other people for what's going on in your life, because that's what cowards do.
Oh!
Coward.
Oh! Wow.
So that's how we live our life. That's how the American people live their lives every day. They want to make us a nation of cowards, begging and crawling and marching. Yo! Instead of saying, no, I'm going to earn what I get.
Yo, this guy
I'm not going to ask the government for my freedom. I'm going to find them to come try to take it from me. I'm not going to walk around asking them to give me something. I respect the thief more than I respect the beggar. We're Americans. We earn it. And my father taught me to go out every day and earn it. That's the lesson. Believe in God. Bring good people to you. Press bad people away. And he said this to me. He said, they talk about white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, white privilege.
Yeah.
He talked about, there's a privilege being white. I said, but also a privilege to be black.
Oh, tell him.
There's also a privilege to be Hispanic.
Yes.
It's a privilege to be Jewish. It's a privilege to be an American.
They'll cancel you for that. You can't say that, though. You can't. Don't mention it. I'm just kidding.
So this is the night that we live as Americans. And I'm proud to be up here with you, David. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Damn, I like this guy a lot. I like him.
Again,
love him.
That's something anybody can pick up from your parents for raising the two kids, the kids that they've raised. Candace, I was looking at
David. What's his name?
So
Anybody
for
remember
me,
his name?
I'm always looking to see case studies.
I'm gonna have to search it up.
What is the difference between 2024 and 2020? One of the things that we talked about on the podcast a few weeks ago, that it showed in 2016, Trump got 6% of the African American vote, and then it went to 8%, and I think he's at like 18% right now. Why do you think that is, Candace?
I've been so excited about this. I've said black men have been my pride and joy this election. We've come a very long way, me and Black America, because they were just really biting the BLM rhetoric, and the world was going to be over because of George Floyd, and they've completely flipped on this. I mean, women as well. Black women are shifting as well, slower. But black men have done a complete 180, and I've been talking about it on my show. And I think it's just, you just can't keep running the same play before people start to look up and go, wait a second, my life was just better under Trump, right? First and foremost, I don't think black men were convinced by Kamala whatsoever. It has nothing to do with her being a woman, but she's been in office for 4 years talking about how she's going to fix what's been going on for the last 4 years. Doesn't make any sense.
You've been here
and
already.
For people trying to use the excuse of, oh, well, she's just the VP. Tell that to Dick Cheney. You know what I mean? So I think of course, her also being the border czar, and that has been something that has been a threat to black jobs. And I really do think it just came down to, how are you living right now? They are looking at gas prices, they're looking at grocery prices, and they're realizing Trump wasn't that bad. And here's the other thing about running the same play. In 2016, there was a question mark, right? Nobody actually knew how Trump was going to be. So the media was able to use this propaganda. He's going to be just like Hitler. They're going to put you back in slave chains. You're going to be back in the South picking cotton. And he was an unknown. So it was like, well, maybe if everybody's saying it, because they were so aggressive. We actually had never seen the media line up in a way against, I don't think, in my lifetime at least, any candidate the way that they came after Trump when he was running against Hillary Clinton. I've never seen them use that intense of rhetoric, really making people think we were going to be back in slave chains. It was that ridiculous. And then he gets in office and that doesn't happen. Actually, the gas prices come down, they're living okay. And so when they did the exact same thing, when they ran that exact same play again this time, they're like, all right, man, he's already been president, so you can't tell us that he's going to do all of these things when he had the opportunity to do it and he didn't do it. So it's more of a common sense response.
I think that's exactly right, but then I think there's a next step to it, right? Which is that, look, for all you guys here who are like Trump people, okay, you're going, but if you could just imagine, say, just the average person, in 2020, Joe Biden had a reasonable sales pitch. Which is that he could say, and you got a picture, the election is in November of 2020. So we just went through the year of lockdowns and the riots and all of this craziness, and that comes after the 3 years that preceded it of all the Russia hysteria and all of this. And Joe Biden could say, hey, let's go back to normal. I've been in the Senate for 700 years. And so let's just go back to normal America where things weren't this crazy. And by the way, I'm going to stay in my basement, but he at least had an excuse that it was like, well, there's a pandemic, so I'm doing the responsible thing. That was a very attractive sales pitch to a lot of people who were just, by the end of 2020, tired of all of it. But the problem is, in addition to what Candace was saying, which is absolutely right, then Joe Biden got in. And guess what? We didn't go back to normal. We went to something even crazier than the 4 Trump years were. And then that revealed that the problem wasn't Trump. This whole thing is listen, Donald Trump is the least interesting thing about what's going on in America right now. He really is. Donald Trump, you can figure out who he is within 5 seconds of looking at him. You're like, okay, he's a self-promoter. He loves to promote himself. He always is on message. He's constantly in sales mode. What's interesting is that this country got to a point where we wanted the biggest middle finger we could find against the establishment. That's what's really interesting. And when you took Trump out, that didn't go away. And it doesn't, honestly, here's the thing that I know no one wants to hear tonight. It doesn't even really matter whether Trump wins or not. What really matters is that this movement against the corruption in Washington, D.C. continues on. That's what, it's much bigger than any one person. But to your point, they don't have that pitch anymore. What are they going to say? We're going back to normal under Kamala Harris?
Right. And I would also add, like, people really don't like celebrity endorsements anymore.
McGinnis, thank you for the 20. Yo, I was literally just talking about that on Twitter. IMC McGinnis, thanks so much for the 20. Appreciate that. Iqbal 2028 for President of the United States.
ICKEDMEL 2028 for President of the United States.
And I've been saying this throughout the stream. I'm really curious to see, because I'm going to talk a lot of shit after the fact. If Trump wins, all these celebrities and these Hollywood people with millions and millions of followers and millions of dollars, and nobody gave a fuck about their endorsement. If he wins, I can't wait, because it's maybe it'll be like a humbling to these people, you know, to awaken their ass.
You know? Like, I think the worst thing to be, what do we...
Wait, are they calling Pennsylvania?
No. Tom, are you guys calling? You're not calling Pennsylvania yet. That's just 42% reporting.
Okay. Yeah.
42%. They just threw everybody off. Hang on one second. But do you have an update for us?
It's very, very, very quick. Very, very quick. He is just...
Tom, we can't hear you, buddy.
Tom,
Mike,
hold up.
closer
my
to
mic.
you. Hang on. Guys, if Tom uses the mic, Tom talks dirty to his wife very softly. We have to raise the audio with Tom. Tom's method of talking dirty is soft. Please know it by now.
Revolving light, revolving light, revolving light.
I'm sorry, Tom, on behalf of our crew here.
Kayla, thank you so much. Thank you, Mel for Prez and Nat for VP. Thank you.
Take over. Go ahead.
Bailey and Brooke, I am so sorry.
That's his two daughters. Shout out to Bailey going to Rice, but go ahead, Tom.
So, as you can see, it's only 42% reporting, but as you can see, as the vote comes in Pennsylvania, he is now half a point up, and in Georgia...
Stop.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
And in Georgia, 79% is reported, but...
79%.
There's a lot of votes coming in from Atlanta, and so he's got just
Look
under
at Atlanta.
a
That's
6-point
crazy.
lead right now.
Not Atlanta, but
with a lot
Georgia
coming in Atlanta.
Let's
but
go.
It's looking better every
Let's
minute.
go.
Don't overpromise, underdeliver. There's 2,000 people here that are going to chase after your red Ferrari outside. I just want you to know this. They know what you
talk,
drive.
numbers scream, and we've got a lot of good numbers coming.
All right. Okay. By the way, while we're doing...
Oh, man.
So if you're going to try to turn an election into
and the chronic disease epidemic, and President Trump has told me he
then
wants to
Carson
see
got RFK?
concrete, measurable results within 2 years, and I promised him that I can do that. Now, whether that means as an HHS secretary or whether it means as a health czar within the White House, we haven't figured out yet. But one way or another, we are going to end the chronic disease epidemic.
The reason that I think that you will be given the authority to do that is because I've been at a bunch of different public events with you over the past couple of months, and the
Continue. You were saying earlier.
Well, I was also going to say that the celebrity...
Damn. Imagine Trump wins. That'd be amazing. All these people.
Another
NBC exit poll suggests Trump doubled his support from black voters in Wisconsin.
NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin
suggesting this Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin.
Wow.
Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote
versus
78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8% of black voters in Wisconsin. I mean, you're looking at, you're looking at identity realignment happening in real time in this election cycle. It's another NBC News.
That's wild. That's Tim Pool there. Wild.
Celebrity endorsements, I think, are now hurting. I have to say, this was the first
You
year
said
where I
they're
was
not
like,
working. They're not working.
They're not working. They're hurting now. And you saw this because towards the end, they just ran out it was like every celebrity got the call in the last 4 days. But it was really interesting to just be in the comment section of LeBron James, when he is basically supposed to be the king and black men are supposed to just listen to whatever he says. I mean, I am telling you, the comments under his post were 80% negative. I think there's something about it that feels very patronizing, that they're obviously rolling out these people like LeBron James, even Barack Obama. I genuinely think him coming out and rolling up his sleeves and talking to the brothers wasn't a good thing. I think the brothers got a little upset by that. It's like, first off, Barry, where have you been? Secondly, when have you ever been a brother? When have you ever been in any sorts of situations that would make you relate to black Americans? You grew up in Singapore and Hawaii, and you went to wealthy schools your entire life. It's an act. His name is Barry Soetoro, and watching him suddenly patronize black men and pretend like he's been a part of some struggle, I genuinely think they just got pissed off. I think they literally went, okay, it's just too obvious right now.
Candace, are you trying to say that Cardi B's endorsement of Kamala did nothing to sway your vote? I know you and Cardi.
Or
Megan Thee Stallion. I mean, come on.
I gotta say, when Sexy Red came out and put her butt cheeks in the air, I was almost compelled. That one pulled me.
By the way, you know I realized too, Dave, you know what? Who are really pissed off? I want to know where, because Kamala isn't African American. She's Jamaican and Indian. How pissed off are the Indian community? Not one shout out. Like, her cousin out there is like, why don't you give us one? Not even a hello, Raj. Nothing. That's a billion people.
That's a good point.
She would have won. She would have won in a landslide if she just went, my friends from New Delhi. She would have won.
Vinny, you're going to get yourself cancelled, Vinny. You're going to get yourself cancelled, Vinny.
But wasn't it cool when Trump called her out? When Trump called her out about, playing black? When Trump said, well, she was Indian up to 3 years ago, and then she came out as black. And that's when the floodgates opened and people started checking, and everybody found out she was a liar.
And by people, you mean me, because let me tell you,
you've done great work.
I just turned it in. I couldn't let go of it. I couldn't believe it. I actually went through her book, and every single relative that she posts is like a fake auntie, a fake uncle, and a fake black grandmother. Like this woman, by the end of her election,
she fake grandma.
Yes, caught. Red-handed.
Great work.
A fake grandma.
She posted a fake picture of a woman, and I can't explain it. It was like a black science. I just looked and I said, this is not your grandma. It was just the black grandmas are Caribbean grandmas. My grandmother was Caribbean. They're very in your face. They lovey-dovey. You're always like, grandma, chill. And you could just tell in the picture, I was like, I feel like this woman is the help. And then I started the investigation, learned that wasn't her grandmother, and then I got in touch with her relatives. I mean, I wouldn't let go. I was like, you cannot just post up a fake grandma. And her uncle told me that was not the grandmother, and then a Jamaican woman came out and said that's not the grandmother. And then Kamala's campaign completely dropped all talk about being the first black African anything. So she stopped running on that by the end of the campaign. Very scary.
Candace, you do got to give her a little bit of credit. I mean, as former comedian, current comedian, to be able to do accents wherever you go. She's doing an Indian accent and a hey girl accent, and then she gets back to, you got to give her a little bit of credit.
Latina accent.
Could I if I could just jump in for a second, I don't feel that we sufficiently trashed Barack Obama, so I just want to.
Let's get back to Barack Obama.
Can I just talk about what a disgusting piece of shit who will burn in fucking hell? Who will burn in hell for eternity? The butcherer of Libya and Syria and Yemen, Barack Obama is. That every goddamn time he's campaigning for somebody else, if you're not voting for the person who he wants you to vote for, his answer is that's because you're a terrible person. Every goddamn time. If you don't support Hillary Clinton, it's because you're a sexist. If you don't support Kamala Harris, it's because you're a sexist. Michelle Obama got on stage at the DNC and goes, I know a lot of people are upset by me because when you're a black woman, people don't like when you have a strong opinion. As if the only reason we could be upset with Michelle Obama is because she's black and a woman.
She's a woman?
Listen, okay, allegedly.
She's a woman?
Allegedly.
Oh,
Sorry?
Let's make sure.
Listen,
Where's our allegedly shirts out there? Make sure we see those in the crowd.
I don't hate the Obamas because they're black or women or a gay dude married to a trans. I have no problem with that, okay? I'm a very accepting libertarian. But my God, the goddamn nerve, the damage that guy did to this country, and not just with his horrible policies, but the fact that, listen, motherfucker, this country elected you twice. The first time by a landslide. And you have the nerve to turn around and act like this country is some white supremacist country. You two are worth over $100 million.
That's
people in our society.
The
only thing Barack or Michelle should ever say about America is what a great country we've been to them.
That's
Screw
true.
those people.
That's true. That's true.
You know what? Let me add to that.
I give them that. That's true.
Candace will agree. They did that because on their way out, they had to put black people back on the plantation. They had to make them believe that America was a racist nation. They had to make them believe that this nation was still a nation of Klan members that want to hang you from trees and white people that wanted to harm you. So they started the Black Lives Matter, the Trayvon Martin, the Eric Garner, the Michael Browns, and they found these very, very sad situations, and they elevated them. The last one, you know, when they had all the riots, George Floyd was another. You did great work on that, Candace. Great work on George Floyd. And they want to elevate these things to make us hate one another. Because the one thing they cannot do, just like the Civil War, they cannot lose their black vote. They can't lose it. And so he was given instructions to make sure that after his presidency, black people cannot walk away from this presidency believing that America was a post-racial society. So his job was to scare us and put us back on the plantation again. It worked with some, but it didn't work with us.
And then there was also this element of whiplash. Like, I do think the Diddy case happened at the right time as well with the celebrity lineup.
My
because these
husband and I
celebrities
have been
love
watching
Diddy
you
so
since
much.
Petito. Thank you so much for what you do, and we are happy to support.
EC Mass, thank you so much for the 5. Amazing.
At all these parties, LeBron now famously, ain't no party like a Diddy party. And you're watching all of these victims come out, including actually majority men. I guess that's what Diddy's into. And they're speaking about the drugging, the raping. You've got a lot of proof in the form of pictures, this lawsuit. And you have these celebrities all stay mum. And then his ex-girlfriend pops up with some fake tears. J-Lo hasn't said anything about Diddy, but now she's crying about the threat of Donald Trump. It was just unbelievable. It was like watching a sitcom. You got LeBron, ain't no party like a Diddy party. He did this whole thing a couple of years ago because he loves criminals. Every time there's a criminal, he's out there defending them. Like, he literally defended, her name, I think it was like Lakeisha Bryant, who was in the process of stabbing, Makia Bryant, was in the process of stabbing another girl. And the police officer saved the girl's life by shooting her. And LeBron James had this whole thing about black women, I promise to do better by you, and all of this stuff. And then they're all mum about Diddy. And 2, 3, 4 weeks later, they're on their platforms trying to produce fake tears and propaganda to talk about the fact that Trump is a threat. So you could really observe the hypocrisy of Hollywood. And we all just kind of thought, you know, what were you guys all doing with that amount of baby oil at Diddy's house? I think that really happened.
Well, I mean, listen, most people, when they go to Costco, they buy 1,000 boxes of baby oil. I mean, everybody does that, no? Yes?
2,000 bottles of baby oil.
Lawyer said that,
But
by the
Costco
way.
came out and they did an official statement and said, we don't sell baby oil in bulk. Like, he's buying that shit individually. And what allegedly they were saying, Candace, is that inside all those bottles, there's something that you rub on you and it makes you
Let me ask
knock
a serious
out.
question, though. Let me ask a serious question. Baby oil side, I don't want to offend you guys.
Got it.
Serious question. When I watch Obama in 04, DNC, I've watched that speech many times.
Incredible.
It's incredible, right? And honestly, to me, when I think about Michelle, whatever she is, whatever position people have, honestly, I could care less about it. Do your thing. When it came down to Bill Clinton, you know, home fries, Monica Lewinsky, listen, that business is between you and your wife. You guys got to figure that out, and the kids. I love when Dana White had the issue that happened on December 31st, and he openly said, he says, you think I'm worried about you? What do you think's happening in my household right now with my wife that we got to deal with this? That's the right answer. That's their business. Marriage is hard. Family's hard. I'll leave that part aside. I want nothing but the best for anybody we've had as a president. I don't want negativity on anybody. But when I watch the Obamas today, especially the last 3 weeks, there is something different about it, right? They look unhappy. They look scared. They look worried. They look like they're willing to do anything for this guy not to get him because something may be exposed. And by the way, to me, it's even as simple as if you look at the policies of what Trump is doing and what Kamala is doing. If I go through my notes that's got a bunch of water on it right now, one of Trump's things that he wants to do with healthcare is repeal Obamacare. Do you think it's as simple as his fear of his legacy of ACA being removed? Or do you think there is something going on that they're afraid that if Trump and his administration gets in, they're going to do some kind of a Twitter files on FBI files, CIA files, DOJ files, and everyone's going to realize what they're doing, and that's what's really scaring them. What do you think it is, Dave?
That's such a good question because it is, listen, if you look at the media and the political class's reaction to Donald Trump, it's not just that he makes them angry. It's very clear, since 2016, he makes them scared. They're scared of Donald Trump. And they even have these, like, Freudian slips where you saw Mika Brzezinski the other day. She's like, we're all dead. We're all dead if Donald Trump's back in there. And listen, I'll say this. When Donald Trump ran in 2016, I don't know if you guys remember this, but he kept making it a talking point of the campaign that he would say Obama created ISIS. And this freaked everybody out. And all of the journalists were like, what are you talking about? You're not allowed to say that. What do you mean? And he wouldn't back down. He was like, hey, Obama created... Now, it was a little bit of an exaggeration to say Obama created ISIS. The truth is that Obama only armed and funded them. He didn't actually create them, okay? But what Obama and John Brennan, who was the CIA director at the time, did in conjunction with Saudi Arabia and Israel, Trump supporters, is they decided, because they wanted to overthrow the secular dictator Bashar al-Assad, that they were going to fund and arm Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Syria. Now that, under the legal code, is known as treason, with a capital T. Arming the enemy in the time of war. And if you haven't checked, the punishment for that is death. And so when Donald Trump is running and about to be president, and he's on national television saying, these guys committed treason, maybe not in those words, because Donald Trump, you know, he speaks the way Donald Trump does, and he only has like 5 words, and one of them is tremendous, and the other one is loser. And so he just called, but... Excuse me,
Dave Smith, he also has that one. Excuse me.
That they are actually, I think, terrified that he might do, and he was also running on lock her up. I mean, now this might have just been rhetoric to Donald Trump, and in fact, I think it was. I don't think Donald Trump ever really knew how deep the swamp was when he was getting in the first time. I don't think he really had a plan to drain it, but he scared the bejesus out of those people, and they want him nowhere near power. I think they are very worried about what he might do.
That's kind of how I'm processing it. I'm processing it that, you know, when somebody is being investigated or somebody is being investigated, even as simple as your kids, you can see your kids and you're watching saying, something's going on with that body language. This body language is you screwed up. But this body language is something happened that I don't know about that you're stressed out about. You'll see this at work environment and family and friends. But in this one, I look at his face. I don't think I've ever seen him like this before, ever. You're begging and lecturing, scolding black men that you better vote or else. Why would you vote for the other man? Like, how dare you vote for the other guy? You should vote for us. There's something very weird about it. Again, there may be nothing, but I'm purely a little bit skeptical that something's going on.
Yeah, I was going to say, most people didn't read through the Diddy lawsuit, and I really recommend that you read through it. DJ, no, the producer's name was Rodney. Lil Rod is the person that filed the lawsuit. It was like 70 pages long, and it's really worth the read because he had thousands of pictures and all of this evidence, which made it credible, you know? Not that I don't believe in due process, but this was about as credible as it gets. But one of the most compelling elements is that what he was describing was a Jeffrey Epstein-type blackmail ring that's happening in Hollywood. So on the level of the politicians and the newscasters, I think it's the fear that you're describing. On the level of the actual artists and celebrities in Hollywood, I think it's just good old-fashioned blackmail. They have these people on tapes. And it's so funny because years ago, Kanye said this. He said, specifically Diddy. He called out specifically Diddy. He said, you got out because you did a deal with the feds. A lot of these rappers go to prison, they get out. He said, you got out, him and J-Lo were shooting in the club. She was holding the gun. These are the facts. She gave him the gun. He shot in the club. They got arrested, and they got let go. And Kanye said, part of your deal was that they were going to let you out, but you have to control people like me in the industry. And when Kanye said it, it sounded insane. And then fast forward and you read through this lawsuit and you see these celebrities that are coming out and you're starting to ask yourself a question. Is this a good old-fashioned, these people, whether it's they get in trouble, they get pulled over by the police and they get them off, but it's like, we own you now. We're the mafia. We own you type of a deal. I think we're starting to ask those questions, especially with Jeffrey Epstein and the Diddy cases happening back to back. A lot of these people are being controlled and they're being kept out of trouble. But there's the other end of the deal. Like when Democrat season comes around, you better get up there and cry, J-Lo. You know what I mean?
And Candace, you make a good point because Elon was with, who was the podcast where Elon Musk, like this is a bold statement to make. He goes, the billionaires are afraid of Donald Trump because he's going to release the Epstein client list. And they go, like, what kind of billionaires? Like Reid Hoffman. And he was like, yes. He didn't hesitate for 1 second. So there's that list, PBD. There's all the people that were Epstein.
And remember, when he said Reid Hoffman, remember what he said. He used to report to me in PayPal.
And he laughed, right. Like, yeah, Reid Hoffman.
Yes.
So there's that, Candace. There's everybody on the Diddy list. And then when it comes to Barack Obama, Dave, Crossfire Hurricane, you know for a fact, if I'm Trump, I'm going after everybody that spied on me, that spied on the White House, that spied on Carter, on everybody. They're all afraid because this guy's going to come in and it's retribution time. And he deserves it. And we deserve to see everybody that was colluding behind his back.
I think it is time to go to our friend Tom Ellsworth and Amy have an update for us. Tom, Amy, hit the stage. What's the latest? What's the latest?
Come on, Jill Stein's making a comeback. Let's go, Jill.
All right. First, we had, right at the top of the hour, we have no surprise here, but the mountain states.
Yes, we have Idaho, Montana, and Utah all called for Trump.
Let's go!
And by the way, so it's 270 to win, but if you look at that scoreboard above Pat, we're at 230, and it's 270 to win, and we've got, so you can see the VT News.
Too close for me, Tom.
Yep, so now, 52% have reported in Pennsylvania, and he is at 2 full points with a lot of Philadelphia left, but it's feeling like that 3-point win in Pennsylvania, but there's a lot left.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
should we mention North Carolina?
Then Georgia, we're at 83% reported now, and it's holding. It's holding.
That's 83% in, 190,000 lead, 68% probability of winning.
And he's 159,000 votes away from being more votes than he got last year. I mean, last in 2020.
Wow.
So that's feeling very good. And we mentioned it, but we'll show you North Carolina officially says swing state is done.
Let's go.
This is
Tom,
the big one, guys.
North
And-
Carolina's done.
North Carolina's done.
Let's go, baby.
North Carolina.
It's done. Wow.
Are you joking?
Yep. And we called it about 30 minutes before the other broadcast network. So those of you who've been watching, welcome. So, and then
PBD,
Arizona, they've got 52% in. Now remember, Arizona took all that heat for all the trouble they had last time, and so they've got their systems in place. And look, they've only been closed an hour, and like Florida, they had 52% reported, and you can see she has a slight lead. However, right here in Phoenix, underperforming versus last time. We'll take it to you. So she's underperforming a little bit there in Maricopa County. And when you add the whole thing up, it says...
Tom, you just all of a sudden, like, you stuttered 5 times. Did something make you nervous, or what was that?
No. Basically, she's underperforming what the Democrat Joe Biden did in
Maricopa County.
In Maricopa, in
Can
Phoenix.
you go to 2020? Can we see 2020 Trump at Maricopa or no?
I don't know if it's going to swing, but it's tight. And so right now, we've got a 57% chance, because if you look at the stuff that hasn't reported, we know where that is, and it's correct.
I got it.
So we've got about 34 minutes before more polls close and we get to the West Coast. But we have one other quick update.
Jill Stein is closing in. I'm just telling you guys right now. Jill Stein is making a comeback.
Wisconsin.
You look at Wisconsin. There's a lot of city left in Wisconsin.
Oh, wow.
But
let's go, baby.
50-50. Tom, are you able to go back to the overall presidential odds? Overall presidential odds, it was the last screen. You were just there?
Right there.
Not on the state? No, it was this previous slide. Yeah.
We're at 71%.
So PBD, can I give you what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, go for it.
At the beginning of the night, Vegas, before we started announcing everything, had Trump 60% chance, Kamala 40. As you can see here, it's now increased to 71-29. So Tom, can you confirm, Tom Kornacki, that things are dramatically trending towards Trump's direction, if not a landslide?
Well, right. Well, we'll know when we get there. Washington, D.C. Went for Kamala Harris, but Candace, you'll be interested in this. We called the Secretary of Elections in Washington, D.C. We were unable to talk to him because he was being mugged at the time. So...
Georgia?
What, Tom, is
so, by the way, we just went over 88%, and we're calling Georgia.
Wow.
Georgia?
Right.
Let's go, baby! Let's go! Cornell West!
Cornell doing his thing.
We are at 246.
Let's go, baby. That's it. USA! 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 Woo!
Wow.
Oh, God bless you. We'll see you in about 25 minutes.
You let me know whatever the next update is. That is wild. By the way, one of my favorite guests I've had on the podcast all year long, him and I have established a relationship together. I just love his toughness. Some of you, if you saw the podcast, this guy got a total of 25 million views on our podcast with all the clips combined. He's brilliant. He's sharp. He's a fighter. He's tough. I like him a lot. He's from Poland.
They got Georgia?
He's one of the parliaments in Poland. Give it up to Dominic Tarczynski. Come on up, Dominic. Let me see. How you doing, man? Good seeing you, brother. How you doing? How's everything? Great to see you so much. Brother, go right ahead.
One more time for Dominic.
Yeah. Let him sit in your seat. Let him sit in your seat. Yeah.
Hello again.
All right. So,
manually refresh it.
Dominic, You deal. Rob, if you got one of the clips on his clip, if you know which one I'm talking
2025 for Prime Minister of Australia, with Tumpy as deputy. Come
Prime
fix
Minister
Australia. It's 3 p.m. in Australia. I am watching this closely. Have my MAGA hat on. God bless America, heart Australia, United States.
Thank you so much for the 50. IMC McGinnis. By the way, Perriette says your screen isn't updating. It is. Anyway, the link that I'm using is the AP, the Associated Press. So if you have a different link that you think is more up to date, send it to me. If you could DM it to me on Twitter or email it to me on Google for the AP, the Associated Press, this is the most up-to-date numbers that I see. 112 and 198.
Talking about for the audience to recognize who he is. Do you know which one I'm talking about? We've showed it many times. How many of you don't yet know who he is? Raise your hand if you're like, honestly, I don't know yet. Trust me when I show you the clip, you're going to realize who he is. By the way, let me just give you some statistics. Poland, the country, lowest unemployment rate, lowest murder, lowest rape.
Wow.
Right, am I giving a stat?
Yeah, one of the lowest public debts. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Patrick. Thank you to you for your commitment, for your service. He cares about the world. I must say that. Say thank you to this man. Yes. Who would have ever thought that the guy from Poland would come on election night to comment on Donald Trump's victory?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Go.
Trump. Yes, we need a fire. We need to have a beautiful time because we worked. You work on that very hard. You, all of us. Because we love freedom.
Yes.
We want to be safe and successful. And you, Patrick, you're a great example. Thank you.
Amen. I love it. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Very kind words. I want to show you this clip. Dominic,
why do we
Dominic,
love
let
Trump
me do this.
in Poland?
Let me show you the clip first.
Yeah.
Let me show you the clip first. Guys, this is poetry. This is made for TV. Rob, play the clip. Go for it. Watch this, folks. Raise the audio.
Earlier, when you think about 100 unaccompanied children, 7 pregnant women on a ship adrift in the Mediterranean while politicians argued, do you not feel a sense of shame about that?
Well, first of all, the shame should be a feeling present within the parents who are, in my opinion, I would say, unmature. They shouldn't take these children. They shouldn't be there. They shouldn't put their children in the risk.
And the highest.
So you want different numbers? Okay. The Associated Press. I mean, I can give you a different feed if you want. Hold on, let me see. Fox. There's CBS, and then there's Fox says 117 to 205. I mean, you want those numbers instead? I can do that. 117 to 205. I can put those numbers up on the screen.
Sent you the
Like that
breaking
better.
news from Meme Straits at ICKEDMEL.
Oh. What happened? Let's see. Okay. Okay, you want these numbers? Yeah, I want these numbers. Something big on the screen with colors. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that. Harris Trump. I'll give you Fox numbers if you want that. 117, 205. If you like that better, we can do that. Okay. And it's live. All right.
You go to bed, you wake up at 6 or 7, you know who the president is. No problem at all. What about, American technology?
Thanks,
It's
Mom.
not about technology. They want it. They want to make it hard. They want to keep and use their chance for the 7 days to work on the results. It's too big to rig. Not this time. So I'm very happy that I'm here because I was elected twice as a member of the Polish Parliament and twice to the European Parliament. At the moment, I am a congressman for the Europe, right? And European Union is falling. And this man can stop this. All this crap, leftists, like gender, like LGBT madness ideology.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
I don't care who you are. I don't care who you love.
Not to
Go
be that
away.
person,
Do not
but it's
touch
not
our
looking
children.
good for Biden.
Is that right? We don't care. It's like, I really like this movement. Now, during this campaign, I'm gay, not stupid. You know what I mean? We don't care who you sleep with, who you love, but do not come close to our children. And whatever happens in America, it happens in European Union 6 months later. So I know if he will stop this and he says, I'm going to stop this transition, craziness and madness, we're not going to finance it, we're not going to pay for it, it will be stopped in Europe. So what is this election about? For you Americans, it's about your family budget, inflation, World War III. It's about all of us. But there is a common ground between America and Europe, like family values, family safety, children's safety. World War III is one of the subjects. We want peace. And he promised to stop World War III. I mean, direction towards World War III. So it is important. I hope Pennsylvania, what is it now? It's 49%. If he takes Pennsylvania, we can open some nice bottle of some nice drink. So I'm happy to be here with you. Patrick.
I love it. By the way, just so you guys know, very soon Dominic could be the Prime Minister of Poland. There's two names. He is either one or two of people that want him to be the Prime Minister. So we may be seeing a Prime Minister of him being a leader of the country. How many guys would like to see that take place? Fully qualified to do something like that. So I asked this question earlier. And I'm curious to know what you guys will say. Any one of you guys can take this. Candace, you can lead the way with this. Let's say Trump wins. Rob, if you can get the Raskin video ready. Oh, this is Rob took a bathroom break. He'll be back. Say Trump wins. He's got, what is it, 70 days? How many days is it until the speech being given? How many days is it? 70, 80 days? Something like that, because it's December 6th.
If he wins.
January 6th, and then you got January 20th.
Yeah.
Let's just say 75 days left, okay?
Yeah.
During the president-elect season, do you worry phase one? All right, he won. Phase two, during that 75 days, what can they do to not make it official? What games can they play? By the way, a very weird situation that Tikram brought up earlier when we were talking. He said, what happens if all of a sudden during that president-elect season, story comes out Biden is sick? Something happens to Biden. You're worried about Trump getting assassinated. What if Biden gets assassinated during that time? The attempt. Kamala becomes president.
Oh, God.
I'm just thinking about how an enemy would want to take you down. What can happen during those 75 days until he is finally putting his hand on the Bible for the second time and everybody knows he's the president? Do you worry anything can happen during those 75 days? Candace or Dave, either one of you guys can take that.
I believe they'll try to use the fact that he's been indicted so many times to try to disqualify him. Somewhere they're going to try to pull out the 14th Amendment. They're going to try to use the January 6th thing. They're going to try to use some type of foolishness to try to get the American people to buy the lie that he's illegitimate and they're going to use that to try to change public opinion. But as long as public opinion holds, they're not going to have a chance at it. But they're going to try it. They're going to say the January 6th committee said this, and therefore he's illegitimate. And we are going to try to go in front of the Congress, and we're going to try to pull out the 14th Amendment about the Insurrection Act or something to try to delegitimize the election. They're going to try it. It's not going to work.
Well, I would just say, like, use history as a guide, right? So, well, first off, your point about Joe Biden. Look, Joe Biden, this could happen any minute. Joe Biden is so far past the point of being incapacitated for the job that Joe Biden is so old and senile that at any moment he might be removed. I mean this. That could happen any time.
They already said he's crazy.
They already have the power of the presidency. So if Kamala got the power of the presidency, I don't think that changes the equation drastically. But I look at what happened last time. When he won the election in 2016, essentially what they did, right, was that, I mean, they had been spying on his campaign the whole time. They ramped up the investigation, and then they swarmed him with these all the people who double-crossed Donald Trump, all of the awful appointments that he put in. The weakness that Donald Trump has is, everybody says this, supporters and critics alike, he's very subject to flattery. Donald Trump is an egomaniac, and if you tell him how great he is, he loves you. And so what you're going to see is a bunch of never-Trumpers attacking Donald Trump, and then you're going to see a bunch of people like Mike Pompeo, Liz Cheney's pick for defense secretary, going up and bragging about how loyal he is to Donald Trump and telling Donald Trump how awesome he is. So everybody who's a Trump supporter, it's our job from now, assuming he wins till January 20th, to make it clear that we do not support Donald Trump putting any neocon warhawks in his cabinet at all.
I agree.
None of them. Zero.
I 1,000% agree. I think they already have their option B ready to go, which is an infiltration of the Trump campaign, this populist movement. I have been genuinely shocked to see how accepting he has been of the never-Trumpers. And this idea is that it's unity. No, they weren't with you in 2016.
Oh, shit.
They weren't with you in 2020.
Yeah.
They weren't with you in 2024. They were with DeSantis. And then at the very end, they're like, oh, never mind, we're with you. And he's suddenly making time for these, like, war hawk neocons.
Such as who?
And I think it is an
Call
insult.
names.
Genuinely,
Put the names
it is
up
an
there.
insult.
Put the names
Who
up
are you
there.
talking about? Like specifics?
I mean, like, I could name a ton of people, but I'll let Dave
Should say
do
JD
that.
Vance.
Mike Pompeo, David Friedman, those are two to start with right there.
And so when you see that, you're going, is that all it takes? Is just a little bit of flattery? Like, they've been against you from they literally, these people were willing to have Hillary Clinton be the president of the United States rather than take a chance on you. And they never changed, not one bit. Not when you were president, they kept attacking you. And suddenly when they realize you are the option,
the AP map now?
they go, oh, we actually like you. We're going to throw some money your way. And you see Trump, he's so trusting and accepting. He's like, oh, I'm bringing people together. I don't trust that. I just do not trust that. And so my concern is that if this populist movement dies, the tombstone of it will read, flattery will get you everywhere, right? Because it's clearly brought them back into the circle, and I'm worried that he's going to have these people giving him advice. Put this person in the cabinet, put this person in the cabinet, and what you're going to have is essentially Liz Cheney's dream cabinet. So that's my fear. Now, the guard against that is we get him over the finish line, and then we hold his feet to the fire, and we say we won't accept it, just like Dave Smith said. So
you know what
I'm still optimistic. We just have to be vocal that we're not going to accept neocons and never-Trumpers running the Trump show.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say when I watch, like, for example, in sports they say, matchups makes or breaks whatever the fight's going to be. Like, who am I matching up with? If I play against a certain team, I'm going to use a different strategy than another team, than another team, than another team. The same strategy may not work in 3 different elections. I think the one thing that I like about what he did with this one here, here's a guy that during this time, the last 2 years, not the last 2 years, probably the last year and a half, a big part of Israel, Hamas, Muslims, oh my God, Israel owns him. Muslims own him. This person's this.
Right.
He's a Muslim. He's a this. All of this stuff that went on, that tensions went very high the last 12 months. I think we all know what we're talking about. We saw this. It was everywhere. So you got two people on how to handle a situation like that. We watched Kamala. Kamala fumbled it.
Ooh,
Kamala went and told Muslims one thing, then went and told Jews another thing. So embarrassing that CNN had to show. Have you guys seen this clip that CNN had to show the fact that have you seen this clip that CNN showed both? Oh my God, Rob, Candace hasn't seen it. We have to show this clip. How many guys have not seen this clip with the two? How many guys? Oh, you got to see this clip. This is so embarrassing. Rob, if you can show this clip of CNN eventually coming up and saying, wait a minute, why are you showing one ad targeting Muslims and one ad just targeting Jews?
In the same town, Pat, in the same city.
In the same city.
One group got one ad, or the other group got another ad.
Rob, is this it, Rob? Folks, watch this video in its entirety. It's flat out embarrassing, and then I'll come back to make my point. Go ahead, Rob.
Tonight, mixed messages. A K-file investigation this hour finds Kamala Harris is targeting crucial battleground voters with vastly different messages on Gaza and Israel. This ad is running in Michigan, which has the largest Arab population in America.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
All right, well, it's a very different story for an ad in Pennsylvania targeting Jewish voters.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Bro, this chick is something
and I will
else.
always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
Different message. Andrew Kaczynski is out front now. So, Andrew, those obviously do sound starkly different, to say the least. Tell me more about what you found.
Yeah, that's right. And this really illustrates the sort of fine line that the Harris campaign is trying to walk here in the closing weeks, closing days of this campaign on the issue of Israel. Here you have two entirely different constituencies, and they are getting two entirely different messages. There are often times these constituencies have very opposing views on this. If you are a Jewish person in Pennsylvania, you saw that ad that you're getting. You are getting that ad that talks about how strong she is in Israel. If you're a Muslim voter in Michigan, you are getting that ad on Facebook that's talking about how she won't be silent on the issue of Gaza. Now, what's really interesting here is that ad that we just played, the one that's going to Jewish voters in Pennsylvania. Now, it sort of sounds like those two clips of her talking about Israel are together, but they actually cut part of it out. Take a listen to what they cut.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
And you've seen, too, that they cut out that portion of the ad where they talked about Gaza from her DNC speech. Those two parts were together. They sliced them. They cut that part out. Now, look, she's also getting hammered a lot on this issue by Republicans. We talked just a couple days ago about how those robocalls were...
right now, Rob.
I DNT get binge chat much, but I watch every stream I can.
Thank you for the 10, Sabrina. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me on election night. I'm trying to hold out. It's been kind of a weird couple of days for me, so I've been kind of like, I almost didn't even want to come tonight. Not because I don't want to be here for the election stuff, but I'm like kind of like when I'm like, dealing with shit, just like I don't even want to show my face really. But Cinema posted this, and I was tagged by City Girl Smitty that supposedly Kamala Harris supporters, they're supposedly rioting already in Seattle. Let me see. Oh my God. Running. Scatter. Mamma mia. Scatter. Run.
Stand with President Trump because he promises peace. He promises
Thanks,
peace,
Billy.
not war. We are supporting Donald Trump because he promised to end war in the Middle East and Ukraine.
You can pause it right there. So one could say,
The bloodshed has
Rob,
to
you can
stop.
pause it, Rob. In 2016, you're going up against Hillary. Dave, I'll come to you with this one. 2020 was a little bit mishandled because he was bitter, he was upset, it's unfair, everything's his fault, COVID. How do you handle through?
Yo, Raw Alerts just posted that the New York Times election needle says Trump is now likely to win
Thanks
the
for
election.
being a fun place to watch election results.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you for the 20. Oh! And Sabrina, thank you for the 10. I couldn't wait till tonight to watch it, Mel. You're the best of my book. Thank you. You know, I knew I had to come through tonight, even though I was like, oh, yeah. You know. Interesting. So Raw Alerts posted this on Twitter. The New York Times election needle says Trump is now likely to win the election, with it being 87%. Wow.
I couldn't wait till tonight to watch you. Mel, you
Thank
are
you,
the
Sabrina.
best in my book.
I'm like one of those people that like I try not to get myself psyched up, trying to get like worked up, not trying to get excited until it actually happens, because I'm always thinking in my head it's not going to happen, some bullshit's going to happen. Not just like with elections, but just in general, even surprises or whatever. I really don't even try to think about it until it actually happens and it's in the moment. But they're saying, and now I'm saying, according to Polymarket, 90%. Holy shit! It's incredible. It's incredible. Yeah, dude. Yo, Twitter, I just can't. Why? Mark Cuban projected to be aging lesbian within 97%. I can't with Twitter, man. I can't with Twitter. Sheila, so the map, we've all been talking about that in the chat. I'm using the Associated Press. There's a couple of other media organizations like Fox and I forgot who else, that the numbers are higher. And I did switch to those, but then some people in the chat were saying apparently people believe AP is the most up to date. Not most up to date, I'm sorry, not most up to date, but most accurate. So we're holding in with a little bit with the slower number because that's what they're saying is like accurate, you know, like so. But I'll keep an eye on everything else as well.
From the track that Washington, D.C. has been on for generations, that it's still enough for these Muslims who just want peace to project onto Donald Trump that maybe he would actually come in there and be a departure from the neocon consensus, whereas we all know that Kamala Harris is just going to be a continuation of the status quo, which means blindly, unconditionally supporting Israel, no matter how horrific what they do.
Dominic, what's your position on this?
Very, very simple. He is talented. He is talented. He has this
not really a position.
Something. He is a leader.
Sounds like political talk.
That is why when he says he's going to end this war, Russian-Ukrainian war,
Everyone,
Russian aggression,
please
to be
donate
frank
to
and
Mel.
to be very specific.
He never asks for it,
He
but he
has
deserves
ability.
it.
He has a
spends a
talent.
lot of his time keeping us updated and brings us amazing content.
IMC, thank you so much for the 10. I know I haven't been active lately. When I disappear, it's because of like shit's going on, and so I don't like showing my face. I just kind of, honestly, when I disappear, I stay to myself, quiet. I start watching videos on YouTube, like I normally do, but like all these weird rabbit holes, historical stuff of people that I've tried to travel like back in the day on a boat, try to travel the world, or surviving on an island by yourself, or like mutiny that's occurred in the past, or cave diving, or just weird shit. Cuban's a douche. A lot of warm heart. You sent me a super chat? Hold up. I missed it. Hold up. Oh, let me go to the screen, because you know with me. Oh, I missed job for 9. Thank you so much for the 5. Sent you breaking news. Oh, from Meme Streets. Okay, did you send that? Okay, that was really funny. Did you DM that to me on Discord? Or I'm gonna download the picture. That was actually really funny. You can download that so I can show everybody. I think we have a long night ahead of us, so there's nothing. We don't have to like rush, you know. So I can. Normally in my head, I'm always trying to like rush. Got to get to this. Got to get to that. But really, there's nothing really to rush about. We probably got hours. We got hours. Meme Streets 2024. Hashtag Meme Streets 2024. Ashley Biden's diary. Hunter's laptop. You're fired. Really funny picture. Ben, thank you for the 23 months. I voted for Trump and I can't be more proud of it. Thank you so much for the coverage. Me too. I felt like I had to get out there and vote because things were just so close. I think it's just because of the shit that I've been dealing with. But like, I woke up this morning and I honestly was like, I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to go out to vote, but I was like, I have to go to the doctor's office anyway. Let me get my ass up to go and vote. And it was so quick and easy. There was nobody in line. I just drove up. It was a little bit further drive than normal, but I just drove up, parked, voted.
We love you, mate. We know you have IRL issues. We are all here for you and Chases.
Oh, thank you,
we
MC.
We love Chases.
Oh! And I also got to set like a little good example for my daughter as far as like voting. They gave her a little test, like a little pamphlet, like a little mock poll, and it said George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. So we went to like the polling area, and like I was like, go ahead and vote. She was like, I'm not sure, I don't know, I know both of them. Blah, blah. She didn't know. It was really cute, but she ended up.
My mom, Alice, said hi, and she wanted to start the super chat train.
Oh my God, you guys are going crazy.
Locomotive, all aboard.
Hi, Alice. Hi, Mama. Thank you so much, Alice. Appreciate that. And Miley, thank you for the 10. He better when I'm gonna blame you. You know, my mother called me today because this morning I was talking to her and she was like, so I was like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try. And she's like, imagine you're the one person. I know it's probably dramatic, but she's like, imagine you're the one person in Florida that didn't vote and you could have made that. I was like, yeah, I know. Okay. So I would have did it. Oh, hold on. I missed. A whole lot of
super chat train. Less
I
than
don't see
3.
you. Did I miss your super chat? Damn, I don't see you. I looked at all the messages. Oh wait, I'm tripping. You better win or I'm gonna blame you. Yeah. Thank you, Melly, for the super chat train 5. Boop, 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 boop. Yo, does he have Alex Jones on, or what's going on here?
Or no? Okay,
I'm here, Patrick. We got another show dialed in, another show disconnected. We'll reconnect with them in a minute. A lot going on here.
I love it.
We had General Flynn break in earlier.
Well, go do your thing, Alex. Great to have you on here. Take care, buddy.
We love you,
Remember, Alex, Poland loves you. We love you in Poland, man.
He is funny. Candace, you were going to say something to about Trump. We were talking about Trump, how he handled the talent. He said he's got the talent to go through what happened right now. Were you going to say something to him?
Where are we at? Ooh.
Well, I was just going to add, I think when you're looking at what people are voting on right now, Israel's just not the number one issue. You've got Kamala versus him, and really, I don't think, I think that even for Republicans like me, who are, I think, starting to really ask the question about why we're allowed to say, like when I first came on your show, I said, F Ukraine. I don't want to send money to Afghanistan. I don't want to send money to Ukraine. Like, I'm like a Thomas Massey fan on this. But then they're like, okay, but that's totally fine, but you can't say it about Israel. So that question is, and that conversation, we're at the beginning of that conversation, I think. I think before it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. October 7th hadn't happened. The media wasn't insisting on the conversation, just like nobody was thinking about Ukraine until the media started insisting upon the conversation regarding Ukraine. You had to form your opinions. Between the two of them, between the two parties, I do think that one thing that we believe Trump on is that he doesn't want to go to World War III, right? That's the reality. And so even if he is, as he is, like you are correct about, radically pro-Israel, we know that his support is not going to be, yes, I agree, let's go to World War III. I really do believe that. I think Trump would say no to World War III.
Right, I agree with that too.
He's always kind of got the same military idea, get in there, hit him hard here, and then let it be done. He likes quick military procedure, and you're done with it. So people have faith because he's been the president for 4 years. He got wanted our boys out of everywhere, wanted the troops back home. And when he did anything militarily, it was like Soleimani, one thing, and then it was over. So we still have faith in Trump for that. I think down the line, 2028, it's going to be a way bigger question, and we'll see what happens. But I think that we do still have faith in Trump not going to drag us into World War III. So that for me, I
remember when Trump was like first elected, and I don't remember what happened. There was like this situation overseas. And they were like, I'd have to look it up and really try to find it. I'm sure people that were there remember. I think it's cute that he has his son there, by the way. David, I love that or his family, I love that he does that. I love his come up. But Trump, he was facing a situation. I don't know if these people in the Middle East, like they attacked an American base. Flossie, I don't know if you're still watching. You might remember what I'm talking about. They attacked some type of American base or something. And like they were like, oh, his advisor, don't attack back. You should wait, whatever. He struck the fuck out of these people back, and they didn't do shit after. They shut the fuck up after that. Like he showed his hand of strength a bit, and I was nervous when I heard about that. And they didn't mess with us after that. They didn't. I forgot. I wish I remember the whole situation. I'm probably remembering different details of that wrong. And I remember when Trump got elected too, they kept saying World War III, World War III, World War III. And look at where we're at right now with these people in office, right? CNN is now reporting that Kamala Harris headquarters has fallen into complete silence with crowds of supporters visibly tense. Listen, I know these people and I'm here for it. Fuck, I'm here for it tomorrow. These people, some of these people are mentally ill on both sides. I feel like more towards one side too, but there's mentally ill people everywhere. These people are not able to process and handle this shit.
Because the Harris team appears to...
See.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option.
Yo, Young Thug, out of prison or jail, whatever.
One other that we're looking at is, take a look at this. Wisconsin, 61% in, and it's a 2-point lead right now. So the math on this becomes pretty favorable even if you can't call Pennsylvania. But we'll take one quick look at one other state.
Future looks bright.
Damn right.
And this is Nevada, and they haven't, I thought they had pulled in. Sorry about that. But that's what we got, Pat. So Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, 2-point leads. Arizona, it does not, the Maricopa County, a lot is reported in there, and the lead is not as large as it would need to be for a typical Democrat victory. But we'll know more in about 30 minutes.
Wait, what did you say? The lead is not big enough for us to be able to do what?
Our numbers, and we're all looking at it here. Hey, give it up for the war room here. Look
Give it
at
up,
this.
everybody.
What is
The lead in Maricopa County is not as large as you would mathematically need it to be
Is that phone lines?
to overwhelm the Republican votes in the rest of the state. So that's what's going on in
Carly, you
Arizona.
still awake?
My husband even voted. He has never voted sinker. I've known him, and that has been almost
So you
30
can see,
years.
take a look at Maricopa
Yes, he
County.
voted Trump.
See, that's only 2 points. And so the rest of the state is
24,000.
Yep.
Yeah, it says 24,000. However, it says 54% estimated reporting, and the probability rate is still for Trump 57%.
So there's a ways to go here, but there's an awful lot of red country out there.
Got it. Got it.
So that's where we are. So we're sitting at 246. And so in 30 minutes, we'll also have an update on Senate because it's looking to be a nice evening in the Senate.
Anything you're concerned about or no? Like, are you guys watching what the market is saying right now?
Yeah, keep an eye on that shit.
Rob, are you guys seeing how the market is responding to it right now? Is anybody panicking yet?
No, there's no panicking, but there's actually a strengthening dollar overnight in Hong Kong already, right now.
I saw a clip that says, unfortunately, Kamala didn't have enough time to present herself to America. I don't know if you guys saw that clip or not.
She had 4 years.
Dana Bash.
It's not 107 days. She had 4 years.
Yeah, it's
not
true.
mentioning her previous career. She had her whole life to do so. If you're not ready, don't run. That's it. What kind of
also, look, even
He's from
in
Poland,
her
right?
very
He's
short
going off.
time being a candidate, she was doing her best at first. As soon as Joe Biden went out and she came in, that's when she was polling her highest. The more she presented herself, the less we liked what we had to say.
That's why there was not many interviews.
Yeah.
She was so proud of her being, prosecutor. Not many people were. She
Yeah,
was very
prosecutor,
happy
yeah.
about it. She was
Locking up everybody.
and obviously she was from middle class. That was her argument, her offer to
This Polish guy
Americans.
talking shit.
I'm coming from the middle class and all this. What kind of future is? I mean, most of the country is a middle class, or aspiration is to be a middle class. What
He's
kind
trying
of
to be
argument
relatable
is
to everybody,
that?
and she's not.
I can't understand. I couldn't believe that every single interview, when she was asked about the economy and her plans, she was starting, as you know, I'm coming from the middle class, and it's ridiculous. For us, everyone is laughing at her in Europe. I'm serious. I mean, even liberals like Democrats, they obviously do not say so on the television, but when I talk to them on the plane, because we travel, they're like, no, God, no. They are embarrassed. And that is the problem for America
by the way,
and for the free world. If we really see America as a leader for the free world, it is an embarrassment for all of us. That is the problem.
Well, listen, let me tell you guys what my phone is right now blowing up. My iPad is blowing up right now. Did you guys see what Bitcoin just hit? Bitcoin, can you pull up Bitcoin? Bitcoin just hit $74,000. All-time high ever.
I don't trust
So what they're
Bitcoin,
saying is
but-
the market is saying they're leaning towards thinking Trump's winning tonight, so everyone's buying crypto. Everyone's buying Bitcoin. Who knows? Candace is not...
By the way, you look at the numbers.
In
Kamala
Australia,
somehow...
we are forced to vote. If we don't, we are fined. And if we
Wow.
don't pay the fine, our driver license is suspended. That's not democracy. USA, USA.
McGinnis, that's crazy. Have you seen that YouTuber out there that's going wild and crazy? He's from the United States and he went to Australia. FuzzyTube. He's acting like a complete nut job. I don't know if you've heard about that out there. Damn, so in Australia, you have to vote. You're forced to vote. Holy crap. And I'm just kind of like, it's interesting how these numbers have jumped electorally, I guess. So Trump 214, Harris 179. Okay. So we knew they were going to get California. I don't know why California. There's something, maybe it's, I don't know. There's something about California that just don't make sense to me. These people love crime, love rape, don't want a better state. They don't want any improvements. They want the homeless people to suffer. California has some beautiful places, but there's no way in hell I would ever consider living over there. And these people that live there, they don't want better for their state. That don't make no sense to me. But it says 0% reporting, 54 electoral votes. I don't know how does she get that? Then you got Washington, where Trump is leading by sorry. Kamala's leading by a little bit, 214 votes to 208. And I guess electorally she's winning. It's just wild to me that you can see all these red states and a little bit of blue, and she's like right there neck and neck with him. I feel like really, it's crazy, but I used to say this a long time ago. You should put all of these people, like the blue people, put them in one state, let them move there for free, and let them deal with their own shit. You know, you're gonna take people into your house illegally, let them move in with your kids. You're gonna have to start paying for them. It's your responsibility. You're gonna have all these homeless people on the streets. Put them all together. People are gonna be breaking into your car, robbing your car, all kind of crime. People are gonna beat you, assault you. They'll get out the next day or even the same day. People, if you have a small business, they're gonna break into your business, rob you. As long as they're whatever, they're not gonna get arrested, but they'll probably get away with it. Put these people to live together. Let them live together. This is the choice that they're making, and pay them, because you guys pay for everything. Have the state. I don't know how it would work. I would pay. I'd come out of my own money. I'd pay a certain percentage every year. I would pay a certain percentage of my taxes to move these people. Let them live together. Put them in a state, some type of whatever place. I would pay 5%. Maybe even 10%. Fuck it, 10%. Take 10% of my taxes and rehouse them, because California, they like that special term. Rehouse them to a state of their own and let them all live there, and just keep letting open borders, everything. Let all that stuff happen in one state, so I don't have to deal with this shit.
Repeating the same talking points over and over again.
And I want to see how long they last.
It's like there's a script that they hand out in the morning and they all read.
Deport them to California.
Hey, man, if you want to know the contempt the left has for black Americans, you turn on MSNBC and look at Joy Reid and Al Sharpton.
Ooh, Joy Reid.
They are the worst people in the world.
Yeah, Joy Reid, I can't stand
her. And they have made them the spokesman for black America.
I
that
would
shows
pay
you
extra
the contempt
taxes.
they have for us. That we would listen to such terrible people. They are nothing but race baiters.
For my Cali people watching.
Contemptuous. They're terrible. And as soon as we get them off TV, the best. They're going broke anyway. Let's just break them.
And Dave, if I may, the worst thing is that they think that most of Americans are waking up in the morning and they're thinking about abortion. Let's have an abortion. That's their main concern. Every single time. So because they use this argument as a weapon during this campaign. They don't know that the most of Americans are thinking about the inflation, the bills to pay. They think in their brains that the most important subject which will give them a victory is abortion, killing of babies. This is what they think. And this is the most scary part of it.
That's true, Russ.
Because they are out of control. They think that killing of babies is the most important thing for the Americans. And let's win the election with a killing. A baby.
Yeah, bro, it's great.
This is scary for America.
Yes.
This has to be stopped.
Yeah, but it's not even... It's worse
Thank
than
you.
scary. It's quite demonic. I mean, they ran the
It is, yeah.
election on the murder of babies. Like, that is just... And I want to be very clear. I'm always the person that tries to be much more understanding of the pro-choice side because I just remember vividly learning in health class that a baby was just a clump of cells. So I'm actually very compassionate towards these young women that support abortion because I'm going, no, they're actively learning in school that the responsible thing to do, like the science that they're learning is that it's a clump of cells. They don't just want to murder babies. But then when you see them now become so radical, they've even lost their own side on this because most of those girls are not thinking like, wow, well, I wouldn't stake my entire life and like, I must be able to abort my child. Like there's something about that is very scary, especially when it's a woman that's running, right? She's got no kids. She's got no kids of her own. And she's staking her election chances on just being able to sell to women that if you don't elect me, you won't have the right to murder your kids. I mean, that is just the reality of what she ran on. I would say that was her number one issue. And what I will say is that no matter what happens tonight, but especially if Donald Trump wins, they will not run this same game again because they went full bore. I mean, they had Taylor Swift with an effing cat, right? Posting on Instagram. They brought out Beyonce. They brought out J-Lo. I mean, they went, LeBron James. They ran every celebrity that they had in order to convince the public that they had to vote against Trump. And what's happening right now, they've already lost the celebrity game. So it's going to be interesting to see how they pivot, no matter what. That I think we have now fundamentally changed the way that we have proven that people are fundamentally changing the way that they vote, especially black men. That is the kill shot to the Democratic Party. So if LeBron James doesn't work, if Beyonce doesn't work, if Taylor Swift and her cat doesn't work in a soppy post about, childless women with cats, what are they running on?
Yo, and listen.
What are they going to run on?
I got to say, I love
By the way,
cannabis,
that's embarrassing.
as you guys know, so I'm not just blowing smoke here, but if Donald Trump does win this, and the exit polls show that black men, which it looks like that black men really did walk away from the Democratic Party, what you and Kanye did changed the fucking world, man. Like, that is really incredible. This was the Democrats' most reliable voting bloc since the 1930s, man. That is an incredible thing.
It is.
If they actually woke up and were like, oh, we don't need to just be unconditionally supportive of the Democrats, who have delivered for them nothing but disaster
and
everywhere that they touch.
The other thing that you say, what are they running on? They're running on destruction. Think about this for a second. They are running on, as far as they're concerned, our institutions and our traditions are inherently what? Racist, patriarchal, and all these things. So the only way to equalize the playing field is not to change them or work with anybody, it's to tear them down, which is why they don't want to debate, which is why they don't want to talk. And so that's what they run on. Let's destroy and we'll rebuild it in our...
Sorry, I had my mic muted. I have some family that have they've turned. They've turned a bit. I was the first one, I think, in my family that was like, back in 2016, I registered to vote. I don't know why I registered as Democrat. I have no idea what the fuck I was thinking, but I wasn't sure at the time. I was really confused. I was lost. But I voted for Trump 3 times. And I remember the first time, you couldn't even say that. You know how many subscribers that I lost? You imagine me putting it in, nowadays I'm putting it in my title. I feel like it's more acceptable, but even still they cancel you. I voted for him back then, back in like 2016 when my daughter's been born. And I remember there was, I've told the story so many times. I remember there was a dinner, a family dinner, I forgot what it was, and they were all talking shit about Trump. Oh my God, how could he? And I'm just because I'm the kind of person, it takes a lot for me to say stuff, and then when I say it, I kind of snap. I wasn't nasty, but oh my God, yeah, he's this, he's that, oh my God, blah, blah. And we're at this dinner table, and I'm sitting at the end. It's like it wasn't a round table, but it was almost like an oval table. So you have all the seats on the side, and then you have one side where I guess the head of the table, the king, sits on one side, and you have the other side where the king or whoever else sits on the other side. And I remember I was at the head of the table, and I said, I voted for him. Yo, the whole, I'm telling you, everybody turned around with their eyes bulged, like, oh my God, what? Melby, what? They could not believe
in Wisconsin, Whoop,
Done.
whoop, whoop. There we go.
So let's get the numbers.
With 62% in, it's a tight race, but Eric Hovde is ahead of incumbent Tammy Baldwin. That would be a flip if it holds up. In Pennsylvania, so David McCormick is 80,000 votes ahead of Bob Casey with 72%. That would be a flip. So that's the Senate, and that's pretty big because the president needs a majority in the Senate. That's the executive branch, and it's the Senate. So we have that. It is getting, let me go back to president here. We're up to 75% reported, and it is now a 3-point Trump lead.
Whoa.
In Pennsylvania.
We're going to 270.
If he wins Pennsylvania, does he win the election?
That's it.
Is that
That's
it?
it.
That's
That's
it?
it. If he wins, he wins.
Really?
Well, what do you got him at? He's at 246. Pennsylvania's 20. So that would put, or Pennsylvania's 19 rather. So that would put him to 265.
He would be 5 short.
4 points within 4 points.
265. He's 5 away, and he's gonna pick up 5 others. If he
So
wins,
He's leading.
Pennsylvania,
He's
he
leading.
wins.
We got this shit.
So where we're at with Pennsylvania, and there's one more district in Nebraska that has gone. So he's sitting on
Damn, really? Beach bum?
47 right now. With Pennsylvania, he would need 3 for 270.
But Patrick can buy him those votes.
And may I call your attention to Alaska?
Alaska.
That's it.
Oh yeah.
Pennsylvania plus Alaska, and this election is concluded.
So, in other words, to make it simple, stupid for everybody.
break it down for me, please.
If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has to win everything else in order for her to win. The only scenario where Trump loses if he wins Pennsylvania is if he has to lose Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Maine, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. I mean, that's
Okay,
looking pretty good.
If he wins Pennsylvania, all of you will ask where is Bart. So bars are somewhere in the back. But to be very serious, if he wins Pennsylvania, now we would have to ask all the celebrities who says they're going to leave U.S., what airlines are they going to use?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm so for that because the first time where Trump was going to win, they said this, if he wins, I'm going to leave. I'm leaving the country. And none of those people left. I would love for them to leave. Go somewhere else. Because you're saying how horrible this place is. Go live somewhere else. Take the burden off so other people can come here. Or like the immigrants that are coming here. Let them come here. Take your spot. Get out of here. Why are you here? I just can't understand. And like people that complain all the time. Oh, no, this and that. Why are you here?
Communists, they didn't know how to deal with us. They lost 7 times in a row in Poland. 7 times the nation says, no, we don't want you. So obviously then they said there is no rule of law under your government, under your administration.
Okay. So Steph is tagging me on more stuff on Twitter. Seattle's going crazy. Oh my God. Okay, breaking. Seattle police are engaging in combat with Antifa members near the former Chaz zone. Who remembers Chaz? You remember the Chaz thing? These people just took over an area, blocked it off from police, and there was like horrible things happening inside. They took over and they're like, we're going to have a movie night in the middle of the city. And like there was crime happening. I heard allegedly there was like rape. They couldn't get in the middle of Chaz. These people they were so dumb. We're going to create Chaz. So apparently there's...
Do not interfere with the police while they're making arrests. If you interfere with the police, you'll be arrested. Move away. We encourage you to film. We just ask you that you give the officers...
We encourage you to film? Okay.
So please move away from the officers while they are making arrests. We want you to film. We just want you to give them some space for a safe working environment.
please, we'd like to, please, we're asking you politely, can we please make some arrests for the disorderly? Please.
Being on top of the police is not a safe working environment. Please give them a little more space. We encourage you to film. We want you to film. Please give the officers space while
So
they're doing
condescending.
their job. Our intent here is to get back to a normal First Amendment event without criminal activity. The only way we're going to interfere is if criminal acts are committed, or if you interfere with the police taking action. Our purpose here is to make sure that this is a safe event for everybody and keep the street.
This is a safe space, a mostly safe, peaceful place. The Antifa people, I've always thought these people are so weird. Like, I've never had an Antifa friend, because I would be like, why do you do that? Why are you covering your face? What's going on in your household? Why are you doing this shit? I always thought, to me, like, they struck me as like these nerd dweebs that have never had any kind of, I don't know if it's friendships or like relationships, and so they find something in the group and they cover their faces, like Dungeon and Dragon. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons group playing it out in real life.
Get back to Blackwood, motherfuckers! Nobody likes you here! This fucking neighborhood would kill you if we had the chance!
They would kill you, and that's not, it's okay. It's okay to record. It's fine. What you're doing is nothing wrong. We're here to monitor you. Ah, yeah. Oh.
You here! This fucking neighborhood would kill you if we had the chance! Get the fuck out of here, pal!
I never understood these people.
And guess what? When you fucking
We just ask you to give the officers safe working space so that way they can do their job and make arrests for criminal acts.
Incels. It's like a group of incels.
Doing their job.
LARPing.
It was our intent to have a safe, peaceful First Amendment event. However, there are criminal acts that were committed within the crowd. We'd like to return to a First Amendment event without any criminal acts. So we ask that you don't interfere with the officers.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch! No, fuck you!
Crazy. I don't know, man. People need a life. I don't know. All right. Okay. Guess they're taking a break.
It is in
right, let's take a look at the numbers.
To be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And
she's still coming up, though, 187 to 230. I don't know, man. He should win this, and some of these people are predicting he's going to win. If he somehow loses this, I'm going to be kind of like, I don't know, wow. Wow.
Not been blocked off.
I covered some of the Chaz things back in the day. Chaz, the autonomous zone. I felt bad though, because there is this one person that got killed. I mean, he was being full to see. It's so beautiful to see y'all come together. It's so beautiful. Peaceful protesters. Y'all doing such a good job. We love you people. What's up? We're going to check out this video and another video from some community that's policing their own community, and things are going amazing. You got to check that out. Let's check out what happened here. You know, they're taking some statues down and that kind of stuff. And got the jazz music. Peaceful protest. Peaceful.
No peace.
Hey. We got nothing else to do. Tear it down. Tear it down. We're gonna show the white man. Oh, we're gonna teach those bastards. Oh! Yeah. Oh! Did y'all defund the medics too, or do you guys still have medics? Don't call the police though, because you can't call the police anymore. Oh! Oh hell no! Nah. Crazy, so crazy. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh look who it is! Looks like the police. Well, how ironic is that, huh? Oh, the po-po. All right. Bring the cops, and we'll refund you for this moment, and then we'll defund you after. Gotcha. Yeah, yo, that was such a fucking crazy time. I felt bad for the guy. He got actually hurt pretty bad, but oh man, what a crazy time, Chaz. I want to be a part of Chaz because even though the place is closed down at certain times of the night and whatever, and rapes are happening, they have movie night for the community and you don't have to pay for it. It comes with free movie night. So Chaz, unfortunately. Well, where were the police? What's going on? Why aren't they doing their job? This is probably the most important thing that you'll hear today and maybe for the rest of your life. Band-Aid, which is owned by Johnson & Johnson, they're actually deciding to make multicolored Band-Aids in support and in solidarity of Black Lives Matter. Apparently, this has been a complaint of people for a long time. They felt that because of these Band-Aids and not being able to use the color that they wanted, I guess people felt oppressed by this. This is actually real. Kudos to them, Black Lives Matter. They're also sending a donation out. And as you can see by the Democrat politicians, okay, yeah, you get the drift. I used to go off a bit back in the day. I do have a P.O. box. I want to send you some. So what is that? Vegemite and kangaroo balls. I don't know. That sounds fun. I don't know what that is. I do have a P.O. box. I can post it for you. It's on my YouTube page, but I can post it for you as well. Hold on a second. It's in the description. They changed up the way the description looks, so it might be a little confusing. But I just posted in the chat. I love getting mail if you want to send me something. Peaceful protest. There was another video that was really funny, but I don't know if I could find it.
Fake news media. Thank God for your job.
And I was going to say, like 250,000 people watching this. I mean, I feel like no one has had a more tumultuous year than me, right? And what this year has taught me is that at the end of the day, the American people literally do not give a single shit what the mainstream media says. They just want authenticity, right? And one of the things about what you have done, and I have thrown this credit to you publicly 1,000 times, is that you actually host all viewpoints. You're not in the business of selling propaganda.
What is that? What's
Vegemite? Adam and I had disagreements about various things. We both agree that all opinions should be represented because we want to empower people to think. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I want you to actually hear a perspective that you haven't heard before. And we believe, we don't look at the audiences and go, we're so much smarter than you. You know, we know what you should be thinking and listen to us. We don't ordain ourselves kings and queens. The media has lost that. They've completely lost that. They've lost faith in the American people, and the American people have lost faith in them. And so I think this is, like I said, the game has changed. And the pivotal moment this year, I was really stunned by it. He did something. It took a lot of humility. I don't think it will make a difference. Was Jeff Bezos writing that op-ed in the Washington Post and saying what we've all felt.
Crazy.
Who are you writing this to anymore? You're writing these pieces to yourselves.
Yeah,
you elite,
it's true.
you meet in the Hamptons, you have your little meetings, you have people on stage talk about fake news and how you're going to address the epidemic of fake news.
I'm curious what that is.
Nobody cares what you say.
Nobody's
anymore.
reading. By the way, all of you, the point you're making, you can make some noise. Absolutely make some noise for this. But I want to add to this. By the way, watch this. I was saying Lex's tweet. Rob, can you go back to Lex's tweet? So few things we're learning. Case study for 2028.
Okay, looks interesting. I'll try that.
Lex says, looks like
good.
Trump is going to win potential landslide, leading in every swing state. We don't know that yet. However, let that sink in.
Asleep. Where's
he
Tammy
has
at?
long-form podcast. I hope to see politicians from both sides do 2 to 3 hour genuine human conversations moving forward. The one he did with Lex was actually one of my favorite ones because they talked about certain. It was only 45 minutes, but I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Watch this. Do you know what magazine is for sale effective yesterday? Time Magazine. Do you know who owns Time Magazine? Mark Benioff. Do you know who Mark Benioff is? He owns what company? Salesforce. Do you know what his net worth is?
I heard of Salesforce.
$10.7 billion. You know who turned down an interview to Time Magazine just a month ago? Kamala Harris. You know what he bought Time Magazine for? $190 million. Do you know how many subscribers Time Magazine had when he bought him? 4 million. Do you know how many subscribers Time Magazine has today? 1.6 million.
Wow.
Do you know WAPO? When Bezos came out and says, I don't give a shit if I lose subscribers, 2.5 million subscribers.
I love that he did that.
He says, I'm not endorsing Kamala. Overnight loses 200,000 subscribers, bunch of employees. LA Times loses employees. 200 papers, including USA Today, who typically would have endorsed the left, said we're not doing it. Comcast came out. They're like, look, all these other businesses we own, they're performing. Roku, performing. All these other guys are performing. Does anybody want to buy MSNBC? And I was like, no. Does anybody want to buy CNN? No, we don't want to buy them. By the way, CNN and MSNBC, celebrity people that get up there thinking you're very important, your salary's been declining because they're no longer making money. And the reason why you're seeing these CNN people bashing Kamala, showing a clip that one page is her doing what John Kerry did in 2004, I believe, the flip-flop and stuff. Why are they doing it? If you don't, you're out of business. If you're out of business, no one's paying you. These people that are watching, they're just saying, who can I trust? No wonder Rogan's the #1 podcast in the world in 94 countries. Because people trust the guy. Tucker is 2-3. Theo Von, maybe one of the best podcasters out there. Funny as hell. Top 5. This guy Sean Ryan coming out there doing interviews, blowing up all over the place. Yourself. All these guys, why are people going to them? The market is shifting, disruption at the highest level. And a lot of these guys are used to doing this. We just got a report right now. They don't know how to do this.
Let's go.
And American people just want to do this because you know what this is? By the way, if we right now were having dinner, our dinner sounds like a podcast. People would sit there and say, wow, what was that all about? It's a great conversation. This is what America and the world is begging for.
Yeah,
mainstream, they're done with you. You are manipulating and they're done. The market is no longer working and they're walking away. Not because we have some fancy degrees, because people trust being real and sincere. Very simple, and the market's always right. You wanted to say something.
That's like one of the best rants I've ever heard. 100%. And if I could just add to that, right? Why is it, and this is the really interesting question here now, right? Because obviously you have, look, Donald Trump, the entire corporate media told you for 8 years that this guy was a Nazi and a Russian spy and a whole bunch of other lies that all basically meant you are not allowed to support this guy. And he's about to be reelected for a second term, it looks like. So that is obviously a huge rejection of this media apparatus. Of course, he did all the big podcasts. Trump did. Kamala Harris didn't want to do them. That's going to be a big part of the story here. But just one step further, right? Why is it that this happened? Why? Think about the advantage
Marmite
that
is
the
a British
corporate
thing.
media
You want
had on
Vegemite.
people like
Every
us.
Australian child
years
grows up
ahead
on
of us,
Vegemite.
and they had
It's tremendous
billions
on
of
toast with real butter.
Vegemite.
It's very salty, so you don't need much.
dollars of budget.
I'm curious about that now.
Like, listen, like Pat, obviously
very
you got a
curious
few
about
bucks
that.
that you made all this happen. This is pretty cool. But you don't have the budget that CNN has or the New York Times has. You have a fraction of the budget of those giant
I don't actually think
players.
he does. He's killing
so why
it.
is it that the ratings for this show are crushing all
I think
those
he actually
guys
does
right
have
now?
one.
And this is it. It's what
One
I
of
told
that.
Chris Cuomo when we debated, if any of you guys happen to see that. Our currency is the truth. That's our value. And the corporate legacy media has lied about everything. And when I say everything, I mean literally everything. In the 21st century alone, what did they lie about? 9/11, the wars, the financial crisis, Russiagate, COVID, Hunter Biden. Dude, just this week, they tried to convince us that Donald Trump said Liz Cheney should be executed by a firing squad. I almost voted for him twice. Turns out that was a lie. He didn't say that. We're really still hoping he says that at some point. But I'm just saying they lie about everything.
Because they think they're smarter than the average American. And
they don't have it anymore.
But that's the liability. The liability is
by the way, but before they react, they're reacting for a reason. This is New York Times. This is not us.
Wait, hold on.
This is New York Times.
Still catching up, though,
Likely
Harris.
Trump winning 299 to 239.
Whoa.
Ooh. This is New York Times. Who can't stand
Let's
Trump.
go, baby. Gotta stay up.
By
We
the
gotta ride
way,
out.
Tom, you know what this reminds me of? 2016. You and I are on the phone at 3:30 in the morning. You're like, look at New York Times. Can you remind me of that story?
They cut his mic off.
Can you stand up so we can
Can't
see
say
you?
shit. They cut his mic off.
Only I didn't want to say the word because I want to offend. People could see you. Just stand up so they can see you, Tom.
I usually answer the question with, I am standing, but
go ahead.
We were watching the New York Times, and we saw the New York Times meter in about 20 minutes just move back as the blue wall was not a blue wall. Remember? That didn't come true. And I said, Pat, go here and watch. And we're watching it, and it says, all of a sudden it says 75% Trump.
This is exciting,
How is
man.
this possible? And then the Wisconsin votes, and the Michigan
glad I get to
votes,
see this.
and the Pennsylvania votes came in, and we were like, oh my word. And that's where it came in. And that's where you've got right now. You've got the New York Times that now is saying an 89%
Trust me,
chance.
they don't want to report this. I'm telling you guys right now, all of these guys are begging to save their jobs. Some of these guys internally, they're sitting this. They want to vote for Kamala, but they don't want to lose their $5 million salary. And if Kamala's president, their salary drops. If Trump is president, they got somebody to talk shit to for 4 years to get advertisers. Deep down inside, these guys want Trump to win.
I've been saying it forever.
Account, they just don't want to say it in front of their friends. Some of these guys are sitting there saying, hey man, I don't want to lose that 25% salary that I'm getting right now. Don't drop it.
Some of all these news media corporations, because when Trump was already in office, all they did was talk about him. Even when he was out of office, he paid the bills for a lot of these mainstream media companies and a lot of these YouTubers, the ones that do politics all the time. He paid the bills for these people. This guy's a fucking paycheck. So these people should be happy. Thank God my fucking bills, my rent, my water, utilities is paid because Trump's in office. Is going to be reelected again, probably.
Two economies. When you have journalists and a bunch of people that are controlling the narrative that go from
I know Trump's bought houses for these people because of as much as he made for these people.
They all go to
complain about it, but they know that he's paying their bills and shit.
Step right into a newsroom. And the fact of the matter is, most of the people giving us our news, like the legacy media, probably have never really met a lot of people that work with their hands, served in the military, smoke, know how to change a tire, who have built a business. They're just not around those people, and that's a major liability. So what happens is they figure they are smarter, and to them they may not be even lying. In their mind, they're just trying to make the world a better place, and they're talking to people they've never met, that they've never been around, and they think, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't know people who come from a different background, who come from a different socioeconomic background, when you don't have to actually work with them or sell to them or give them what they want or come up with something they want. You start to think, well, they're not as smart. They're not as smart. They don't have my education. Because let me tell you the big difference between what I think is the left and the right at this point now. The big difference is I think most of the people on the left that control the narrative, whether they're in media, whether they're in Hollywood, whether they're in academia, those people have heard and read about life. They haven't done life. Right. And all of you guys have done life. That's what it means when you want to build a business. You got to come into contact with objective reality, fail, readjust your approach, come up with a better way to do it. And that's how you learn about life. You cannot just read about life and hear about life and think you know life. And that's who I think populates the mainstream media. And now I'm going to sing a song.
Oh, what?
No, I can't. No, I forgot my harp. Did you bring the harp, Dave?
I was ready for it, Brian.
Okay, I know, but I
was ready for it.
I had it on my vocal warm-up.
Let me tell you, I was going to be...
they lost it, wasn't it? Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if you know how to sing. Vince, I think you wanted to say something.
You know, Patrick, one of the reasons why you guys are so successful, including you and Tucker and Rogan and all of them, is that when you turn on your shows, you see alpha males. I see you and your guys debating up here, man. You guys are all testosterone filled. You're men. And that's missing in mainstream media now. Got a bunch of wimpy, sorry, crying beta males. But nobody wants to see that. So they turn on your show. You got men talking to one another. You turn on Tucker, he's got men. You turn on Rogan, you got men. You turn on, you look at Candace,
I like this guy so
female,
much.
she's going, you know? And they're afraid of us. Now look at you, alpha male. You know, as you say, we don't care what you do in the privacy of your bedroom. Stay away from our children.
Yeah.
So we wake up one morning and we see drag queens shaking their asses in the face of our children in grammar school. And we say, what's going on here? How did this happen? We hear they're bringing the Bible out and they're putting porn into our libraries. And we're saying, how did this happen? They're allowing grown men to participate in sports against our daughters. And we're saying, how did this happen? And we woke up. And we say, this stops now. And so you talked about it.
It's true.
Tucker talks about it. Rogan talks about it. We talk about it. And everybody hears it. And they stood up and say, this stops now. This is what this is. It's a realignment. Like you say, it's culture and tradition coming back. We decide our culture. They do not. And we've decided that we're Americans.
Amen.
Dominic, go ahead.
When they ask me how we did it, how our government achieved what we achieved, I mean, the safest country in European Union without any terror attack, I said, radical, be radical. How to stop it? Just stop it. Don't talk about it. Do it. We need a man who is not afraid to stop this madness, Hollywood
Y'all been talking about this shit forever.
To stop this fake news media.
Over the shit.
You have to just do it. You have to sign the document and stop it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because America is at the moment when it's hard to imagine that all this madness is not present. So you have to change the way of thinking. We never thought that Polish law enforcement will be allowed to shoot and kill. It changed when our soldier was killed. We decided, okay, there is no time for discussion. There is no time for thinking, debating. We have to act now, not tomorrow, now. And this now for America is now, tonight. We have to, you have to. Mr. Trump, he has to do it. And I believe he will do it. When they ask us what you're going to do with illegals who manage to cross your border, we're going to deport them. We did.
That's right.
In one day. One day. If celebrities are ready to leave this country when Trump is a president, I'm going to wave them. When you ask me what to do with illegals, deport them. Who's stopping you? That's how it should be done. We need a man.
Yeah.
A man in charge. And he's the one.
It's going to be interesting.
Yo, DJ Academic tweeted, CNN sounding like a funeral. Shit is crazy. Like a funeral. I'm still uneasy. I don't want to get too comfortable because it's still close. It's really fucking close still. Electorally. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. I hope Trump wins. I hope he pulls through because I don't know, man.
So watch this. This just came in from Ben.
What are we gonna watch?
This is all the, if you can zoom in a little bit, all the main lives on YouTube right now.
Oh shit. Let's go, baby.
Well, watch this. Number 2, AP.
Ooh,
Number 3, ABC. Number 4, Charlie Kirk. I just told him the other day, he's doing such a phenomenal job on TikTok with the clips he's making. Number 5, Benny. Number 6,
Benny Johnson's really good too.
He's back
Tim
at
Cass,
it. 7, MSNBC. Megyn Kelly. By the way, Megyn Kelly's endorsed. Megyn Kelly may run for office one day. She is. How many guys like Megyn Kelly? Anybody a Megyn Kelly fan? I think she's getting inspired to do something. Daily Wire, good for them. NBC News.
I really like PBD podcasts. I watch their videos pretty when they do their posts. And I like I used to like Destiny until he went on this weird rant He's a fucking weirdo, that guy. I forgot what he did recently. I don't like him ever since. He's a fucking... One, he's a cuck, but he did some other shit I really did. Oh, but the firefighter that passed away at the Trump rally, he was saying, like, fuck him. And, like, he was just, like, shitting on the family and shitting on the guy that passed away. And he's the last person. I don't even know if he's in his kid's life. The last person, some bum beat dad that sees his kid once every couple of weekends. Last motherfucker that you're talking about anybody, but he does have a lot of viewership. Last bitch, cuck bitch to talk about anybody, but he was disgracing and shitting on that firefighter. So I don't watch Destiny anymore. Fuck Destiny, because I thought that was like, you could disagree with the politics, but like to be happy about the death and like all this stuff and cheering it on that he got killed. Fuck that guy.
Little bit of perspective. How many of you guys right now,
he's not even his own kid's life,
how many guys right now are kind of thinking about your pillow?
Okay, rant over.
By the way, for those of you that are worried about lightning striking, raise your hand. How many guys are like, honestly, I'm kind of thinking about my pillow right now? Raise your hand. Respect. Check this out. There's this 78-year-old man that finished up his rallies yesterday at 3:30 in the morning.
Wow.
78-year-old man that finished up his rally at 3:30 in the morning.
He lives on McDonald's.
Do you know, as a person that's going up against an enemy, there is no quality more intimidating than your opponent who can outlast you. Ooh. The level of stamina this guy has is ridiculous on how long he can last. You got to give him props on his energy and the stamina that he's got. Can you imagine Kamala on the other side is like, dude, take a freaking break.
So far.
The other day, you're looking at YouTube, all the lives, 2 hours. Trump to this audience, next audience. It's like 7, 8 of them he did in a single day.
Yo,
at 78 years old.
Wild.
And we're supposed to believe Kamala's going to win tonight? American people are supposed to sit there and believe that the person that works less, drives less is going to win?
That's true. That's so true. I mean, this guy has some like crazy work ethic like I've never seen before. Somebody did this. Mark Cuban soon. Let's see. Oh, there's no audio. It needs audio. It needs to have audio with it. Oh, okay. No audio with that one.
Crazy. Yeah, crazy. I'm good, man. I got some stuff here. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. Rob, do you have that, what he's showing? Thank you, Adam. No Celsius at this time. Say that again. Rob, do we have the latest? You want to show that?
Show it. Let's see.
So what is this? Can you give Brandon the mic? Can somebody give Brandon a mic? Brandon, what are we looking at, Brandon?
Yeah, so we know he's not going to win Illinois, but it's pretty crazy. It's a 4-point margin right now. Last week he lost by 17 points. Same thing happening in New Jersey, just to show how much of a difference it is. And 86% of the votes in. So across the nation, much more popular this time around.
So you're saying in Illinois,
4-point margin this year. Last time he lost.
Biden won by 1 million votes in Illinois.
Yep. And then look at
what
this
is it right? So Trump got 2.44. Just remember that number, 24-34.
Yep.
Bring it up to today.
Wow.
He already has the same amount of votes by 100,000 as
and 86% of the votes in.
That is and this is Illinois you're talking about. Wow.
Same thing in Jersey.
Can we see Jersey? Do you have Jersey to show us?
Yep.
Dave, this is your country here, Jersey.
Guys, let's make a roll. Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry about Jersey, guys.
Brandon, do you have it or no?
I got it.
Say it went from 16 to 5.
Let's go. It's like 6 of you there.
We have the
Jersey
on
the screen. Let's go.
The historical pads right up.
Tom, if you can show us Jersey and Illinois, because this is wild what I just saw here.
Let's see, we got Jersey up right here.
Five of you there.
It was a 16-point victory, to be exact, 15.9%. And this year, it's 5.
4.9.
That's crazy.
Tom, can you go to New York? Can we look at New York and California? Of course, they're not. But I just want to know, he spent a lot of time in New York. What does it look like comparable to 2020?
Look at that.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. 90% in, 850 left, and he already has more votes this year than 2020. 7% more votes than 2020 in New York.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. And the New York Times is reporting, as of 10 minutes ago, a 90% probability that he will win the popular
90%.
vote by 1 point, even
1 point? That's
when the
it?
avalanche of votes is counted from California.
Wow.
Who said that?
Wow.
New York Times.
New York Times said that.
What?
Yeah. That's crazy. He's going to win the popular vote by 1 point.
Someone is going to lose job.
What are we talking about?
He
Someone
wins
is
the
going to
popular
lose
vote
job.
because all of the states. So Kamala still wins New York, but you can see how narrow it is this time versus last time.
Wow.
So when you count everything up on a national basis, New York Times is saying there's a 90% probability right now he will win the popular vote by a little more than 1%.
I don't know. That makes you feel a little.
So let me ask you, Tom. It's 11:55 right now, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. It's late. Bedtime.
8:55 Pacific Standard Time. What's left for a decision to be made tonight?
Yeah.
So there is still significant votes coming in Wisconsin, but he's extending his lead there. Votes are coming in Michigan
Where's
over
Georgia
the
still
next
going?
hour
Okay.
before, I think,
Georgia's almost
Alaska
done.
closed in exact 1 a.m. our time. So in an
Oh
hour
my
and
God,
5
1
minutes,
a.m.
Alaska
Eastern?
will close. I think we will have a full call at that point.
Do you think, do we have the folks at Rasmussen available?
Yes, if you like. Yeah, we can.
I'd love to. If you can put him in, you're saying, is it the
Yeah, I can get
Mitchell?
him.
I would like to have him come in, if he can. Rasmussen, respected poll. I wonder what he's going to be saying about what's going on. I'd like to hear from him.
Please stand by.
Okay, if we can get the folks from Rasmussen on, that'd be great. Brandon, go for it. This is what? This is Jersey?
It makes you a little bit like uneasy that it's so
only
close
got
to.
190,000 vote lead. Versus in 2020 was a big victory. I mean, look at that, guys. By the way, this may not just be a 2024 thing. The shift may be taking place in a lot of different states. By the way, just for shits and giggles, Rob, can you pull up California, if you can pull them up real
They got
quick.
those nice Shure mics.
What does California look like? Tom, can you pull up California?
This is a Shure 85, or I
Can we look at California? For the hell of it. Is anything moving in California? I wonder if the people that left, are there any conservatives left in California? Look at that. 63, it only moved 4. 34, it only moved 4.
Come on, Cali.
California is still going to stay California, folks. For those of you guys that are wondering, Ricky, you got to do something, Ricky. Thank God you live in Bakersfield. If it wasn't Bakersfield,
Wisconsin,
you're red. Kern County is red. San Diego as well. Whoever said San Diego. Great city.
But this is Oregon. Look what's happening in Oregon. 74% counted, Pat. It's a 5-point shift.
That is wild. She is down 4.8.
Oh.
But again, Tom, it matters what's going to happen with Portland, Salem, and Eugene. Portland is relatively a heavily left community. No, Tom?
Absolutely. But interestingly, Washington State, it's stable.
So they said we're probably going to have to wait till like 1 or something for Alaska.
When do you think we'll hear about Pennsylvania?
Rob slack you the card.
Patrick, you know when they lose, they're going to scream racism and misogyny, right? That's all they're going to scream. Racism, misogyny. It's not going to have anything to do with her policy. It's not going to do anything to do that she was a bad candidate. It's not going to have anything to do with the fact that she ran on abortion, like you said, killing children.
That's right.
It's not going to have anything to do that they ran on sexualizing your children.
Yes.
Kicking God out of the public square.
Yeah.
Allowing 15 million illegals to come over. They're going to tell America that Kamala Harris lost because she was black, which is a lie, and because she's a woman. That's the lie they're going to tell. But y'all tell the truth. We're going to tell people that we voted against Kamala Harris because she was crazy as hell. And we didn't want her.
And she's leftist.
Yeah.
Rob has another Joy Reid clip, folks.
Yo, I was about to play one. I was just about to put
Christian people in the room here, please drop a prayer
okay, go ahead.
for
Maybe
her.
it's a different clip
Rob,
that I want to play.
We don't want her to lose her mind.
Shit, I think
please
it's the
go and
same
play
clip.
this clip. Go for it.
This on this set numerous times is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to
You see how they say that so normally?
focus on not putting in place, electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what
Think about how she talks. Listen to how binary. So in her mind, there are oppressors, oppressed. It's all about that. It's either you're a victim or you're an oppressor.
So
and that's literally how she sees it. It's the prism in which she sees the entire world. And just the rest of us know that the world is not that.
Anyway, I've showed this clip a couple of times. This was from back in the day when I started following a little bit of politics, and I posted this video. Back in the day, abortion. You can't even talk about abortion on YouTube because it'll demonetize it and all kinds of stuff. Restrict your channel and all kinds of stuff. But they wanted to try to deny that, like, oh no, it's just abortion, it's rights, but it's not up to birth. No, we would never do that. No, that's so crazy. I don't know if it's still like that, but at a certain point in time, that's what they were pushing. And I trolled by saying abortion now up to birth, next is up to 5 years old, because that's where it's going. You're gonna be able to kill your 5-year-old, euthanize your 5-year-old, and it's just, oh well, it's just a part of the program, and if you don't feel like it, if you're not feeling it like they
through the third trimester. The third trimester goes all the way up to 40 weeks.
Okay, but to the end of the third trimester.
Yep, I don't think we have a limit in the bill.
So
and I think it was Kamala was debating Trump, where they tried to make this seem like it was just concocted. Like people just, I hate people that gaslight. As if I just concocted this and made this up. No, this is literally what you guys are pushing.
I don't think we have a limit in the bill.
So
literally.
Where it's obvious that a woman is about to give birth, she has physical signs of that she is about to give a birth. Would that still be a point at which she could request an abortion if she was so certified?
Look at her reaction. She can't even process it. She can't even process this shit. Look at her squinting. She can't even process it.
Give birth. She has physical signs of that she is about to give a birth. Would that still be a point at which...
We're not talking about a couple of weeks. We're talking about at birth. Baby's about to pop out.
She could request an abortion if she was so certified?
That's how crazy these people have gotten.
She's dilating.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a decision that the doctor, the physician, and the woman would make.
I understand that. I'm asking if your bill allows that.
My bill would allow that, yes.
You walk into that operating room.
Right. I don't need to go into the rest of that, but I just remember they were trying to, oh no, that's crazy. Nobody said that. Oh, they said it. That's why I saved it from, let me see, how many years ago? I saved this shit from, on my thing, it says from 5 years ago, February 5th, 2019. I made sure I held on to that clip because I knew they were going to come back with that and be like, no, I don't know. That's not true.
Trump won the first time. What they did to deal with that was they hauled in, if you remember, all the heads of social media companies, and they had Congress threaten them, like basically, if you don't crack down on misinformation, Russian propaganda, which, by the way, can be anything, then we're going to shut you down. And
Yeah, and COVID was just so crazy. You couldn't even talk about COVID. I remember back then doing YouTube, or like it wasn't. I did a pre-recorded video and I did like all this research. Like I actually put in a lot of time, and they like to monetize it and remonetize it, and they demonetized it, and then they suppressed it. You couldn't even have a conversation about COVID on YouTube, like a legit, like you couldn't question things, is what I'm saying. You couldn't question it. You were definitely going to get demonetized. It might delete your video. You might get a strike. You might get tagged for misinformation. You can't even talk about this shit.
You know, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and the thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. Really? That is what.
Damn, Division says I watched a fully 8 to 9 month pregnant girl in Planned Parenthood getting an abortion. Oh my God. It's just been happening for years. That's crazy.
It appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set,
I don't know why they're worried about flipping white women.
Times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity.
That should have been the easiest category that you guys had. White liberals. That should have been the easiest shit for you guys to pull. Somehow I guess you failed, I guess. Well, I mean, we'll see with the results. You guys are stressing out about that. That should have been the easiest demographic for you guys to pull into your agenda.
A very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for.
Is that Rachel Maddow sitting on the? I guess it is. It looks like Rachel, I think.
Vice President Harris.
I don't even know that combination existed. I guess maybe they're on the same network. Rachel and Joy. Oh my gosh.
A woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender.
More on race than gender, I guess. What?
Than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are. And
people just want to pay their bills, yo. People want to make ends meet. People want to,
in your future, right? One of the things that really makes you care deeply about what's going to happen in the future is becoming a parent. And when you get people like Kamala Harris, who doesn't care at all about your future, she cares about herself. She cares about where she's going. She cares about how she can climb, the power totem pole. That's a very scary predicament for America. So going back to Elon Musk, he watched the Church of Woke, the demonic Church of Woke, the impact that it had on his child. He openly spoke about his child and transgenderism, and I think he had a personal investment in wanting to watch that church, or I shouldn't even call it a church, burn to the ground.
They turned his kid against him.
Yeah, they turned his child against him, and that makes it now
what
personal.
What are you doing?
Yeah, that makes it personal.
That's what the Maoists did.
They messed with the wrong man's child.
Well, listen, look, here's what I've learned in life. I don't know why God's given me a strange memory. And for whatever reason, when I was a small guy and whatever businesses I was doing and some of the people were underestimating, I will never forget the phrases, the lack of respect or any of that stuff. It just stays. And like, no problem. It's like the scene where Trump is sitting there and Obama's making fun of him at that one dinner. You know which one I'm talking about? And he's like, got it. I will forever remember this. Or when Obama was doing mean tweets with Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel, And Trump said whatever he said, and he says, at least I will go down as a president. Drops the mic. And Trump's like, no, I don't forget it. There are certain people in life you do not screw and cross over because they got a memory they will never forget. They're going to come after you. This is one of those guys. Rob, do we have Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen on? Is he on? If he's on, can we put him on so everybody can see it? Is he on? Everybody make some noise. Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen Polls.
There you go.
So, Mark, thank you for joining us. How you doing out there? How's everything?
Whoa, welcome.
I'm doing great. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Man, we are having a good night right now.
I know this is your game. This is the world you're in. Like if somebody's watching baseball,
this is bullshit,
you watch
though.
all the
So close like
stats,
this.
all the trades. Is Juan Soto going to go to the Mets? Is he going to stay at the Yankees? Why did he do the post-game interview saying he wants to sit with everybody? Does he want to go to the Dodgers? That's the world of people that follow baseball. You follow polls. What are you noticing that's a weird pattern for 2024 that's different than 2020?
The weird pattern is, once again, all the mainstream media pollsters lied and shilled for Democrats. If we weren't out there putting out our daily numbers all the way going back to the beginning of Kamala Harris's candidacy, listen, week after week, we showed that Trump was winning the national popular vote by 2 points. Everybody else went massively left. Like Reuters Ipsos had Trump winning and went all the way out to Harris plus 6, and then they came all the way back to us. So it looks like in every single one of these states, we really nailed it. And Trump's sweeping the battlegrounds. That's like really where we're at right now. And nobody in the media could bring themselves to say them. It's like their managing editors forced them to say that this race was just too close to call. It never was.
Wow.
So, when you're watching, are you sensing where there is, because what I'm noticing, and maybe I'm wrong with this, and you can correct me with this one, where they're kind of trying to downplay the credibility of Rasmussen. They'll only look at certain polls that favors them, and they're like, no, Atlas Intel, don't look at them. No, Rasmussen, no. They're not even coming to you guys anymore. Is it at a point right now that they can no longer hide?
That hurts.
They try to cancel us. They just can't. We were kicked out of the 538 aggregate for ideological reasons. They didn't like that we talked to Steve Bannon or that we polled on issues like the vaccine or election integrity. We're really the only ones that do it. Those are vital issues that people have really big concerns about. So they couldn't get rid of us, and it was really unfortunate that we were showing that the race was basically locked in because people know who Trump is. He's been campaigning for this for like 10 years now. And quite frankly, I don't think people care who Kamala Harris is. He's just an extension of the Biden administration that really hurt people.
So we just saw one of the polls from New York Times saying if it goes the way it's going, Trump's going to win 299. Where do you have it?
I think he's going to sweep the Rust Belt. I think that he's going to win Arizona and Nevada because that's what my poll said. And I think we're looking at 312 right now, to be honest with you. And I honestly think he could look around and say he's not going to get enough votes to get over the hump. 87% of Pennsylvania fans, 78% of Wisconsin. I don't think she's going to be able to dig herself out of that. And so it's going to be time for the phone calls.
You have any questions for him on the poll side? Vince, Dominic, any questions for him? Go for it. Dominic, you got a question for him?
No. The question is, how would you react on, because I just checked the Twitter, and there is, I think, very important tweet. Let me quote it. This is from Cardi B, and she tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary." That's her tweet. What's your comment?
Cardi B said we need a Hail Mary?
Yes.
I responded to her.
I wouldn't laugh on that. I didn't know she's Catholic.
Cardi B
I didn't know she's Catholic, but I think they know. I think they know. Cardi B, and then we've got another one.
Let me see.
Has anyone checked on Stephen King? He hasn't posted in 7 hours. What we know from internet, people are leaving their meetings There's no comment, and then I know Kamala Harris said that she's not going to comment. The question would be, what is going to happen if Harris would take Pennsylvania? What would have happened if she would take Pennsylvania now?
Cardi B, wet ass pussy.
What would have happened even if Harris would take Pennsylvania?
Damn, wet ass pussy.
What would you
talking about her
see
pussy
about the
hygiene and.
I mean, to simplify, Trump swept the Sun Belt. I think
Wow,
he
she
could
couldn't pull it off?
Nevada pretty clearly, but
Oh,
she has
no.
to sweep the Rust Belt. Listen, if this did just come down to Pennsylvania,
What
we're
happened
in a
to
different
Cardi?
situation right now because they could drag.
Again,
their
I don't want
feet
to talk too much shit because I don't know what's
count
going to happen.
overseas ballots or do a little bit of
How
extra
this is even this
counting in
close is beyond
Philadelphia
me,
or whatever. But if Pennsylvania goes to Harris, then Trump's still doing really great in Wisconsin and Michigan right now. She just can't get there.
She just can't get there. Mark, did you just say she just can't get there?
Oh, shit. Oh.
I think that's what the odds show. These states are pouring in votes. The statistical calculations.
I'm going to have to
that
call
New
my
York
mother and
Times
wake her up.
decision
If Trump
have,
wins, I'm going to have to
they
wake
show
her
that
up.
Trump is the favorite right now. There's just not enough urban votes.
So let me ask you, I'm on your Twitter account right
Careful
now.
language. Too
At
much.
what point do you feel
It's late,
comfortable calling the night? When? What needs to happen for you to tweet out, it's over, Trump won?
I think I would treat that now. I think the betting market determined that a half an hour ago. And listen, the betting
What?
markets
Half
can
an
be
hour ago?
manipulated,
Oh, shit.
but you're not going to manipulate the betting markets with 2 hours to go. You're giving your money away.
Young man.
So the statistical
We're gonna play YMCA if he wins.
calculations, New York Times, decision stats, the betting markets have all determined that Donald Trump is winning this. She's got to come to that realization soon.
Why?
Do you think we'll have do you think most of the people that are still up following this, they'll go to sleep tonight knowing who the winner is, where we will see Trump celebrating at Palm Beach Convention Center, or is this going to happen till tomorrow?
That's a tough question. They have options right now, and one of them is essentially forcing Trump to say that it's his race. In my opinion, the country's really divided. We have the highest risk of a civil war than we've ever had in our polling. People think that there's going to be a violent reaction to this election, regardless of who wins. If they wanted to do the right thing, to de-escalate, to turn back the accelerationist mindset they have, they should make the call, because I just don't think they're going to get there without magically coming up with hundreds of thousands of them.
So can you give us a split, like 80-20 will know tonight, 60-40 will know tonight, 50-50? Where are you at? You're in the percentage business. Can you give us a percentage?
I think I already know.
Tell us. Give us a percentage, man. We want to hear a number.
I already know.
Confirm a number. We want to hear a number.
I think Trump won.
I want to hear you know.
Okay. Is there...
Tell us.
Yeah. Did you say Trump won?
I think that's what the numbers say.
Wait,
We need
Mark,
a miracle.
Mark, did you just say Trump won?
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, that's what he said. And you are the first one, Patrick, to announce it. I mean, statistically, we love statistics from now on.
Man.
Now let me ask you this: for some people that are skeptical, in 2020,
Trump wins.
How did you report who won at a time like this? Did you say Biden won? Where were you at in 2020 at this time?
In 2020, the average of our national popular vote polling showed that Biden was up roughly 6 points. Our final call was Biden +1, but in every single one of the swing states, we had Biden winning big.
Shit.
To be honest, it was quite a fluke that Trump got as close as he did in all the swing.
Maybe they'll pull something off that we don't know. It's last minute. Check out this. I don't even remember. This video was from 4 years ago, April 2020. So I don't even know what I said in this video. Let's check it out.
The media is a joke. And if you haven't noticed, well, you haven't been looking. Rachel Maddow, March 10th, stating that there's no way that boat is coming to New York. It's going to take weeks. That it's a lie. It's baloney. It's not happening. Let's take a look at that.
In terms of the happy talk we've
I'm telling you, this is when I started realizing all these people are full of shit.
Out on this front from the federal government, there is no sign that the Navy hospital ships that the president made such a big deal of, the Comfort and the Mercy, there's no sign that they'll be anywhere on site helping out anywhere in the country for weeks yet. For weeks yet. For weeks yet. The president said when he announced that those ships would be put into action against the COVID-19 epidemic, he said one of those ships would be operational in New York Harbor by next week. It's nonsense. It will not be there next week.
A few moments later.
Despite being wrong about everything for the last few years, I'm sure that today we can finally trust what MSNBC is reporting. Oh wait, what's this?
The Comfort now is just pulling into dock here in Midtown Manhattan.
Really?
It is coming in under the guidance of 75 professional mariners.
See, most people, regular people, are not like my mother watching news is not going to look further into that shit. They'll make these statements and people just take it as is, you know, like.
And more than 1,000 Navy medical personnel on board, as well as some civilian volunteers as well.
And the naval hospital ship, the USNS Comfort, you see it right there on your screen, has just docked in New York City.
The defense that the snake is using, she made the statement on March 10th that it would be weeks. And because it was ready in 10 days instead of 7, that invalidates his whole position and that she's right, even though she made the statement that it would be weeks. Isn't that incredible? And can you imagine what it took to get that boat and ship ready? These ungrateful, disgusting.
There's no sign that they'll be anywhere on site helping out anywhere in the country for weeks yet.
Next, we're going to hop into JLP and his team. And this is about Nancy Pelosi. And it's so interesting how these people are wishy-washy. They jump sides of the fence. They were before inviting people to go out to large crowds. Come on, come on out, come on out. And now these same people turn around and be like, oh, you didn't act fast enough. You were too slow. Meanwhile, these were the same people telling the public to go to large gatherings.
Here is Nancy Pelosi urging people to gather in large crowd in Chinatown, and this was in late February.
She has been going around to show that it is perfectly safe to be here.
It's exciting to be here, especially at this time, to be able to be unified with our community. We do want to say to people, come to Chinatown. Here we are. Come join us.
Somebody better check her, see if she got the Chinese virus. She was amongst them back in February. I wonder if she's been checked. And now here's Nancy Pelosi, as wicked as she is. What a wicked woman. Such a nasty, no talent, dirty, wicked woman. Here's Nancy Pelosi criticizing the Great White Hope.
The president, his denial at the beginning.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, like how hypocritical these people are. The regular person, you know, maybe they're elderly, whatever, they're not going to take time to like look at this kind of shit. This was the time because they sent me to work from home. I was just sitting at home now. When I started realizing, no, these people are full of shit. They're full of shit and hypocrites.
It was deadly.
Late February, she all up in Chinatown. Y'all come on over to Chinatown, play with the Japanese. Oh, right? Come on over.
This is all from the Jesse Lee Peterson team. And I just want to say that, folks, you need to think for yourselves. Look at what the media is doing right now. They're pointing blame. Oh, you should have acted faster. How could you? Meanwhile, in February, they were all saying, relax. It's just the flu. Get a grip, America. The flu is much bigger. That's what the Washington Post said. Look at how the media is just wishy-washy, right? Can they really sit there and say and point the fingers, oh, you should have did this, you should have did that? These people are riding the same boat. Not only that, because another thing that I see is the media constantly using China numbers that we're giving to us as a reference that we're doing the worst. Really? From the urns. If you haven't seen the previous videos, check out the previous videos. But check out this new update that came out with that. I mean, did it really take a scientist to figure that out? You didn't know that the numbers weren't right?
The U.S. intelligence community classified report to the White House as reported by 3 officials who did not want to be identified, telling Bloomberg News. And 2 of those officials saying the report concludes that the numbers that China has reported on the coronavirus, in their estimation, are fake. Now, Mike Pence, the vice president, he says the reality is that we could have all been better off if China had been more forthcoming. Now, yes, China did impose...
I mean, did anybody really need that? Are you surprised China wasn't honest about the numbers? It takes a U.S. intelligence
stricter lockdown
to tell us,
on Wuhan and Hubei province than other countries did in their jurisdictions, of course. But it also changed its methodology for counting cases several times, and that raised a lot of and considerable skepticism around the world and also in China.
Yeah, rats, yeah.
Have surfaced of the number of urns piling up
Shit.
outside of various funeral homes in China. So it lends
What happened over there?
those claims. Critics of this report also say that perhaps the White House is using this report for political motivation ahead of the election this year. We are getting other reports out of Jia County in Henan province, which is just north of Hubei province. It is apparently under lockdown again, though. Local media...
And if you would have seen the videos that were surfacing, I was finding videos on Reddit. I mean, you would be shocked. Supposedly all these people that are like so against all this stuff, they didn't have nothing to say back then. People were like being welded shut into their homes. They'd like come in there, the police would show up. They would like put this stuff on their doors. You could not leave your place of residence. They had all these drones and like telling people you can't leave out, don't stay in your place.
Saying that one...
Reporters that were reporting on what's really happening disappeared, and nobody knows where they're at. They just disappeared.
Person was confirmed to have contracted the virus in Pingdingshan in Jia County, and subsequently we learned that 3 doctors too.
Now, I'm not saying that the U.S. doesn't have the biggest numbers, but how can you, as a media platform, claim and compare numbers to China when you know the numbers are not right? And I'll give you another reference point. And if you don't believe me, just go look for yourself and know for yourself and come to your own conclusion.
It's really important, just from a reporting and just public information standpoint, that the first 3 weeks of this virus aren't swept under the rug, because when you talk to epidemiologists who study the spread of these diseases, the first 3 weeks is really, really critical. And there's been a study at the University of Southampton that shows that if China intervened 3 weeks earlier, that there'd be 95% fewer reduction of cases of the coronavirus and far less geographic spread. But instead of that, they arrested the doctors who were trying to blow the whistle about this. They made them publicly retract it. They censored social media with all references to the virus. And they put out false information saying that it wasn't spreading between humans. This is 3 weeks after doctors were blowing the whistle about this virus.
FYI, when I'm talking about China, I'm talking about...
this was happening too. Check this shit out.
The government.
This is like taking you guys back.
In case you didn't know, because for some people, you got to draw it on the wall and crayons for them. We're not talking about the people. The people were obviously being silenced. I think they killed some of those doctors. I mean, it was a whole big mess. A lot of people over there aren't happy either. But the CBS situation, okay, they took footage from March 22nd, Sky News, and they used it in their clip on March 25th when they were specifically talking about ventilators, which has been a big thing of contention between Cuomo, governor of New York, and Trump. And by the way, CBS did apologize. They at least admitted their mistake. They said it was an editing mistake, though I find that hard to believe. And you really have to think about the context that this was used in. Now, it was used in a small portion of this clip where we're going to take a look at how it was used.
This may have accelerated the spread. New York's governor says FEMA gave the state 400 ventilators.
So this picture this video, the footage that they used, wasn't from New York.
To that, he said this.
What am I going to do with 400?
So they're pushing their whole agenda, which, by the way, Cuomo's has a bunch of ventilators in a warehouse, okay? All right, I understand he's preparing for the worst that's coming, but they're using this image in the background, which is really from Italy, okay?
Italy.
It's kind of very distasteful. If you ask me. All right, meanwhile, Cuomo has a warehouse full of ventilators, okay? If they need it now, which it seems from the videos that I've seen from nurses and doctors, why not give them some of that instead of making them wait off? Right, but anyway, besides that,
I did Capstar.
What am I going to do with 400 ventilators when I need 30,000?
By the way, these ventilators, the entire world needs them. And with that, let me segue into the masks The whole N95 situation where Trump stated that supplies are disappearing, it seems like.
Why is she getting so close? Kamala, I don't like that.
Media's running with, right? Your trusted source of information. Colbert unloads Trump for accusing medical workers of stealing masks. He never said that. Conspiracy mongering about the missing masks. F off. Cuomo and New York hospitals reject Trump's claims. Yet Cuomo on March 6th stated in a video that supplies were disappearing. I mean, actual thefts of these products. Cuomo said at a press conference, I've asked the state police to do an investigation to look at these places that are selling mass medical equipment, protective wear, feeding the anxiety. That was on March 6th. Later on Sunday, this recent Sunday, Trump mentions the whole mask situation and the media loses their mind. Oh, and trust me, I try to look for the Cuomo video. Conveniently on his website and on his YouTube channel, they cut it down to 10 minutes.
They edited it. They chopped it off.
YouTube video that you look on, look what happens to the video when you try to watch past 10 minutes, which the video is actually about 17 minutes. Watch this.
These cases continue to go back to the folks in Rochelle.
You going to gather?
You can't even listen to it. And watch when you get to the part where they're supposed to talk about it.
Some of this, in retrospect, you may wind up saying, you know what, you did all of this work, and
you can't even listen to it, right? His team did a good job of cleaning all that up. Now, the interesting thing, as said here, March 6th, people are stealing masks and other medical equipment from.
But you couldn't even mention it before. You were crazy. Trump was crazy for even saying it or mentioning it, and then they're literally talking about it after.
Hospitals. New York Governor Cuomo says. Now, it was published March 6th. It was updated March 31st. They did an update recently, but I can even show you the picture of when it was originally posted without the update. March 6th, people are stealing masks and other medical equipment from hospitals from New York, the New York Governor Cuomo said. And then Trump on March 30th makes the claim that it's going out the back door. So when Trump says it, the media has a frenzy. When Cuomo says it, it's okay. Let me show you something else. Some recent news.
What else? I don't know. What else is this?
March 30th, Brooklyn man arrested for hoarding masks and coughing on FBI agents. Brock Friedman, however his name is said, is facing charges. On Sunday, he was outside his home where he allegedly peddled and stored massive amounts of N95 respirators. He's also accused of price gouging. March 18th, he's suspected of selling a New Jersey doctor 1,000 masks for $12,000, a 700% increase markup. The accused fraudster also directed another doctor to pick up a New Jersey auto repair. The doctor reported it to investigators. The materials include hand sanitizers, wipes.
Long story short, because I sat there and that's what I said. I sat there and I started looking at this. They were saying he's crazy and how dare he fucking say that. And literally, that's what comes out.
Medical workers. Well, let's see what he said.
Concern in the past that medical supplies were going out the back door, and that perhaps some hospitals were doing things worse.
Well, I expressed what was told to me by a tremendous power in the business. He said that at a New York hospital, for a long period of time, he was giving 10,000, maybe maximum 20,000 masks over a short time, and all of a sudden he's giving 300,000. And I said, no matter how bad this is, could that be possible? He said, no. So there's only a couple of things that could happen. Is it going out the back door? And I've reported it to the city and let the city take a look at it. But when you go from 10,000 masks to 300,000 masks, Mike, over the same period of time, there's something going on. Now, I'm not making any charges, but when everyone's looking for masks, and by the way, that's another thing, we're making a lot of masks, and the sterilization process is going to save a lot of time and a lot of masks. But when you have the biggest distributor of product that distributes to many of the big hospitals and hospital chains, and he brings up a statistic like that, and I know you're trying to make a big deal out of it, but you shouldn't be. You should actually go over to the hospital and find out why. You shouldn't be asking me. I'm just saying that's the way it is. You should go over.
Yeah, go investigate it yourself. That's your job.
Over there as a great reporter. I have no idea who you are, but that's okay. You should go over there go to the hospital and find out how come you used to get 10,000 masks and you had a full hospital. New York City, always full. And how come now you have 300,000 masks, despite the virus and all, you have three. How do you go from 10 to 300,000? And this is very serious stuff. I mean, I could see from 10 to 20 or from 10 to 40 or 50 or something. But how do you go from 10 to 300,000 masks? So what I think you should do is I'm sure you're a wonderful investigative reporter. You should go to the hospital and find out why.
And this is what the media is running with, accusing medical workers because they know that's going to incite people. And there probably is a medical plug. Doesn't mean that all medical workers, or it's implied that the medical workers are stealing masks. No, it's that there's something fishy going on in the background, probably out the back door. You guys, let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, it's funny. You couldn't even say that. You couldn't even say that type of stuff back then. That's how crazy it was.
As simple as that sounds, with your brother coming up to you, is Vinny somewhere in here? Did we lose? Vinny. Is Vinny with us or no? Vinny's probably wherever Vinny's at, people are having a blast being around him. We talked with Vinny about buying a house, right? And Tom and I, or Jen and I, will be out having dinner and we're looking at some things. We're like, how do you buy a house today with a $75,000 salary?
And
how
the
do you do
mortgage
it?
rates are skyrocketing.
How do you do that? Crazy. Right. And $75,000, if I'm buying a $600,000 house, $500,000 house, $75,000, it used to be 4 years ago, you needed $75,000 to buy a house in America. Today you have to make $120,000. Who the hell has gotten a 60% raise in the last 4 years? How many
There's
people?
Vinny. Hi.
Vinny, how you doing, Vinny? We just want to say we miss you. Can everybody say we love you, Vinny?
We love you, Vinny. We're here for you, Vinny.
But it's a real, like, having kids. We used to say, to have a kid from 0 to 18 costs $245,000.
Wow.
You know, right now, to have a kid from 0 to 18 costs you nearly $400,000.
Yeah.
So if you have 3 kids, that's $1.2 million over 18 years.
I think it cost me that much this month.
How old's your kid?
I got 2 of them, and they're expensive. Listen, I mean, obviously, I will say this, right? Obviously, the price inflation has been a huge, huge issue. By the way, might not be the most popular thing to say in this room right now, but it's also a lot Donald Trump's fault. Just saying. He was for the lockdowns and printing $6 trillion in 2020.
Boo! Get him off the stage!
It sucks.
No, kick him out.
Have a counter argument. It's true. It turns out
Yeah,
if you
have a
shut down
counter.
the
Get his
economy
ass
and
off the
print
stage.
Tons of money.
Boo!
It results in price inflation. But Biden
Kick him
certainly
out.
kept it going. I gotta say, there's another angle that I don't think any of us have talked about tonight.
No,
and I do
no,
find
no.
this to be
We're
very
not having that
interesting.
tonight.
And I don't know if I have my
Negative
thoughts
Nancy.
completely flushed
No.
out on it. But
I knew
the
something was
young
off with him.
left-wingers, the
Way he
20-something-year-olds,
flicks his wrist, I knew something was off.
not the shock troops for the regime that they were in 2016. Like, I don't know. Donald Trump spoke at Madison Square Garden, and there were like 100 people protesting. If he had spoken in 2016 at Madison Square Garden, there would have been
46.
massive protests with, you know, fights outside and this whole thing. And I do think a big part of it is that the young left-wingers have spent this whole year protesting the war in Gaza. And it just wasn't that easy to get them to snap out of that protest and then snap into protesting on behalf of the people whose genocide you've been protesting for the whole last year. And I gotta say, I mean, we'll learn more with exit polls and stuff, but it really hurt Kamala Harris that she was tied to this regime and they're supporting Israel conducting this war and genocide. This war that is viewed as a genocide by the majority of Democratic voters. That's a very tough square to circle.
I'm voting for Trump because he supports Israel. So let's go. Woo!
Well, also, it was binary when Trump was president. There was more peace over there now than it is now. I mean,
Yeah,
they
no,
are
listen,
really,
by the way, I'm not, obviously I disagree with you with your position on Israel, but I'm just saying, forget the fact that you have one opinion on Israel.
He's saying why
and I
people
have a
didn't
different.
vote for Kamala.
I'm saying, in terms of analysis of this situation, I think it really hurt Kamala Harris, like that her administration was tied to this. And
No,
I'm
I
saying,
don't trust him anymore. I don't trust
the
him anymore.
young left-wingers,
No,
it's
no, no.
much more difficult to get them like outraged about Donald Trump.
He's a turncoat. I don't trust his ass. He's a turncoat. You can't trust him. He's a blow the wind. I don't trust anything he has to say anymore. Nah. I like him, but not him. I mean, he cool, but I wouldn't trust him. He's a turncoat. He's a shock jockey. I'm trying to see if there's any different numbers. I mean, from what I'm seeing, it's the numbers we have on the screen is accurate. 230. Yeah, the numbers. That's kind of where it's at right now.
Amen. It turns out peace is more popular than war.
Yeah.
Who would have
Yes.
guessed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Peace. And
Trump?
He's a strong man, and most people will.
Hold up. Donald Trump's gonna get on?
I didn't hear.
He said peace is more popular than war, and I agree. I think like that's why I was saying it really came down to the fact that who do you think is going to preserve peace? It is
I don't
interesting.
say
Like
anything.
growing up, when I was on the left,
Trump on 1 minute.
I think up until very recently, we all perceived the Democrats as being the peace party, like the party that was anti-war.
Ain't no peace party.
And magically now, it's very clearly the Republican side that's more, I would say more anti-war more than the Democrats. I mean, when Trump was in office for 4 years, we had peace, and they kept saying, "Oh, we're going to go to World War III. He's got the button on his desk, and oh my God, how could he say that? We're going to go to war with
they've
North
been saying
Korea."
that forever, yeah.
And then everything was good, and he was bringing the troops home. I mean, the second they got into office, it's just been mayhem overseas, right?
So they're saying Trump is coming on. Do you know where? I guess normally he jumps on his channel. So is it on YouTube, Twitter? Where's Trump coming on at? That'd be kind of fun to watch. Imagine together, like Trump gets on and we're all going to react to it together.
Actually be America first. To stop telling us that we have to prioritize every other effing nation except for America.
Yes!
I mean, that's the number one issue that people care about. Like, let's fix the things that are happening at home before we go overseas and try to fix everybody else's issues.
By the way, you know what is crazy, though? I mean, I'll put this question back on you guys. Folks, just a quick update. I just got a text right now that President Trump is on his way to Palm Beach Convention Center.
That's good news.
He's leaving Mar-a-Lago, which means...
I said it. You guys said it first.
He said, we were with him last week, he said the only way he goes to Palm Beach is if it's for victory.
Yep, he said that.
So that's the part. He's on his way there.
Here's the question.
Ooh.
Will Kamala Harris pull the Hillary Clinton? Remember, Hillary Clinton didn't concede, and I don't know what she faked a headache or something. I don't know what she did. Will Kamala Harris concede tonight if Trump gives a victory speech?
DM it. Can you DM it to me?
Listen, I will say I don't think Kamala Harris has quite what Hillary Clinton had. Like when we were just showing that tweet, that she hasn't for decades thought that this was her destiny to be president. She just got subbed in a few months ago. Like, for all, I don't know, she might be relieved, honestly. Like, she was not up to the job at all.
Let her go, man. Let her go.
There might be. So I
would... Let bygones be bygones.
It is a little preemptive for Donald Trump to give a victory speech already, but that would also make it pretty awesome.
We don't care about you. You're thought shit.
I'm president again.
Get out of here.
It would be a very Trumpian thing to do.
But look, I got a question, and maybe y'all will know the answer. Who's been running the government? Because we know Joe Biden's crazy.
Oh, shit.
We know that. But and we know Kamala Harris now. She
Mar-a-Lago party. I'm ready.
Who's been driving the ship? Who's been flying the plane?
By the way, isn't
Obama.
it the biggest? It's the biggest indictment of Kamala Harris that we all know.
Let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now.
I'm ready for a watch party. You guys want to do a watch party? I mean, we've already been doing that, but...
Democratic march over here. Really, when we talk about the blue wall, there's where we stand right now, okay? Reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, right out there, man. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I want to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story.
I want a watch party.
All right? Look at Northampton.
Thank you for the link, guys.
All right, Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton.
Watch party.
It's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state, in Erie.
Should I, you know what? Should I?
Here's one of these bellwethers as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna make
Kamala
this.
Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped.
Oh, shit.
In Center County.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Smack dab in the middle of that
Talk about it.
that you normally get. in Pennsylvania. Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight.
Which I want to do.
There's a very good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh campaign.
Let's get it, baby.
Co-chair, speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Oh, shit,
You'll hear from her tomorrow.
Donald Trump.
She will be back
Tomorrow? What do I want tomorrow?
to address not only the HU
Ah, come on.
not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Okay.
The campaign co-chair.
They said it was going to be a watch. Young man. I said, young man. Probably people need more energy. Young man. Oh. Yeah, man. I said, yeah, man. When you're short on your dough, you can't stay there. And I'm sure you will find. Okay, so we're running for the watch party.
Said Trump won Georgia.
We said that an hour and a half.
Respect to Tom, Amy, and our team. They called it an hour and a half ago. Good for you, Tom.
I just got a message that Mr. President will give his victory speech any minute now. Just got a message.
Trump could give his victory speech any minute now.
Yes.
Any minute now. It's
Well,
not even time.
If that happens, we'll
What
turn
are you
over
talking
to
about?
It's probably very close to the
What are you
convention
talking
center.
about?
Dude, this is the most Trump
It's the
thing
Trumpiest
ever.
thing ever.
Who did you get that from? Russia?
Everybody, go
I'm
to
very
sleep.
sorry. That's what they say. They are there.
Who said that?
And he's gonna give this speech any minute now. That's what they said.
How you know where you get that from?
You know, Pat, you made a just getting at, which I don't think we've really talked about. So, you know, it's funny because Trump is the most interesting and transformational political figure
No, it's
in
too
modern
late.
America.
You already lost this. It's too late.
And so there's so
That
much
bullshit.
to say about him, but so much of this race
Turncoat.
just comes down to conventional
You're a
politics
turncoat.
thing. How about the fact that, did you guys see, however you feel about him, did you guys see J.D. Vance on Rogan the other day?
Amazing.
One who switches sides to an opposing party. Wasn't that shit like back in the day? It was not like I thought I took something in history class. He's a turncoat. Ancient practice of wearing a badge or a pin on one's coat, signifying the party leader. No. Well, I forgot. What's that? Red coats and what else? I don't remember that shit in class. He's a turncoat. You can't trust his ass. He might turn on you at any moment. So I'm here to provide you with my allegiance, sir. You can trust me, sir. Sir, I'm here to, provide for you. You can trust me. Someone who betrays his country during a war would be called a turncoat. If he suddenly started supporting a rival sports team, you might call him a turncoat. A turncoat is a traitor. Yeah, I don't trust him. Just like that, what's that guy's name? Hancock or something? The Kill Tony? I don't trust him either. I think he's a turncoat too. I think it was all a setup. I think Kill Tony went there to try to sabotage the Puerto Rican vote.
Picked Kamala Harris, someone who could give him identity points, but wouldn't outshine him. And then Kamala Harris is so insecure that she had to pick someone who wouldn't outshine her. And now we've gotten to like 13 levels of stupid from where we started from.
The guy's name is Tampon Tim.
Yeah, I mean,
nickname's Tampon Tim. Class A pervert.
You could get. I mean, I think that's basically it. But he's a real weird guy, that Walls. We're going to find out weird stuff about him in the future.
He thinks
I think you're weird. I think you're the weird one, actually.
He thinks
something
wrong with tampons. He thinks men can menstruate and lactate.
Lactate.
Guy's crazy. But he matches it. The Democratic Party up in Washington, D.C. now looks like the bar scenes in Star Wars.
Oh, my God.
A bunch of weirdos. Have you seen that Rachel Levine? Yeah, walking around, the dude in the dress. Ugly dude in the dress. And all of them just walking around, all of them crazy. The thing that I found out, because I worked in a prison for a while, is that crazy people don't know they're crazy.
They're crazy.
And it's around them.
Well, the one thing I realized too, crazy people don't know they're crazy, but the other thing is that if you call them crazy, they get very offended. It's like the worst thing ever you could say to a crazy person is that they're crazy.
Themselves and other crazy people.
Yeah.
And that's what the Democratic Party has done. They built a business model where the craziest people in the world rise to the top. And when you go to Washington, D.C., and you walk around the Oval Office and the White House, everybody in there's a freak.
Breaking
and
news. Breaking news. Kind of like a big breaking news. Guys,
what we got?
Brace for impact.
Let's
you
go.
Hear this. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, say it, motherfucker.
Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch Party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Why not? Why not?
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow.
Why y'all leaving?
To address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond.
I mean, she's
It's
literally pulling the Hillary Clinton. And I want to say this, because I just asked this question. This actually bothers me about women in politics. Like, the two times that you've seen this, where they just go, I'm just too emotional to be able to come out and say anything, and I'm going to send a man out to just go, oh, we're not saying anything tonight because what? She's like crying in the back or freaking out. It's like, come out. Give a concession speech.
She's like jacked up on Xanax right now. She's not giving any speeches tonight.
Fair point. But it's like there is something to me that's fundamentally weak about that. Like there is a strength to losing and coming out and conceding and saying it's not what we hoped. Giving your supporters who are going to be out there crying, holding their stuffed animals. Remember Hillary Clinton's scene? It was very sad the night she lost because they were all so convinced. And to not even address them. To say, at least if you're saying we're not going to concede, have the strength to come out and say that yourself. Say, listen, this race is not over. Say something reassuring. I find that to be fundamentally weak and further display of the many reasons why she was never qualified to be the president of the United States of America.
Okay, mama.
I agree. I hope Kamala Harris never concedes and she storms the Capitol on January 6th by herself.
Kamala canceled all her public appearances.
Policy. Let's say America first. I don't think Kamala is fixing any issues here, but let's say she miraculously does. It's not a women's issue, it's a Kamala issue because I actually think Hillary Clinton was well respected. Believe it or not. But do you think any foreign leader will look at Kamala and be like, ooh, maybe we should listen to this girl. Maybe she should have a seat at the table. Do you think Putin's going to respect her? She, Hamas, Hezbollah, anyone?
No,
will anyone look at her and be like, oh, maybe we shouldn't screw with the United States? Meanwhile, they look at Trump and Trump's like, my button works better than yours. And Kamala's like too busy giggling. She probably doesn't know what foreign policy is. But that wasn't brought up. I feel like nobody spoke about that because they call it, a women hatred thing, a misogynist thing. But no, it's a Kamala thing, and everyone's scared to touch on it because I guess they're scared to get canceled. I don't know, but that scared me a lot. It still scares me.
Yeah. I mean, I would say we could have a long conversation about that because I actually have thought deeply about women in politics in general, like women as the president of the United States in general, and I think that there's a lot to talk about there that I'm not going to get into tonight because it's too controversial. But I do think that if you
what you were gonna say
are going to be a candidate and you are going to be like, I'm going to be a female candidate, to be running on nothing, to be running on I'm just a woman, right? Like Hillary Clinton's hashtag was I'm with her. Now, she was much more capable than Kamala Harris, but when you see that all they're doing in all these speeches, when they're not saying why she's qualified, they're not saying why she's great, they're essentially saying, hey, this is a woman, like Taylor Swift's speech was on her Instagram feed, was this is for the childless cat ladies. It makes women look like we are not qualified to be in leadership positions when they don't at least run.
Great point.
Yeah, when they don't at least run with a little bit of gumption by saying, here are the policies, this is why I'm strong, this is my opinion about the border, here's what we got wrong.
Yeah, so that guy had a meltdown. Let me see what everybody.
I can't believe Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so pissed off. Fuck! God damn it! I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing! Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm so pissed off! Fuck! God damn it! I can't.
All right. Okay. All right.
Somebody watches their dad or their mom.
Yo, wait for tomorrow. I'm
house,
jumping on tomorrow just for the reactions.
And this kid is saying, wait till you see when I grow up, mom. They're going to know. They're going to know. My dad was a 99-cent store cashier. He was just sitting here. He left. 82 years old. This guy should have been dead 30 years ago based on what the doctor said, right? But they disrespected my dad. And I told him, I said, Dad, one day I brought family over and I said, Dad, the world is going to know your last name. Everywhere you go, they're going to say, your son always talks about you. He goes to the doctor the other day, they're checking on his heart. He says, are you Mr. David? Yes. He says, your son always talks about you. Everywhere he goes, he gets that, right? Watch this. You'll see where I'm going with this. It's called a weave. Guys, there's been 2 massive failures of women running for president.
Oh.
There are ladies right now saying, you know what? I'm going to do it the right way.
Yeah.
2028, 2032, 2036, 2040, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think someone's going to come out and do something. But by the way, I've spoken to you about this. This is why I think Megan, I think some of the ladies right now that are getting loud and they're kind of pushing and challenging and talking about family, kids, the messaging that they're...
Apparently this other little, I don't know, XQC, a huge streamer, he bet all this money on Kamala. Apparently he canceled his bets tonight.
Oh, these guys are looking more lively.
Yeah. Come on, Lickman. Drinking fucking caffeine over there. He's got the Red Bull.
So he got upset. He starts canceling all his shit.
Okay. Didn't need it.
Oh my God.
Didn't need it.
I agree. Didn't need it.
Look at his face. Oh, all these people freaking out. Look at his face.
His career is flashing in front of his eyes. At least you're not him, right?
Career. This guy's like 90 years old. His career's over. Okay. He's like. Oh, these guys are looking more lively.
Yeah. Come on, Lickman.
That boy freaking out. These people betting all this money now. They're canceling their shit now. What happened? ¿Qué pasó? Dígame qué pasó.
Right. I mean, if you think about Margaret
I wasn't going to be controversial, but
no,
you just
I did it for you.
No, but I think
women have periods,
but
guys.
Look, it is a weird thing that people have trouble being honest about this, and it's stuff that we all know. Look at Golda Meir. Look at Margaret Thatcher. These were the most masculine women
and
you
that's
could
okay
imagine.
If it's a masculine woman.
Listen, it's a masculine position. It's commander-in-chief. What are we pretending that that's not like a masculine role? Listen. When I drive my 5-year-old to her kindergarten, if a male teacher answered the door, I'd be like, what? No. Who's that guy? Get him out of here.
No, but
it's a bunch of women
All right,
because
get
that's
him
who
outta
I
here.
trust
We
to
don't care
teach
about you right
my
now.
little
We're trying to get the
girl.
vote.
Right.
I don't know.
We're trying to get the
And
vote.
I'm not saying no woman could
I hear
be
what he's saying,
the
though. It's true,
president, but yeah, that is a hurdle to overcome. That you'd have to prove that you have that kind of like masculine characteristic because
I
it's
think
not
Hillary
being,
was a bit masculine, not in a bad way,
Oh, shit.
in a beast
Yeah, I
way.
ain't gonna do that to Hillary.
She was.
Nah,
and,
man.
and she is
It's
a
not
closet.
that
Nah, man,
you know,
come
she
on.
is-
Y'all
she
gonna do
is
that to Hillary.
Butch closet. Everyone
Yeah.
knows what she's up to. But the point is that is important to talk about, and I think that's one of the things that people are afraid
Georgia
to say
updated?
because they're worried about
Ooh,
the media. And what are you
246.
saying that a woman can't? And this is one of the things actually that Dr. Jordan
Jump
Peterson
Scots,
kind of
Georgia.
brilliantly discussed.
Georgia.
When that viral clip of him when he was debating that woman, and she asked the question, you know, why are I'm making up a number
Yes.
here, 90% of
Yes.
the CEOs all men? And he said, why would a woman want to do that? Why would you want to work 80 hours a week? Why would you want to do these things? You make
Yeah.
it seem like this is something that's admirable. Like you should want to take on this job. And the reality is, I very much believe in traditional roles. I think the majority of women are good at traditionally feminine roles. Hence your point about like if a guy was like, I just really want to be a nanny for kids. I'm like,
Let's go. Yo, man.
There's a place you can go.
I said, yo, man. Almost there. Right around the clock. So Georgia came through. Okay. Georgia. So what do we got left? What do we got left here? Oh, no. What do we got left? Okay, so we got Pennsylvania somehow still going. 90% plus reporting done, complete. Trump has 3.3 million. Kamala has 3 million. He should have PA. Arizona, it's very close. Trump has 928,000 versus Kamala 915,000. So they're saying he has 49.9% of the vote. Kamala has 49.2. What about Nevada? Nevada, he has a nice lead, but it's only 18% done. I don't know what. Okay, because that's the West Coast. The West Coast is going to take a while. Minnesota is leading Kamala. She might get that. I don't know. But it says 63% done. She has 1,048,000 votes. He has 994,000 votes. Electorally, there's 10 electoral votes. But he should get, we'll see, Wisconsin, Michigan. He has a decent lead on to Michigan, PA. They gotta move with these votes. Move in with it. PA. Nothing about Alaska. Alaska said 1 p.m. They should be like finishing in. Hawaii. A dump. This is California. I mean, Kamala. I guess we'll have to wait and see. All right.
for Kamala
Yeah.
shirts, like you do look at it and you're like, you want Kamala to be your boss, like, you know. I don't know. It's a question that I think we're going to, a conversation that we're going to continue to have in America, especially with two failed female presidential candidates.
By the way, I want to come back to this, but we have a guest that just is joining us right now.
Who's the guest?
Rob,
Gotta go
if
pee.
you have it ready, let me know.
Who's
We
the
are
guest?
ready. We have with us Cenk from Young Turks.
Oh,
Cenk,
that's gonna
can
be
you
interesting.
Hear me?
I can, brother. I can.
Okay, I have to watch this. Okay. This guy's a hater. This guy's a total hater.
Woo! Be cool.
But I
Love
gotta
that
watch it.
reaction.
Cenk, first of all,
Oh, shit. That's for later.
You said you were going to do it. I respect you for joining us. I know it's 1 o'clock. You're up here with us. People can agree or disagree, say whatever they want about you. You've been a fighter since day one. And you and I have had some of the best conversations together, respectfully disagreeing. And I appreciate that about our relationship together. However, being on tonight, I was hearing that you were giving your message and you were a little bit somber about what's going on right now with the story. DNC chair just came out and said she's not going to come out to give the speech tonight. Trump right now is on his way to Palm Beach to
Palm
maybe
Beach,
give his
baby,
victory
party
speech.
time.
New York Times
We gotta
just
have-
came out
we're-
saying
I'm
Trump's
about to
going
go
to
get a drink 'cause we got a
We have
party.
Rasmussen,
It's about to be a
CEO,
party
Mark
tonight.
Mitchell, giving his perspective. Where do you stand right now with 1 o'clock in the morning with Kamala versus Trump?
Yeah, she can still win, but
Bye.
Boo! Boo!
Daddy, I like when you scraping. You guys want to hear the full sentence?
No.
But she is still losing, and Donald Trump is likely to win. So
yes, Chiefs. Yeah.
Look, on the Young Turks, we're
hard
honest.
left, Raz. Yeah.
And so we've been
Like
covering it
psycho
honestly
left.
the whole time. I said that Donald Trump had a better chance of winning about a week ago, and I've been saying it for about a month. At the end, a bunch of polls that came out said that Kamala Harris was likely to win, but it looks like they were wrong.
It was his tears in his
right
eyes.
now, as things stand,
Yo, look at his eyes.
I just came off the Young Turks show where I lit into the Democratic Party. Bunch of losers, corporate Democrats. I hate them.
No!
They've cost us election after election. They're corrupt. And they lost, it looks like, to a syphilitic clown. Total moron, con man, Donald Trump.
I knew something was too good going.
So, if you lose to a buffoon like Donald Trump twice, what does that make you?
So let me ask you. Hang on, guys.
I got an echo, by the way.
I want to ask you a follow-up question because can you listen? Hang tight. Cenk, question for you. A question that you're a business guy. You've been running a business for a while. You're not with one of these mainstream guys. You're not MSNBC. You were in the past. You came from you left. You said you're going to do your own thing. Young Turks, it has a history of doing great things, millions of subscribers on what you've been able to pull off. But let me ask you, are you at a point where maybe the American people are just sitting there looking at a few policies being presented by the Democrats saying, this is just weird? Are you at a point that you're willing to accept that some of the directions the party's gone, they're losing Democrats? Democrats are leaving the party because it just doesn't sound like the John F. Kennedy Democrats from 50, 40, 60 years ago. It's just a very weird party today. Is that where you are, or no, you just think they have bad leaders?
So it depends on which side of the policy you're talking about. So if you're saying economic policies, our economic policies are super popular. So paid family leave, which most Republicans agree with. Higher wages, most Republicans agree with. Money out of politics, most Republicans agree with. But when you talk about some of the social issues, I warned some of my leftist friends, do not go too extreme. So I believe in trans rights, but saying that trans detainees should get taxpayer-funded surgeries makes no sense, and I knew that it would be deeply unpopular. But leftists sat there and said, no, we know everything, Cenk. You've been on the air 22 years, you've got 27 million subscribers, but you don't know anything. This is going to be super popular. So my leftist friends, how'd that turn out for you? So we are honest on the Young Turks. So you've got to be keeping it real. We're populists. But hear me now, and you'll quote me later. Donald Trump is a crook, and he's going to rob you guys blind.
Dave, let me ask one and it'll come to you. Let me ask one, I'll come to you guys. Cenk, we have Dominic Tarczynski here and Dave. They have a question. They'll come to you here in a minute. But let me ask you this question. Your opinion about Trump, you and I talked about it when you were on the podcast last time. You said you thought you were a better businessman than him. What has he done in his life? Well, we had that conversation. I totally get it. I even brought it up on Rogan's podcast that I don't agree with you there. But it's your position. I totally understand. Here's a question I got for you. Your show with Anna Kasparian, the two of you guys together. I've been watching Anna closely, and a lot of people have. She's kind of right now like, dude, what the F is going on? This doesn't make any sense. Why are you attacking me? There is a major community that is thinking Anna, who went from the position she had 5 years ago, 7 years ago, some would have called her maybe a socialist. Where she is kind of like right now, maybe even becoming a libertarian. I'm not saying a Republican or a conservative, but maybe a little bit of a libertarian independent. You're around her the most. You're seeing that taking place. Why do you think she is moving? How are they losing someone like Anna Kasparian, who's very talented, very capable, very formidable? Why do you think?
So again, it depends on if we're talking about economic issues or social issues. So in economic issues, she still believes every single thing that she believed. On crime and homelessness, I would argue, and I have argued with her on air, that we haven't changed our position at all. What happened was the Democrats did a switcheroo in California. So we voted for a ballot measure where they didn't tell us that they would take some felonies and move them to misdemeanors. Well, if you don't put it in the ballot measure, how the hell are we supposed to know? So now California is reversing that tonight. Because you know who likes crime? No one. No one. Okay. So if you're a leftist out in California and you pretend there is no crime and we should move like domestic assault into a misdemeanor, we disagree with you, but we've always disagreed with you. So I think that it's really the Democratic politicians that are corrupt and a few leftists online that have gone too far. But when you talk about the core of the Bernie Sanders economically populist positions, they are still massively popular, and tons of conservatives agree with them.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the question. Hi, Cenk. Nice to see you. It's Candace. Hi. So my question for you would just be, I mean, I think we can all agree that this is a tremendous referendum on the left, right? I mean, you brought out Taylor Swift, you've brought out Beyonce, you've brought out LeBron James. You guys have used every vocabulary word available to you to explain to the American people that Trump is a dictator, he's literally Hitler, and the American people seem to be rejecting that resoundingly, right? Does that at all signal... Let me just ask you blankly, what does that signal to you as someone who I think has contributed to that rhetoric? Is it a signal to you that just all the American people support a dictator, or does it maybe make you go, maybe I'm missing something here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not missing anything. So I've been telling the corporate Democrats, stop kissing the ass of the donors. They're not here to help us, they're here to rob us. By the way, I would tell the Republicans the same thing. I would tell you guys the same thing. Trump's donors are going to rob you blind. So these corporate Democrats took the donor money and they ran campaigns that were not populist. That what they did was they ran campaigns that were anodyne, boring, didn't actually attack Trump on his number one problem, corruption, the fact that he's a fake populist. You know why? Because they don't even understand populism. They are the establishment. So the real problem is the establishment of the Republican Party like Mitch McConnell and the establishment of the Democratic Party like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Nancy Pelosi.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not have a question. I would rather have a comment as a member of the Parliament, European Parliament, who was called a fascist, Islamophobe. I was called all these names. And I'm happy that we have this moment of silence now, because I would like to remind you, these people are lecturing us about unity. So I would like to remind you again, they are talking and lecturing us about unity. So now you have a chance to practice what you preach and show the whole nation what the unity and democracy means. You have to have a class to lose, because if you don't have a class when you are losing, you have no right to win.
Cenk, go for it. Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah, this brother isn't even American. So I don't know what the hell he's chanting USA for. I'll chant USA, not you, okay? And so, second of all, you're talking about losing with class when that bitch Donald Trump tried to steal an election, set to terminate the Constitution, or set off a riot, that he didn't mind if his vice president was murdered, bum rushed the Capitol, tried to destroy our democracy. He's the very worst in losing with no class at all. Here I am telling you that I think the Democratic Party did it wrong. I think they ran a wrong campaign. They're relying on the donors. They've got the wrong strategy. So we are honest about what goes wrong in the Democratic Party and what goes in the Republican Party. Are you guys honest about the fact that Donald Trump tried to steal an election? He's got no class at all.
Patrick, if I may, just one sentence.
Cenk, go for it.
Okay.
Dominic.
Guys, if I can ask you for another moment of silence.
Who the hell is this guy? Are you Viktor Orban's cousin?
Okay. Yes, I'd like to have a conversation. I would like to answer. You asked me why I am in US now. Because I was invited and I came here with my passport. So I was invited, Patrick invited me as a politician to come to US because as a European, as a Polish, I do recognize US as a leader of the free world and I pay my respect to this country.
Good.
And I came here, my friend, and I came here because I used to live under communism. My country was under communism. And Reagan, with John Paul II, freed our country. And I will be always grateful to the Republicans of the United States for the freedom of Poland and Europe. And my presence here in America is my way to pay respect to those who freed the world from the communism. And that was America and John Paul II. And I do not want communism back. And Kamala is a communist.
Kamala Harris is a corporatist. Furthest thing from communist. Her problem is the exact opposite. She'll do anything for a corporate donor, which, by the way, she shares with Donald Trump. And by the way, I came here and my family came here because we love America, and I'm always going to fight for America.
Cenk, what do you love about America the most? When you say, I will always fight for America, what is America to you?
So it's freedom, it's opportunity, it's justice. We lived across from a place called Fair Chance Farm, and that is the essence of America. All we want is equality of opportunity for us to have a shot and our kids to have a shot at the American dream. That's why I'm a populist. I believe in the average American, not in the donors class, not the billionaires. And I got news for you. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He's a giant billionaire. He is not a populist. He's not for the average American. He's going to get more tax cuts. He's going to get deregulation. They're going to rob this place blind. You can disagree now, but you will agree with me later. Wow. Because we've always been fair. We've always been honest. And those guys are going to do nothing but deliver for themselves and not for you. We should be delivering for the average American. Our housing prices are through the roof. Why? Because of Wall Street. Because of the private equity guys buying off all of our homes. You should be fighting against that, not helping support billionaires rob the place blind.
But, you know, Cenk, there's a part of it that you're right. We talked about that earlier. where we said 4 years ago it took $75,000 your salary to buy a house. Right now it's $120,000. But that happened under Harris and Kamala, Harris and Biden. So, I mean, these are some of the things where even right now Powell is lowering the rate. Nothing's happening. Interest rates are not dropping. So the average person is just sitting there saying, look, we gave you guys a shot. I thought he was going to be the unifier. I thought he was going to be the peace. I thought she was going to fix the border. She never once visited that place until it was too late. Don't you just look at this and realize they just didn't deliver on their promises and the ideas are outdated and doesn't work? Are you able to say that, or no, we just need a different leader? Again, same question.
Yeah. So, Patrick, you know that I fought tooth and nail against Joe Biden. I even ran against him in the primary. And I called out everybody who was pretending that he was young and dynamic. And I said he's not on the right track. So the problem isn't Democrat versus Republican. And a lot of Republican voters understand this, and they call it the uniparty. Corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats are on the same team. And I appreciate right-wing voters who realize that Mitch McConnell's a crook. And I wish Democratic voters would replace and realize that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and all those guys are also crooks. So all those establishment Republicans and Democrats have let Wall Street and the donor class rob us. And that is why we have these rules that allows private equity to buy all the homes and drive up our prices. We've got to replace them with populists, true populists. That's the key.
Vince, you got to stop dropping your mic. You're scaring the crap out of people. Yeah.
Jenny, is that him?
Cenk.
Just want to say this.
BRB, Cenk, because they just called Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump.
And there's one other end. By the way, there's one other end. You know what the other end is? Tom just told me they also called Alaska. Tom is saying that's going to be done with. So at this point,
that's it, man.
Officially
That's
over?
it. Donald Trump's president.
That's a wrap. It's over.
It's over.
Wow.
One last note, Patrick.
Come on. Trump.
So, Cenk, go for it. I'll give you the last word before we come back over here. Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah. So, guys, I love that USA chant. Keep that loyalty to America, not to politicians. So I have no loyalty to any Democratic politician, and you shouldn't have one to Republican politicians. So hold Trump accountable. Please be honest. And if he does right, then I'll say it. But if he does wrong, please, for God's sake, value America more than any politician, including Donald Trump. Thank you, guys.
Please turn him off.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Cenk.
Thank you, Cenk.
Thank you.
Do you know
All
what
right,
Cenk
so,
forgets?
by the way, listen, let me tell you. Can I tell you guys something real quick? Let me tell you one thing real quick. Watch what happened here. Just think about the list of people that were willing to come and talk here tonight.
Unbelievable.
Not everybody agrees. I mean, this was not a fight, but we're able to have these conversations in a place like this. This is what America's looking for. Are we able to get people to talk? And then you get to decide. I disagree, I agree, great. That's what's working right now, and I'm happy to see that take place. Tom,
And also, by the
Tom, are you guys, do you have any other update except for Pennsylvania? Go ahead, tell us what you got here.
Hello?
By 5 million. Look at this, Candace.
Yep.
Oh my God.
The future looks
Go ahead,
bright.
Tom.
We have a winner.
Can-
Hello.
Mics not are on. Mics are not on, guys.
Testing.
Tom, grab my mic. Here.
Could I? Do you mind if?
No, we are there, and it is a mathematical impossibility at this hour for the few votes that are left in Pennsylvania, if they were won entirely, to put it back over. So this election is not done. Wisconsin is probably going tonight. It's very, very close to mathematical impossibility. Arizona, they're going to need a week to count in Maricopa County. Everything else has come in. Michigan,
whoa.
probably.
Trump won?
I could flip a coin on Michigan right now,
Trump
but
won?
he could win Michigan.
Wait.
And Nevada
what's
is
happening?
probably going to be blue on the strength of all those unions.
AP did an update.
And so where we are, I
Hold on,
think
it's
we
time?
are at 291 as the ultimate count.
What are you
But
talking
right
about,
now
bro?
at 270, we're done.
We're done. We're done. Oh, I gotta close the door. We're about to get loud. Let me close the door. We're about to get loud.
Okay, check. Can you guys hear me or no? Can you hear me or no? Can you guys hear me or no?
Say, USA! Baby oil time.
Check. Okay, Emily, what do you
So it's
think?
over?
You know,
Are they saying it's
something
over? It's
Cenk
official?
said,
Or what?
I don't know why it just hit me now. It really
Is it over or
bothers
not?
me because he says he loves America because it's
Yeah,
the land
Cenk.
of opportunity and justice. But do you know what the Democrats piss me off with the most?
Ooh, tell it, girl.
It's their
I need
way,
to fire
or
you.
you're
Crazy.
stripped of your opinion and your voice.
That's
For
true.
example, Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. So
Oh,
now he's
shit.
denying you
Hell no.
of your opinion, or you're not smart, or you're garbage. What Cenk is forgetting, I can't say when Donald Trump wins. He's won this already. But
Did he win for
we
sure?
voted for him. Do we not
Where we
count
at?
either? I just don't understand. Democracy chose
No, we don't
Donald
count.
Trump. So if you're the party of unity and love and peace
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
claim you are,
And inclusivity,
then let's
yeah.
unite our differences.
Yeah.
But no, it's their way or the highway. And to me, it just calls out their own hypocrisy. And then I want to call out Vinny. He texted me something very
shit.
smart. You know, we were thinking, what were the left thinking with Kamala? So what were they thinking? But then Vinny points out, their plan was to have Trump assassinated. So this was their plan B. Kamala was their plan B. Plan A was to kill Trump,
Wait, what,
and
ready?
that didn't work.
You ready for YMCA?
And now they're eating their own words, we could say, for lack of better terms. I'm going to go back to Palm Beach, but thank you guys.
Thank you, Emily.
Palm Beach party, baby.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, Emily.
Bye, guys.
Drive safe.
Okay, Emily.
Okay, so Trump is working his way up. I think he's about to hit the stage any minute now. When he does, we're going to play it. So,
okay, what's the
some
Trump
of the
party
people
at?
that
Right
want to
here.
watch this is like, well, you can't go anywhere. It's generals and platinum. You need.
Yeah, the party about to start. Did he win officially? It's not official. PA has not been called yet. Okay. Okay. We haven't heard anything official. Okay, so we're waiting. We're waiting. Copyright strike. Let's go, baby. Copyright world. Let's go. Come on. Call it, PA. Where my glasses at? I need my glasses, little bitch. Young man.
There's no need to feel down. I said,
I'm saying, young man.
Pick yourself off the ground.
I said, young man.
Cause you're in a new town. There's no
Need to
be
unhappy. Young man.
There's a place you can go.
I said, young man.
When
you're short on the dough,
you can stay
there.
And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the
Why are you gay? Oh, MCA. YMCA. Hey, let's go, baby. Yeah, Trump has a. Who should have BPA? YMCA. YMCA. Hey. No, Tony, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not ready for that. I gotta get in shape.
Young man, are you listening to me? I
said, young man.
What do you wanna be? I said, young man. You can make real your dreams, but you got to know this won't be no man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today.
Law F demonetization.
Oh, we're getting demonetized tonight, but the super chat's carried. JB, thank you for the super chat. So he should have it in the bag. I shouldn't jump and get too excited, but I guess the experts say he should have it in the bag. Shorty, what you think? Shorty, what you think? Put it in the bag. Shorty. Well, yeah. I think we did it tonight, man. I think it's it. I think we did it. I think we got over the hump. Mama's love. True, Chiefs. Yeah, I shouldn't celebrate too much yet because we don't know. Maybe Kamala's gonna win. Maybe it's all a miscalculation, a coincidence. Over here dancing.
Markets were moving. Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you?
Bitcoin. Oh. So I guess we're waiting for like the full confirmation. Just waiting to see. I don't want to get too happy with celebration and then it's Kamala wins, you know. Oh. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Thanks, Kim. Appreciate that. Thank you for Carly, you still awake? Oh my God. Todavía está despierta. And JB with the 20, the monetization fund. Oh man. Can't believe it. He pulled it off. Did he really pull it off? He pulled it off. I think he pulled it off. Trump might have pulled this shit off. I guess we pulled it off. Everybody that voted. It's amazing. Such good news. Possibly. I'm still refreshing. I'm hitting refresh. Well, today. The bad comes to good. Oh, hit it. Just because they don't get it. Hit it. I'll stay fitted. New era committed. Now this red cap gets a rap from these critics. But do we always gotta cry? Gotta cry. We always gotta live inside a better lie. It's just a blast that's moving really fast. Better stay on top of life. Life will kick you in the ass. Follow me into a solo. Remember that, kid? So what you wanna do? And where you gonna run when you're staring down the cable of a mic pointed at your grill like a gun? Rocking the set, it's like Russian roulette. Your place in your bed. So don't be upset when you're broke and you're done. Cause I'ma be the one till I jet. I know why you wanna hate me. Oh, you're awake? What the fuck? I know why you wanna hate me. Cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. I know why you wanna hate me. It might be done. That might be it. Now I know why you wanna hate me. Cause hate is all the world has even seen lately. It's time! Cause hey! Does anybody really notice
combination for this life and where they keep it. It's kinda sad when you don't know the meaning. But everything happens for a reason. What I should say.
Cause I'm an idiot, a loser, microphone abuser. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And everybody wanna run.
Wanna run. Hide from the gun.
Take a ride through this life if you want, but you can't take the edge off the knife.
No, sir.
And now you want your money back. But you're denied, cause your brain's fried from the sack. And there ain't nothing I can do. Cause life is a lesson, you'll learn it when you're through. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me. I know why you wanna hate me.
It's crazy they pull this off, right? After all the shit he's been through.
I know why you wanna hate me.
I know why you wanna hate me.
Now I know why you wanna hate
It's
me.
crazy.
Cause hate is all the world's even seen lately.
Cause hey, is all the world has ever seen lately. So there's supposed to be a watch party happening. Trump is supposed to be talking, and it hasn't been confirmed yet. But all the people online are saying like this is pretty much a wrap. Like people are saying Trump pretty much has this, but we're still waiting. I'm surprised. Mark Cuban congratulated Donald Trump. Really? According to Cinema. Hold on. Mark Cuban. I'm surprised because that guy was really bitter as fuck. Yeah. I'm surprised. I respect it if he did that, really.
Trump 2024.
He did. I'm surprised because he seemed like a very bitter, disgruntled ex-girlfriend. Mark Cuban said, congrats, Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Okay, and congrats to Elon Musk as well. Godspeed. I'm shocked, but I'll take it. Lindsay, thank you for the 5. That guy was carrying on for years and years and years. I wonder how that... What's that guy, Al Pacino or something? Another disgruntled, weird, carries on like a female. Is it Al Pacino? Al Pacino. Yeah, that guy's a fucking weirdo with Trump. He must be losing his mind tonight. Probably in some... I don't know, like a furry bar or something with purple fur everywhere. And like... I don't know what the scene would be for this guy. Al Pacino's losing his mind. And again, once it's confirmed, I think it's amazing that these Hollywood people didn't mean a fucking thing. Taylor Swift, Cardi B, wet ass pussy, Sexy Red that talks about STDs and all kinds of shit, glamorizes STDs. It's so fucking weird, these people. They're the ones like standing up and fighting for the party. It's like, oh, okay. That time is over. Your time is done.
Thank you, Mel.
Bunch of weird people. Your time is over. We don't give a shit about your STDs, your pussy, your pH hygiene. Your time's up. Trash. With millions and millions of followers. Trash. J-Lo, Diddy Associate. Your time's up.
It's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226.
267?
But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of
They
the
seem
United
pretty
States.
confident.
More Democracy 24.
Maybe I'm thinking of Robert De Niro.
Next.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, we got the Senate. It's true, folks.
If you have
Robert De Niro. Oh, it's Robert De Niro. You're right. It's Robert De Niro. Huh? Oh my God. Okay. There's a chase. Yeah, my phone died on me. Maybe we'll just launch the chase here. I'm not gonna start a new live right now while we're waiting. Huh? Okay. I think we'll just do the chase here. I'm not gonna like switch streams and all that. We did really good with Super Chats tonight. Let's just keep everything in house. We don't have to like separate and go here and there. So, let's see if I can find it. Pup scan. Okay, this is the live overhead. So once I get a link, I guess I'll play the video. We'll do we'll do a chase and the results. LeBron Jordan too, right? Yo, for real. that guy has issues. I mean, you can. I'm not gonna say much, but you can. I want to DJ at one of these Trump rallies. Let me DJ. Let me just pick the songs. Get shit turned up over there. You can't dance to this though. That's the only part. You can't dance to Black Hole Sun. But Black Hole Sun is just such a good song. I remember when I was like younger, as a kid, listening to it at my grandma's house. Black Hole Sun.
In my eyes,
Disposed.
in disguises no
One knows.
hides the face, lies the snake in the sun. In my disgrace,
Boiling heat. Summer stench.
neath the black, the sky looks dead. Call my name
I know.
through.
How do we get the official numbers? You Max called it?
You scream again.
You like the song? Black Hole Sun. That's what his supporters listening to? And wash away the rain. Black Hole Sun.
Won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come?
I know, B. They need to hurry up already. We're just waiting.
Cold and damp, steal the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men. Sometimes far too
coming up.
long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep. In my youth,
Choose the prey to keep.
heaven send hell away. No one sings like you anymore.
Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? IMC, thank you. Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Black Hole Sun. Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Black Hole Sun. Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? I love this song.
Hang my head, drown my fears, till you all just disappear.
Oh, Chase? Let me see.
Black hole sun,
They're in custody. Chase is over. Okay.
wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come?
Black Hole Sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Let's go, man. This will be a good night. Bend it off like that. What's happening tonight? Did we win? Are we done? Do we have it? Is it a wrap? Standing in line to see the show tonight. I don't know if I can play the song.
Heavy glow.
By the way, I tried to say I'd be there, waiting for
Danny the girl is singing
songs to me beneath the marquee.
Overload.
Are we there?
Stick knife.
Gonna lose subs, lose subscribers, friends. I'm fine with it. Fuck it.
She's such a little DJ. Get that quick, my street, but on the freeway. Turn that chick to make a little leeway. Beat that myth, but not the way that we play Dogtown. Bloodbath. Ribcage. Softail. Standing in line to see the show tonight. There's a light on. Heavy glow. By the way, I try to say I'd be there. Waiting for.
I feel like I want the other way with my hair all over the place.
Kiss that dyke, I know you want the whole one. Not turn straight, but I'm about to blow one. Bite that mic, I know you never stole one. Girls that like a story, so I told one. Salford. Mean line.
Matching pumpkins?
Hot top. Standing in line to see the show tonight, and there's a light on. Heavy glow. By the way, I tried to say I'd be there.
I don't like that song. This song, 1979.
This song is everything.
It's like so chill. Oh, Kayla, thank you for the 50. Thank you so much for making part of my night. Cool, fat 79. Is Trump coming out? Let's go. Come on. Is he ready? Never had the jam.
Right above the street, you and I should meet. Skipping like a stone.
I kind of want my hair to grow back a little bit and
Mel, you
fix the
got
sides,
to jumping.
drop the weight, but amazing.
We were sure we'd never see an end to it all. To shake these embers, and we don't know just where our bones go. It's dust, I guess. Got it.
This one? Let me see. Still waiting on Trump. Waiting on Trump. What do we do? I don't know. What's appropriate? What's not appropriate?
Born in a sea, somehow it always seems that I'm dreaming of something I could never be. It doesn't bother me, 'cause I will always be that pimp that I see in all of my fantasies. I don't know your fucking name, so
what? Let's
schooling to be the only way that I can truly feel.
Can I unlock my phone? Okay.
Reality, so I dream and struggle.
You like Deftones? I do too.
'Cause it's so fun to see my face staring back at me. I don't know your fucking name, so
what? Let's all day I dream about. Trump's up. Still says 247.
Sky News Australia
Really?
has Trump at 280. Durka
Wow.
Durka at 226.
Who's Durka Durka? What? Kamala? IMC, thank you for the 10. I was like, who's Durka Durka? Hey, I want to put you on the screen. All day. Talking about this all day. Talking about there we go. This is my favorite song by Deftones. Let's see if they let me play it. Trumpet. I guess we're stuck waiting. But honestly, the numbers haven't updated. We're stuck. Right back. Right back to school. Look back, I sift through all the clicks. Rolling the halls all year, making me sick. While everyone's out trying to make the cut. What? And when you think you know me right, I switch it up. Behind the wall, smoking cigarettes and sipping vodka. I'm a fist to catch a cab, ain't no one can stop us. Give me a break, I'm on some other mess. It's everything you got. Push back to square. Now that you need her, but you don't, so there you go. We're back in school. We need us up and all. Stop that quit, all that quit. Who ruined it? You did. Now grab a notebook and a pen. Start taking notes on me and everyone who's on the top. You think we're on the same page, but no, we're not. I'll be the man, watch your backpack, spinning pencils. Just like he's not flipping it, while you just keep it simple. You just can't go on, rocking the clothes, cupping the dance, cause really it's everything that you want. Push back and square. Now that you need us, but you don't, so there you go. I found a song. Whoever wanted it, play the song. Oh man, this song, I don't know. So this is a Green Day. I love the song Brain Stew because when I had no power for like 2 weeks, I kept playing this song on repeat, and I was just like, oh my god, like I felt this song a lot during that time. I love it. Having trouble trying to sleep.
I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep,
I'm running out.
As time ticks by, still I try. No rest for cross-chops in my mind.
On my own, here we go.
My eyes feel like they're gonna bleed. Right up and bulging out my skull. My mouth is dry.
My face is numb.
Fucked up and spun
out in my room. I think they're actually talking about being high in this video, but on something, I don't know. On my own, here we go. Still waiting on PA. set on overdrive. The clock is laughing in my face.
Crooked spine. My senses
This dull. Fucked up point of delirium. On my own, here we go.
My eyes feel like they're
Gonna bleed.
right up and bulging out my skull.
Don't like me.
Mouth is dry.
My face is numb. Fucked up and spun in my room. On my own, here we go. What's called PA? They're so resistant on the Associated Press. It is, yeah, it's Green Day. I don't know why the Associated Press is holding. Oh, you gotta love this song. I don't know why the Associated Press is holding out for so long. Call it already. What's taking? Oh my god! Right? Just do it already. We can be done with this. Like, hey,
Don't write yourself off yet. It's only in your head you feel left out or looked down on. Just try your
your
best.
best.
Try
Say the thing you can.
And don't you worry what they tell themselves.
Heather, hey!
It just takes
Thank you for the 20.
little girl in a little house.
I'll feel fine. Never could ever to be just fine. Never could ever to be alright. My god, look at me, I'm balding. I'm not balding. Right? Am I?
Know you're
I'm not.
doing better on your own, so don't buy in. Live right now.
Live right now.
Just be
Yourself.
It doesn't matter if it's good enough for someone else. It just
takes some time. Little bit of. Ever could ever.
Be just fine.
Ever could ever. Alright, alright.
It just takes some time. Little girl in a little out the right.
Ever could ever. It'll be just fine.
Everything'll be alright, alright.
Woo! Hey.
Don't write
Write
yourself
yourself
off
off.
yet. It's only in your head you feel that.
We did it. I think we did it.
Look down on.
We got PA?
Just do your best.
Do your best.
Everything
Thing you can.
And don't you worry what their bitter hearts are gonna say. It just takes some time. Little girl in a little out the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything.
Miles down, my baby. All down plays a man. All I said lately.
Did I mean to treat you,
Baby.
But
I did it anyway.
And then maybe some would say your life was sick, yeah. But you lived it anyway.
Anyway.
And so maybe Your friends that stand around you watch you crumble.
We need an update. We need an official update.
As you fall to the ground.
Rats are still here. Don't judge me tonight.
Your friends that stand
Oh shit! Hoax is here. Oh my god. The guys are here. I gotta chill out.
Flying off so high.
Oh my god.
But then someday people look at you. They're what they call their.
I have a victory song too, but I'm waiting. I'm trying to like hold out. Some people, this is my karaoke song, but I'm trying to hold out, trying to be patient for the last couple of hours. Like, how long is it going to take these people? We're all waiting. Come on, man. All right, like, how long is it going to take? Bum, 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 bum. Almost up 3 million votes in Michigan. Okay. That's 70%. Let me take a look. Chiefs, you gotta stay awake! Chiefs, you can't. Do you have to work tomorrow? Oh, it says 70% Michigan, yeah. Damn. But Trump is up. Trump is up. Trump is up everywhere! Trump, besides Michigan, what's that? Is that Michigan? Minnesota. Who gives a fuck about Minnesota? Drug haven. That lawyer YouTuber.
Welcome to hard times, back again like it's never been for the first time. Seems to mess with my head, so when I realize what it takes, can I relate with whatever but
She didn't bowl that, Chola.
When I break, the film is real life. Circumstances make you think, should I be counting my blessings the next second my eyes blink? Here in the South Town, now you know that kids don't play. Put it down in the streets, will I see another day if I make it back this time? Got to hold what is mine and thank God that I made it alive. Here in the South Town, you know that kids don't play. Put it down in the streets, will I see another day if I make it back this time? Got to hold what is mine and thank God that I made it alive. One love, it's easy to second good. Can I rise above everything that's in my way? Like what you say, you let your tongue get loose, and when push comes to shove, not used to walking away. I keep on looking up, cause these times are getting tough. Tomorrow's gone, and it's the same old song. Father, fill my cup, give me strength to power on. I like to shine, you're the diamond in this rock.
Boom, boom, boom. I don't love to play the guitar.
Here in the South Town, now you know that kids don't play. Put it down in the streets, will I see another day if I make it back this time? Got to hold what is mine and thank God that I made it alive. Here in the South Town, you know that kids don't play. Put it down in the streets, will I see another day if I make it back this time? Got to hold what is mine and thank God that I made it alive.
Trump wins. Okay. I'm saying just Trump. Sky News called it. Yeah. To be like this. To be like this. When the kids don't play. I think this one I can't play. I want to play a few seconds, maybe. It's a really old song, but I'm not gonna be able to play it. I think she was a one-hit wonder, this person. I don't even know her name. One-hit wonder. Where did Mel go? Should be here.
25 years, I'm alive here still, trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination.
Oh, 4 non-blondes, okay.
I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, or whatever that means. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, just to get it all out, what's in my head. I'm feeling a little bit. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high.
Put your high
Scream at
off
the
of.
top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, hey,
Where's Trump? What's going on?
going on?
I'm surprised it's not copyrighted. I mean, they're gonna claim it, but it's not trying to kick me off line, which is nice. I'm surprised.
And I try. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution, and I pray. Oh my God, to pray. I pray every single day for evolution. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, just to get it all out, what's in my head. And I'm feeling a little
peculiar.
And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey,
Fox called it.
I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, hey.
Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. IMC McGinnis, thank you for the 5 and all the super chats. Actually, what's all males international viewers local news channels calling it? Yeah, I seen some people in their chat saying they've called it. I don't know why AP News is the authoritative news on this, but yeah, it seems like that's what everybody's going by. So I have it on the screen. But from what I've seen, people are saying Trump won. So I'm holding out because these motherfuckers, they pull all kinds of shit. And like I said, I'm not. I don't know. I try to hold out, but I think it's great. I voted 3 times in my life, and I voted 3 times for this guy. And I was hesitant at first. I was not sure, whatever. But and I only cared once I had a kid. That was just me. Before that, I didn't give a fuck. I just really didn't care. Whatever. And then once I had a kid on the way. She wasn't born yet, but once I had a kid on the way, and I kind of started caring a little bit more on like thinking about like the future and like things like that, I don't know. But they hate on this guy so much too. And the mainstream media, I feel like they're done. I feel like people are over these people. I was over them a long time ago. I mean, I don't know. I use a lot of their references, but I know to be careful with a lot of the stuff even so much that my mother told me this morning. She didn't vote, but my mother was like, she almost wanted to go vote. And she was like, I wasn't going to vote for Harris. She's just not likable. I think any sensible person, even in somewhat in the middle, though I think a lot of my family, they're mostly Democratic, right? But I think a lot of these people are actually conservative. They don't even realize it. Their values, their religion, it's all conservative shit. But I feel like they've been taught and told to like this, because you're Latino, Spanish, whatever you want to call it, you got to vote this certain kind of whatever, and that's it. But my grandmother was the only one that had my side years ago when I first voted for Trump. Well, like my family was like, "Oh my God, why are you doing that?" Whatever. My grandmother, like, I could say this shit. I don't want people to think ill of my grandmother, so that's why I don't say anything about her opinions. You know, think ill of me all you want, but my grandmother, I just leave it alone. You know, but I was shocked, and my grandmother paved the way for my entire family. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. I'm so thankful for my grandmother, and she like agrees with a lot of the things that I say. You know, against my entire family, and she brought all these motherfuckers here, all the siblings and shit. It's because of my grandmother that paved the way, and she went against all the shit that these people were saying. You know, so I forgot what event we were at.
They made her something she's not. It's the opposite.
All right, I guess we're waiting. I think it was like a New Year's Eve party or something, and it was like a group of people, and my grandmother said something, I don't remember exactly, and I agree with her. Like we just high-fived each other. I was like, yes, the only motherfucker in this place. Bloop, high five to grandma. And they all were like, oh my God, what's going on here?
It's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of.
Okay, all right, so we're still waiting on Trompito. Ooh, is it kind of emo? I don't know. I'll play this for a little bit. We'll move on. Unless you know My Chemical Romance. I don't know. It might be too much. I think it's a little too much. It's screamy. What's the worst that I can say? Better than mine. So long and good night. So long and good night. Came a time when every star fall brought to the tears again. We are the very hurt you sold. And what's the worst you take from every heart you break? the numbers really haven't updated. What's going on with that? Okay, hold on. Let me see real quick. Electoral numbers are still the same, but PA. Okay, PA is 95% done. Trump is still leading, 51% over 48.1.
Oh, fuck. Harry will be crying into his tampon tonight.
Have you seen that Harry kid? He's so misguided and lost. I think they're paying him. The Harris campaign's got to be paying him. He's so lost. These kids, man. I'll be nice because he's young, so I don't want to, like, you know, but I really do feel like he's truly misguided. So we got Alaska, 55%. Oh, only 51% done reporting. But Donald Trump's leading 55 over 40 something, whatever. So 15% he's leading. Arizona, Trump is leading, I don't know, maybe 1.5% or something like that. It's really close. Arizona's like so wishy-washy. So this weird ass state. And then Nevada is leading Trump 51.6% and Kamala 46.9%. Okay. Minnesota, we knew what that drug state was gonna lean towards. It's still leaning towards Kamala, 82% done. 90% on Wisconsin, 51.3 Trump, 47.3 Kamala. Michigan has a pretty significant lead, almost 7% lead for Trump, 71% done. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting for a little. Trump should have this in the bag. Like I said, for me, it's like, I don't know, until it's like right there. People be telling, oh, Mel, this is going to happen. Mel, this is that. I'm the type of person, I want to see it in front of my face. I want to see it happening. That's why I'm always a little reluctant in life with everything. I try not to get too excited because I expect to get let down. So I'm like, let me see the actual results or whatever it is that you're talking about, you know. I see something positive. Say it ain't so. Alone, so they go. Damn. Yo, My Chemical Romance, so they got some really like, I hate you, I'm done with you, I don't like you anymore. Damn.
Away in a solitary restaurant, crash the cemetery.
Might be a little too much. I think it might be too much. A little too much emo. Bend down, walk away. I like this song, but it makes it think a little too much. But I do like this song. When I was a young boy, it's a little too much for me. But
When I was
a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band.
He said, son, when
JB, you can't be that behind.
would you be the savior of
You want
the
corn?
broken, the beaten, and the damned? He said, will you defeat them, your demons, and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day I'll leave you a phantom to lead you in the summer to join the Black Parade.
It's time for Kamala to pack her booze and kneecaps and move back to California.
To the city.
It might be Trump time. He's coming on stage. Oh shit. Brother, come
Look at Barrow. What's that, Barrow? Look how tall he is. Gee, yo, Barrow's taller than everybody. Is that Barrow?
USA. I can't believe it.
I want to thank
I'm
you
so
all
excited.
very
Trump
much.
did
This
it.
is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
And Kamala
incredible
bowed out tonight.
movement.
She said she's
This is
done.
a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
Wow, that's amazing, man. I'm really I'm elated.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Yeah.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Wow. Yeah. I want to know where all the celebrities are at.
In Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have, you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Let's go.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Let's go.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you
shit. Oh, let's go. Pump it up.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Yes.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning.
He did. I doubted him too.
I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's
Gayle,
gonna
you
be a
feel like
hell
you're
of a
dreaming?
great 47th president. And this team...
The celebrities
that we have,
failed.
The best team.
The
and
Hollywood
of course,
celebrities
even
failed.
my boss, Susie Wiles, the best.
Millions of
Thank you.
followers, they fucking failed. It's crazy.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Yeah!
Now he is.
Is he there?
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here tonight. Very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down.
Trump's being nice.
I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes.
He's doing good.
But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
I don't know, Chiefs. That's a good
And
question.
you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene.
Bad company. Thank you for the super chat.
In particular,
Arul, thank you for the super chat.
North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and
Trump
and
won.
The danger was unbelievable.
Trump
and
won.
People from North Carolina came to me.
Okay,
and they
I'll
said,
chill,
would
chill.
it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication.
Mm-hmm.
So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
Ooh. Man USA, thank you for the 10.
Where is he?
Let me get you on the screen.
Bryson.
Hold on, I'm going to work on that.
He was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
Bryson.
Oh, look at him.
Oh. There you go. Man USA, thank you so much.
He had a great.
Appreciate that for
he's,
tonight.
Got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson.
Mm.
That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden Ross.
Let's go, Nelt Boys!
Also with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Oh! Okay.
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Let's go. Fuck him. He had some sponsors that try to tell him, like, you can't support Trump. He told them, go fuck off. Yeah, he told him, go fuck off.
He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Let's go.
Now, he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American.
Yeah.
Muslim American.
Sideways.
We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this.
Who's that guy that was like on his deathbed?
The most important job in the world.
There was some guy that had to roll out on his deathbed into the sun to support Kamala Harris. He's I hope he's still alive to see this shit. Who was it? One of the Kennedys or something? The guy looked like he was dead. They rolled us out. I don't know why they did that. They rolled him out into like some type of whatever.
We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all
Jimmy
putting
Carter,
America
Jimmy Carter,
first.
yeah.
We have to put our country first for at least
It's so
a period
weird
of
to me.
time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yo, Trump. Hey! Yo, man. Let's go. Let's Trump anthem. Let's go. Yo, man. Yo, man. I said, yo, man. Two. Yo, man. YMCA. YMCA. Trump won! Let's go! That's incredible. Young man. I said, young man. Young man. I said, yeah, man. YMCA. 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 Yo, man. I said, yo, man. Yo, man. Yo, man. YMCA. 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 MCA. Yeah, man. I think I did let me see, the other day. Young man. Hey, young man. kind of weird. Not doing it right. That's weird. I showed it earlier, but being kind of weird. What the? What the? I guess I can. I don't know. Yeah, man. It's over. Trump. That's crazy. Trump did it. Trump won. My phone. I'm locked on my phone. I don't know. I gotta text a mother. I might even call my mother. I don't know. Oh, you're right. The karaoke song. So the song that I would say. Some of you might know this. So I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody got a body like you, but I gotta think twice before I give my heart away. And I know all the games to play, cause I play them too. Oh, but I need some time off from the emotion. Time to pick my heart up off the road. When that love comes down without devotion, well, it takes a strong man, baby.
There will be a lot of people that won't be able to sleep at night. That knock on the door is coming. You may have to go away.
Gotta have faith, baby. I know you're asking me to stay. Please go away. Cause you're giving me the blues, baby. You remind me of the words you say. Can't help but think of yesterday. And another who tied me down to the love of one you fall this river. Because I know she's sad. Before you pick my heart up off the floor. When that love comes down without devotion, well, it takes a strong man, baby. But I'm showing you that door. I gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Get the fuck up.
Well, I gotta have Limp Bizkit. It's the party, man. It's the party. It's the Trump party. It's over. I can't believe Trump won. I don't know. It's amazing. It's bewildering. I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know. Should I go to sleep? I should go to sleep, but Trump. It's Trump. I don't know. More music? I don't know. It's Trump. The Trump party. Did we go to sleep or stay awake? The Trump party. I don't know, man. Trump party. Trump party. This is like, I don't know. This song is just kind of makes me think about life. It's a weird song. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Sounds real fatty. Mandy.
Let's watch some historic Dem meltdown. Awesome coverage now.
Bum 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 bum. Let's see. Almost ready to go to sleep, but okay, move on from that. Leave it all around. Hmm. Corn. That's too sad, dude. I don't want to hear this shit. Oh shit.
I live inside my own world
Land of make believe.
Kids screaming in the cradles, profanity. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love
Everything. All the building all around the room. Not so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Reality.
Why can't you just let me eat my way to I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the
My night is profanity.
Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body
Really? April?
I love
everything.
Fire spreading
all around my room. It's not so bright. It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around
my room. Without so bright. It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world
land
of
make-believe.
Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright,
It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. grippy.
Taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is the one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Thanks, Mel. Took the heat and stayed in the kitchen. Trump 2024.
Kim, thank you.
Just wanna be
carefree lately.
Just kicking up
Daily bundle broke my pocket. Down.
Just tripping on day. Dreams got dirty little lullabies playing.
In my pocket.
Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Yeah, that song is Suburban Cradles. Kim, thank you for the 50. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mel. Took the heat off. Took the heat and stayed in the kitchen. Joe 2024. I guess we should call it soon. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to wake up and like remove all the songs, but I don't know if we should call it. Should we call it or should we leave it alone? Should we go to sleep? We should go to sleep, right? The normal thing is to go to sleep. We should go to sleep. That's the normal thing. But like, do we go to sleep? I don't know. I don't know. This song is copyright free. Trump won. It's crazy. All right. Well, it's almost time to go to sleep. I mean, there's a couple of songs I could play, but yo, Young Thug is free. We gotta do. Hold on. We gotta do something for Young Thug. We got to. I know somebody, but Young Thug, Young Thizzle. Thizzle. Young Thizzle.
Lead up, got me thinking, babe. Tell me if you with it, cause I'm with it, babe. I haven't heard from you and I'm in it, babe. Just tell me what to do and I get it, babe. Gucci and Prada.
Young to the crib in the middle of the night.
I know that you miss me cause I put it down right down, babe. I can
Put you on a flight. That's all true. I could put you on a flight.
A nigga like me can change your life, oh,
baby.
Everything you do is
Amazing. I could.
go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. Everything you do is
Amazing. Oh.
Nobody got to go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. I've been overseas going crazy. I could tell you love it when we made up. Black and gray diamonds like a radar. Orange peel, your love is real. Love and skills, I need some love and skills. Love my dirty draws and you love me still. Eyes come lazy, but she is real. Dressed to kill. Biggie bomb bomb till you're tired. I can put a stone by your eye. I can't say you never switch your sides. You never tell me lies. Not rushing ties, yeah.
Trip to your crib in the middle of the night.
I know that you miss me cause I put it down right there.
Oh, babe.
I can
Put you on a flight.
You know that a nigga like me can change your life,
Oh, baby. Everything you do is amazing. I got what you need, Mandy. Look at that.
Yo, give me lit. Hoes on my phone when they find out that I'm rich. Then they switch. When they say I'm choosing on my bitch. Top down, got her doing donuts on the dick. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pause for the flick. Damn it, bust it, baby. Watch her do it on the split. She don't need no hands or no pants. Do your dance. Poppin' rubber bands. Hit the dash. Make it fast.
Yeah.
Yo, waiting by me phone just to dick it down, down. Let me put it
Dick it
down,
down, down, down, down, down, down, down.
Trip to your crib in the middle of the night. I know that you miss me cause I put it down right down, babe. I can
put you on a flight.
You know that a nigga like me can change your life,
Oh, baby.
Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody got to go crazy.
I got what you need.
Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. Everything you do
It was amazing.
ain't nobody got to go crazy.
I got what you need.
Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. Yeah. Oh yeah. Travis Scott. Tucker, baby.
Hey.
I go for
Bro.
I call your whore. Just to fucking show up. I just went got my door. Pulling off and I'm gone. Then I go up before. Then I roll up that roll up. Then I'm calling your whore. Like, pick up the phone, baby. Like, I know you're home, baby. It's lit. I'm in the zone, baby. Straight up. I just put up before, baby. Yeah. Never will I cheat on you. Never will I commit treason. Blowing the bag on you. You all of that for no reason. I'ma pull up in my toe. Hitting the block and I'm bleeding. Throwing that rollie on you. I like the way it be freezing. Pick up the phone, baby. I know you're home, baby. It's lit. I'm in the zone, baby. Straight up. I just put up before, baby. Yeah. I'm before that at it be. Lean like my motherfucking granny did. Super Bowl ring with big body bins. I stacked it up, now I'm just better living. Screws in my mouth, I'm just prepping it. Fucking this cash on my celibate. Packing it out like a reverend. I need all this cash, I got hella king. I'ma play dumb and get left in the middle. Back the fuck up, you too little. Hit him with 3 like a Miller. I don't talk to no man in the middle. I don't talk to no man, I'm just kidding. But I did pay my sister tuition. I feel lucky I should play the lottery. Walking out with it like Sunday list. Mama told me I'm her brightest star. Mama told me don't hate on the law. Because everybody got a job. Because everybody won't be a star.
Real shit.
Please believe every motherfucker right here won't be a part. She gon' do anything in her power to be with your boy. Pick up the phone.
Hold on, baby.
I know you're home, baby. It's lit. I'm in the zone, baby. Straight up. I just put up a phone, baby. Yeah. Never will I cheat on you. Never will I keep it greasy. Run a bag on you. Do all of that for no reason. I'ma pull up in Mer 2. Hitting the block and I'm bleeding. Throwing that rollie on you. I like the way you be breathing.
Pick up the phone, Macaulay cooking, baby, home alone. I thought I was right, then I had to man up, I was wrong. I hate when we fight. She in love with the pipe. I draped her up in ice, I put my phone on ice. Birds in the trap, sing by McKnight. Percocet and codeine, please don't take my life. She had a dream with Celine, so I bought it twice. Young nigga make it right back tonight. Girl, you're so cute and your ass is nice. Drinking no phone and I'm shooting dice. Wrist polar bear Klondike, and I'm loving all races. Hell nah, don't discriminate. Drinking on clean, sanitized. Ostrich seats with the frog eyes. Here forever.
Okay. Maybe 1 or 2 more songs. Go to sleep. Gonna try to get some rest. Ooh, damn. Well, I don't know. There's a couple of songs I like. I like Lifestyle. I do like Lifestyle. That Lifestyle song. Oh man. Hey. Oh, hey. Oh. Thugger. Hey.
Got like 4 ounces in the 20, bitch. I'm black. Did a lot of shit just to live.
Be this lifestyle.
Came straight from the bottom to the top of my life.
Lifestyle. Is it Gorn?
Sharp. I won't do nothing with the bitch, she can't even get me hot. Something wrong with the pussy. Even though I ain't gon' hit it, I'ma still make sure that she good shit. Me and my ride, they don't get caught up like that.
I'm not, okay.
We ain't got time to go see doctors.
Okay.
Hey,
money.
Put my paper up on the bitches yawning. Hey, this a show, bitch, I'm performing. I do this shit for my daughters and all my sons, bitch. I run the random bands up, take her they funds, bitch. I got a mom's bitch, she got a mom's bitch. I got sisters and brothers to feed. I ain't going out like no idiot. I'm a old G. Did a lot of shit just to live.
Get this whole lifestyle.
Came straight from the bottom to the top of my life.
Lifestyle.
This is on the beginning. I'm on the top of the mountain, puffing on clouds. Niggas still still screaming for the other side. I'ma ride for my nigga. Hey. I'ma die for my nigga. Hey. Convoy. I ain't gonna never let you know my nigga said. No way. Nigga couldn't see me if they had a genie. I'm living my life like Beanie. I
brother Pee-wee.
I stacked them right to the ceiling. Now these niggas can't beat me. I just might wake up one Chanel and these bitches can't see me. I'm in a whole nother league. I ain't got age, but I swear to God I'm a league. Till I D.I.E. 28 flows up, I feel like I can F-L-Y-E-E. P on top of these bitches. God told me they can never stop me, so they ain't gon' stop me. I'm in that car with baby mommy.
Sloppy toppy.
I'm bleeding red like a devil. I see these bitches plotting. They wanna know I got M's and I didn't finish college. Did a lot of shit just to live this here
Lifestyle.
Came straight from the bottom to the top of my lifestyle.
I do it for my mama. The long nights, I swear to God, I do it for the come up. Hey!
the jungle. Hey, money, home money, I got commas in name. Sunday through Monday, I been grinding with no sleep. Talking about taking something from me like no way. Double that, my brother. You don't want no trouble. You can get these fish knuckle. Buckle up like a seatbelt or I shoot ya. Punching on the gas too fast and I lose ya. Give me a bed and I do her. I want a head, Medusa. I swear a nigga gone, cause it's strong on blowing super. Hey, grinding for a new day. I'm scared, like that nigga Lupe. Hey, I'm on the top, just like Tupac. Wait, I'm in her mouth, just like toothpaste. Get a lot of shit just to live this here lifestyle. Came straight from the bottom to the top of my lifestyle. Uptown, so swagged out. Life like a beginning, this is only the beginning. On the top of the mountain, puffing on clouds and niggas still. You understand? Yeah, nigga. Just in the middle of this ocean. Pacific, that is. You understand me? Bunch of bad bitches. You heard? Popping that GTV. You heard? Living that lifestyle. Yeah, I do this for Miss Glenn. I can see that bullshit from a mile away. You can step my mother about a mile away. Stack it. I got 3 white bitches like it's powder day. White coat with no rolls like a Sharpay. And all of my bitches says they call them Barbies. She looking back like I'm flexing, baby, no way. And lately I've been on that juice. Me a chick, I got a chick. Turn up.
I like this song. I should get off. A lot of people probably don't know about the song, but I should get off. After this, I'm gonna go sleep. I got up. Thug!
Let's go.
It's free!
Half a perky,
half a Zanny, half time.
Half a paper up, ate my nigga.
Half time.
Trying to rock that stick, turn it body to half time. Boom!
Yeah.
Hit the streets and tear that bitch up like on Willie B. No Tennessee, but that chain on my neck is a T. No milk blink, bitch, I own the rock, not JC. War ready like Tracy T.
Yeah. Racks.
They might pull up on my spider. All my diamonds black, you can motherfucking night 'em. All these pussy nigga wet, I'ma murk 'em every night 'em. Pull up screaming blick, got my motor out of Viper. Got 100 million flat, like my motherfucking idol. I might eat it, I might lick it. I swear I'll never bite it. Every time I dress myself, it go motherfucking viral. Pussy nigga still is swag, bring my shit back like recycle. I'ma ask her for some head. I don't know that hoe I act like she dead. Insurance on my money like a wreck. Every time I see her, she lick the cleavage. Fuck her on the $10,000 bag. I can never love a fucker and suck my dick like Bieber, no but head. Cocaine white like Justin Bieber, bitch. I might show the rats and tease the bitch. I might want it, but I don't need the bitch. I been flooded out my Jesus, bitch. I want your piece of Little Caesar, bitch. Knife water, I buy my diesel, bitch. I don't wanna talk or see a snitch. No teacher, we talking shit. At school, I patting all the styles. I just want that net like a giraffe. I like fish and water, I'm a bear. 17.5, I shave it like it's now. Yeah, watch the kids like a daycare. I don't play games, no, I'm not the fan. I got Hot Wheels like a motherfucking gel. Chanel vintage, but this shit is real.
It's funny that I said that. He was like,
money like a wreck. Every time I see her, she lick the cleavage. Fuck her on the $10,000 bed. I can never love a fucker and suck my dick like Bieber, no but head. Cocaine white like Justin Bieber, bitch. I might show the rats and tease the bitch. I might want it, but I don't need the bitch. I been flooded out my Jesus, bitch. I want your piece of Little Caesar, bitch. Knife water, I buy my diesel, bitch. I don't wanna talk or see a snitch. No teacher, we talking shit. At school, I patting all the styles. I just want that neck like a giraffe. I like fish and water,
I like fish and water. I'm a bear. If you don't get that and understand that, I like fish and water. I'm a bear. Wow.
I buy my diesel, bitch. I don't wanna talk or see a snitch. No teacher, we talking shit. I pass school, I patting all the styles. I just want that neck like a giraffe. I like fish and water, I'm a bear. 17.5, I shave it like it's now. Yeah, watch the kids like a daycare. I don't play games, no, I'm not the fan. I got Hot Wheels like a motherfucking gel. Chanel vintage, but this shit is real.
Hey.
my swag is a virus. Oh, I done the swag and I pull up on bitches dressed in all white like Miley Cyrus. Yeah,
Miley Cyrus.
For bitches on bitches, I whip out, she suck on my private. Psyche. Little nigga play, I'ma catch him down bad in the stick, I'm fold him like a wallet. Ooh, I swear to God, there's only one of me and these bitches 3D like a jolly. Ooh, I'm walking through it like tons of the ones and these bitches grabbing them at Follies. Ooh, fuck nigga try me, I swear I got Lil Wood and pull up and pop at it nagging. Bitch, I got water on, look like I'm fresh from Hawaii. Having this time, I'm a motherfucking life.
All right, I think I'm gonna get some sleep. I should. I should get some rest.
Oh, then on drugs.
Oh yeah, but yeah.
Hey, bring me a lighter.
Blah blah blah.
Somebody, please.
Oh shit.
I think I'm ODing on drugs. Nigga, I started a fight inside the club.
Yeah.
Never switched up on my brew, I'm not a dog.
Oh.
I got a funeral car outside on some dogs.
Hey.
Baby say she don't help me out with my problems. I'm still streaming, fuck the crunch office. Yes, I'll hit you, won't go do a duck for my partner. Yeah, right in the back just like a stroll for my partner. Knock if you buff for my partner. Yeah, I show love for my partner. I'ma fuck a hoe and
Good night. Love you guys. Have a good night. Take care. Peace. Bye. Bloop, bloop.